Hello. I've just spent an hour and a half doing Leibniz, or trying to. We have the Fold reading group starting soon on the QC, which I'm excited for. We're going to be reading Daniel Smith's new translation. Noah and Rumpel are going to be reading it, and good Lord. I got to tell you, Leibniz is something. My brain is already fucked. There's a reason I chose we're going to be doing a dumb stream. Today's dumb stream. Hello, everyone. Multiple reasons it's dumb stream. First off, I've really been fucking with this thing for the last 2 days. You'll notice there's a few extras that are already here. You'll also notice that it claims that I made $68,000 in the last 2 days. I have not. I have fucking not. I can't figure out how to get rid of it. The first night I was running this was lovely. Zendu did some really fantastic, and a handful of others, like everyone, given really great and sending me jangs and all kinds of stuff. And I've put in a whole bunch of other weird shit that happens if people do super chats, or you'll notice there's a tip jar right here. And down here that's going to be staying up, there's this link. You'll see it. It'll pop up in it should pop up in the chat at one point or another for Stream Elements, which I get 97% of versus 65% or whatever the fuck it actually is, because YouTube's a bunch of fuckers. So I've been spending time trying to figure out how to balance that, add more stupid shit. Someone got me down the road of like, hey, what if a fly flew around? And I was like, oh, I love that. So I don't know. And then I was like, oh, would be funny if I had like someone super chat did text on the screen and it'll leave dead pixels. Like just dumb shit that like is going to be weird and annoying. And I don't know why I like that. It's my sense of humor. It's my style. I get a kick out of it. This is my SpaceX money. No, it's not. The problem is that while I was doing this and connecting Stream Elements, I fucked up how I did the addition, and then I loaded the page after everything, and it just started adding all of the previous super chats right in, and it was doing it at the speed that YouTube's API did, which then got me blocked on YouTube's API for too many calls. And so I have $67,000 because YouTube's API stopped working for me. So that was fun. I can't get rid of it. So today's a dumb stream. I don't know what's going to happen. There's a lot of things. I've got one video I do want to go over. That's going to be the big one for us. This video. We're fucked. There's so much deeper than Gen Alpha can't read. I hate this video. I hate everything about it. And I hate people who talk like this. So this is going to be mostly me shitting on things tonight, fucking around. All of the super chat stuff should be set up. If you send super chats though, no. If you send Stream Elements, you get a 50% boost. So, because I don't actually care about keeping it exactly true what the amount is. I care about, hey, if you send a super chat, great. If you send a Stream Elements, it's a 50% boost for whatever the dollar amount is. So if you want to get over that 50% line, it'll do it. That $50 line, you can do it cheaper if you send it via Stream Elements. I think I just invented crypto. It feels like it. I still don't have Jules in there. I've got some in there that does Juul stuff, but it needs to register, and YouTube's API doesn't send it reliably, which is like I genuinely don't know what to do about it. Like I genuinely don't have the slightest fucking clue. So I appreciate and I can't even see it's not even in the text here because it didn't even get sent as a chat message via the API. You can see right here, like, thank you, Laying Fruit, for the 2 Juuls. You'll see it didn't send it because amazing. YouTube, small indie company, they'll get their shit figured out someday. And then we do have a reading queue thing that is waiting because we didn't finish it off, but I'm just going to choose that. See, again, right there, didn't do it again. There's another 10 joules. I don't even know what those are. They're not showing up and they don't, I have an API feed in front of me. I'm looking at the CLI. There's nothing. There's a command line. I'm looking at it and it's telling me everything that's happening. Nothing. It's not even getting sent. It's YouTube. Useless. I'm getting one of my bros into male fantasies. What the fuck? All of my Zoomer friends read. You're getting them into male fantasies? But so they can read. Whatever works. I'm not precious about it. You sent Clutch? You sent Clutch? The band? I fucking hate all of you children. I don't understand how anything works. The band's excellent, by the way. Escape from the Prison Planet, probably one of my favorite songs of all time. I can't help it if I hear it even starting. Like, it's just fucking killer. I know all the words too well. It's just great. Bro, has a QR code for faster donations? I do. I have learned that QR codes are not wastes of time apparently anymore. They were for most of my life. We did a QR code when I was working on the Dubai Mall. We did a QR code for a download. I'll never forget this. Cause, at the time, 67 million people were going through the Dubai Mall a year. And we were there for 3 months. We had a QR code for like a download for an app that would, help for things, blah, blah. And, 7 downloads via QR code, which is just like, fuck me. Can we make a little wave defense game out of it? Let's see if the stuff works today. Apparently joules aren't going to do it because I'm not getting them sent. But I worked in Dubai. I did. I lived in Dubai for 3 months. Because when I was a child, I wished that I could live in a mall for 3 months. And Satan heard that, and I learned that I don't want to live in a mall for 3 months. Satan learned that I did that. Who do we resent for making us watch dumb stuff? This is going to be an interesting dumb stuff, but mostly me complaining. So the reason it's called a dumb stream, I have very specific, very deep theory streams, and they are, I think, very good, and people very much like them. I've been hit up by a handful of people, one particular prickly motherfucker who I love. I love you. You know who you are, Will. I made it clear that, hey, I want to be able to know which one. I don't want to waste time. So now we have dumb streams. You can see right here, dumb stream. And I'm some asshole, but dumb stream, I click it, serious stream. And now it's same asshole, but serious. Serious streams are theory streams. What it does is it swaps all the rewards so that way it leans towards book stuff versus video stuff. But dumb stream leans video stuff. So we'll see. Patrick Voiles a new video on SpaceX. I know. We're going to watch it. But first, you know what? Let's do Patrick Boyle first. That might be nice. That might be nice. It's long and I feel like I'm bad. I feel bad because it's just genuinely like a video where I'm going to go, yep, 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 yep. Living in a mall for 3 months is not fun, even with that. Oh no. One sec. I got a Python error. I got a Python error. We're going to see if things work. We'll find out. I don't know why it's getting two positional arguments for super chats. I'm not fucking with it live. So that's the way it works. The Dubai Mall is, I think it's why I no longer care about shit like the back rooms, or I find it creepy, because I lived it. I lived in, the address at Dubai Mall. The address at Dubai Mall right here is an incredibly wild and super seemingly expensive hotel. At the time it was. Work paid for all of this. I like not even work. We were partnered with Amar, who built the Burj Khalifa, the company. And it is literally, one sec, let's see if we can go to maps. Maps, give me Google Maps. Burj is just easier. Dubai Mall works too. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Oh God, this is like, I've gone over this on stream I do this like once every year or so. And it's like a living nightmare to sort of revisit this. But the way the Dubai Mall is set up, and this is all the Dubai Mall. The Dubai Mall is huge. Like, it's hard to actually get across how big this fucking thing is. It's 3-4 stories in places. All of this, and it is unspeakably large. It is unspeakably large as a building. It's confusing. It's so large. There are parts of it that literally have like openings so they can let sun in at night, and the entire upper area retracts, and they have these incredible displays. It's wild. They have a ice rink. They have an entire soccer field inside, and it's not even like a significant part of it. This is the Dubai Mall. It sucks ass. Don't go there. Fuck Dubai. But the address at Dubai Mall, this is really not a good 3D view of it. Google someday will get their shit in order. What the fuck? How is this bad? This is terrible. So that's the Burj Khalifa. The address is this weird building right behind it. So you kind of end up looking over it, right? And then they have the second one, which is this building right here. This sort of weird stand-up tall oval thing. Try Apple Maps on... Oh, this is DuckDuckGo. Why would DuckDuckGo... I clicked Google Maps. Did everyone see me do that? It's doing it, and it still fucked me. What the fuck? I thought I was just... I'm so confused. This is terrible. This is like the worst. All right, let me see if I can put myself somewhere. Boop, 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 boop. You can like walk around the entire mall, by the way. Let me see where you can go inside. Yeah, we'll just wander the mall. Like the whole place is this. It is a fucking living nightmare to walk through. It is packed always with people. Always. 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 Let's see if I can remember where I am. Yes, I can. Yep, movie theater's up over here. One sec. Oh, God. What the fuck was that? That was not correct. That's what we were building. The fuck is this? What the fuck? I don't know what's happening. Is it a foot fetish thing? You think? You think? You think? It's kicking that error again. 1 second. I'm just going to... This is interesting. I'm getting a... This is not good. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to see. Maybe I'm going to... Live. Fuck with it. Just because we're doing... This is a dumb night. So you get to fucking deal with dumb night. I don't really give a shit at this point. So just fucking smile. Okay. All right. You know what? Fuck it. This is going to be left to, well, I'm going to fucking keep doing stuff and I'm going to leave stuff to fucking Claude while we do this. We're going to see how bad this goes, but I have a theory this is going to be fine. This is a stupid task. Bug fixing, I'm not doing this shit. I don't care. One sec. Sorry, everyone. All right. How did it feel about the new model? I actually was really impressed with it. But I will tell you, I got the funniest fucking thing when I went in because I couldn't fix a bug. And I was like, oh, I'll have Fable do it. And it fixed it. And then I went in and went, what did I say to it? I said, I wanted to change a couple things, give me options, which is like the best use of AI there is. And it kicked me back because I was violating the code of conduct or some shit. Because, okay, if you haven't seen it, if you donate $10, you get a Jang takeover. And it's a joke. It's Jang hacks my shit. And because it uses the hacking terminology, Claude blocked me from doing anything. So I haven't been able, I made this joke. This happened the other day. I haven't been able to do anything vibe coded in Claude because every time it gets to the Jang thing, it goes, oh, hacks. And then it turns it over. It like stops me and blocks me. And I've had to submit a like explanation and I'm waiting for these guys to get back to me. It's so awful. This is actually the space I was building in. This is very weird to see because this is a Sega World. I'm not sure what it is now. This isn't it. This is way a while ago. This is fascinating. This is like old crap. This Dubai is awful. Like it's hard to even talk about it and not just like go, it's just awful. But there was the walkway. We'll go all the way down. So where I lived was down that hallway through there. It's a workers area. I got stopped by security every time I came out of there, the beard. And because workers aren't allowed to walk through the mall. They have to exit through their own space. Kidzania, very specifically, is sort of adjacent to the space I was working in. And it's a really cute idea. It's like an entire city. Can I not go to fucking Kidzania? What the fuck? Are you kidding me? That's fucking hilarious. This is useless. Why is this? And that's below. Oh, fuck. I hate this mall so much. I'm not going to do this. I hate this. So I lived right here in the Dubai Mall address, which is right about here. And every day I would walk all the way through here, all the way back to where they had the, what was Sega World as a thing. And that's where we were building the PVRK, which was the VR Park. That was their nickname for it, PVRK. And this was my world for a very long time. Nope. Well, it's fine. We'll just go full screen on a couple things. It's fine. I was in charge of the design of the entire thing. Like there was a huge amount of this that literally I designed. Some of this has been changed since I did it, but the setup was really simple. We'll go into images. It was a VR theme park that had rides that were VR sort of set up, right? So like, this was a hang glider thing that had controls on it and a VR headset. We had the Walking Dead. We had Apex, which was our and John Wick. We had an entire VR movie theater. It was a fucking whole thing. And this was 3 months of my life. This is The Raft, which was my game. I still love that game. Still love that game. I really do. It was super fun. So much of my life went into here. And it was all for fucking nothing because Amar is a bunch of garbage and Starbreeze was fucking broken as a company. So depressing. But yeah, I designed and led a team of people building it for 3 months. And it was awful. It was awful. It was awful. It was truly fucking one of the worst things I've ever done. And I can be somewhat proud of it in the sense of like I got to build the literal world's largest theme park and design it and see my shit hit the real world. And I can be proud of it to a point, but it breaks my soul to see it. Because fucking that entire place sucks. Ugh. All right. Claude actually says I can do this, and he's going to fix it while I'm doing this. Happy day. Dubai is like the top Iranian retaliation target. I am genuinely kind of happy that Dubai is going to start failing for what it was. I got to know a lot of locals there, and there's a really weird. I mean, everyone knows there's a separation of rich and poor, but amongst the locals, it's a really brutal thing. And they find themselves in a place where their culture is not a thing they are encouraged to do anything with, I think I would argue. And so that is scary for them. And so as they sort of try to grow, as a person are growing, as they're doing things, it is a heartbreaking sort of existence. And Dubai failing means that they're not going to have the money that they could have otherwise. Okay. Mark, I knew it. I knew it was failing. Mark, did you send a super chat via Stream Elements? You did, didn't you? Motherfucker. I knew that's what it was failing. I knew it was failing. Sorry, everyone. 2 seconds. All right. Hi, Dexter. You can have one candy. Okay.
I'd like to trade it.
You'd like to trade it? Oh, shit. You want that?
Yeah.
All right, it's a hard candy. You got to sit while you eat it.
Hard?
Yeah, it's a hard candy.
I thought it was Sour Patch.
That's not a Sour Patch.
Ooh, hard lemon.
All right, it's getting fixed, Mark.
Why is Mark a motherfucker?
Why is Mark a motherfucker? What the fuck? My 8-year-old just said that to me. What am I going to do? Jesus.
So
I didn't say Mark was. I said, God damn it. Okay. Now you're going to start being quiet. You're going to relax a little bit. God, yes. We had a good day. Why are you that? Thanks, Pashy. Fuck. It should be fixed shortly. We're finding out. We'll find out. Okay. Boop. Okay, let's do it. This should be what I end up having to do. Boop. To pop. Now, I am going to personally just say thank you, Mark, because that's what you get. You get a very personal, very big thank you because That's fantastic. And thank you very much for sending that over. And again, the big difference, and it is a significant difference, just so everyone kind of gets the thing that happens. Mark put in, one sec, I want to make sure I get the math right. Mark basically put in $7 and I get $6.17 out of that. That's crazy. That's literally like $3 more than I get from YouTube. So thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark. Let's, have you guys seen how horrifying it is? And I'm building something around this, but I'm not doing it for this stream, but I'm building something around the next 3 weeks and tracking this nightmare. Because it's what is happening, with SpaceX is the worst thing that has ever happened as far as I'm concerned. It's bad for everybody. And it's bad for everyone in that way that, it hurts my soul. They broke $2 billion. I think it's $2.1 billion market cap is where they're at now. And of course, we're over the weekend, so we get to find out after hours, it's already up to $166 a share, up from $130 at first sale. I don't even know how to mentally handle the fact that that's the case. What is Stream Elements? Stream Elements is a little website / protocol that someone created for streaming that's kind of a bunch of free tools for streamers, saves just a fortune on costs, and lets me do some stupid fun things. But this is genuinely like heartbreaking in a way that is hard to even talk about. There are some good sides in the sense that early investors have a lock-in on their stock. There are some bad sides. Dexter, do you have a hard candy in your mouth? And are you walking around? You're not going to get another hard candy if you're walking around. You better sit. Please be quiet. I know he's having fun doing that right in my ear. So it's a really, really bad day. Yeah, trillion. No, did I say billion? Fuck me. $2.1 trillion. It's such a stupid amount of money for a company that's a failure. So they're at $2.107 trillion value, which means within 15 trading days, they are going to be in immediately. Then the NASDAQ 100 and index funds are going to be forced to buy at whatever price they're at. That's why all these people are buying in, and they are not going to be locked in. Early investors are locked in, but these people are not locked. And that is a really horrifying thing. It's genuinely awful. It's hard to even, not be sort of jaded in a really, really bad way. Is $1 trillion more than other rich people in the past? Yes, absolutely. But again, he doesn't really have $1 trillion. Because of the stock he owns, he can take out loans against that $1 trillion. That's the deal. He's taking out loans against it. It's all a lie. Everything's a lie. Everything's a lie. Everything's a lie. Because, I mean, fuck, you want to talk about something else I want to talk about? Trump settlement, IRS, no paper trail. This has been a thing I'm really confused by, and I'm trying to find out what the fuck this is. Do you see this? No records exist for the Trump IRS deal. What in the... This is the world we live in now. This is the world we live in now. And it's unspeakable. So this is the space we live in. As always, super chats are great. Send them over. Of course, you should be able to see Stream Elements here. More goes to me. You don't have to do it. It's fine. All of that goes towards dumb shit that happens on stream. And there is a lot more dumb shit that happens on stream. A lot more. And goes into kind of forcing the next conversation as we go. And the next video and the next thing. So let's make our way to that and see what we can get going. SpaceX time.
Yesterday morning, the largest company ever to go public started trading on NASDAQ, We'll get to that in just a moment, but first I have to tell you about something even stranger, which is that the stock market has, as of this week, stopped shrinking. For the last 20 years or so, the US stock market operated under a very simple and reliable mechanical law. There was always less stock available today than there had been yesterday. Since roughly 2003, we've been living through an era of public equity contraction, and it happened through three doors all at once.
This is actually way more important than people who are not into finance as a thing understand. He's opening with this, and I haven't watched the whole video. I've watched about half of it. It's going to be a long one. We may skip around a bit, but this is a huge deal. The thing that happens within capitalism of ever expansion, people don't fully understand that that's not actually how it works, that there is consolidation, that there is shrinking actually of the size of the economy in terms of how much stock is available. It's been very normal, and now we're hitting a very different shift. This is actually really important to the whole story.
The first was an IPO drought. Companies that in the past would have gone public stayed private.
And by the way, if anyone sends a super chat or anything via Stream Elements or something doesn't work, please say in chat, because I am not getting the message otherwise, just so you know.
Far longer, so fewer new shares arrived. The second was the buyback boom. Listed companies flush with cash and short on ideas spent enormous sums.
And yes, $10 still jangs. Please elaborate how shrinking works. He's actually going to do that through a handful of mechanisms. He's talking here about how stock buybacks basically meant that the stock market literally was shrinking. Companies would buy stock back from the stock market. Companies have public stock out there. When they buy it back, they're actually taking it private effectively. They're shrinking how much stock is available. Normally, what you would see is, and what you saw for kind of the first 40, 50, 80 years of the stock market, is more companies means more stock. And as the economy grows, there's more stock out there. Sure, there's going to be a lot of money in it, and so you'll see some stocks go up. But what we've seen is actually that there's been a consolidation of fewer actual, like literal stock certificates out there in the world for a significantly larger amount of money that's out there. So we're talking about like an insane shift. And this is really important when you want to talk about, like, again, if you want to have serious discussions about how inequality within the system works, this is the shit. This is the shit. This is the shit. Because here, right here, this stock buybacks that we saw from 2000s, very few, all the way through the rest, this is actually a transferring of money from not just public, like you can talk about public to private, the rich to the rich, whatever. This is actually worse than that. This is shrinking of the amount of capital and the amount of circulation that can be utilized for productive purposes. Like, productivity in the economy is the only thing anyone should give a fuck about. Literally the only thing anyone should give a fuck about. And this is the opposite of it. He's going to go through a few things, but this is S&P 500 buybacks in billions of dollars. Less than 50 billion for a long time because they were fucking generally really frowned upon. And then there were a bunch. And then lo and behold, Obama came in because, he's an adult and regulated. And then lo and behold, hey, we had a bunch of assholes. And then Biden, stupid assholes. This is what we do. Hey, Dexter, do you want my pistachios? You can just ask for. Would you like my pistachios?
Yes.
All right, can you take them over and sit and eat with your... Where's your Steam Deck?
I can't play Steam Deck.
Why not?
Wait,
Go...
I didn't do challenge works.
Did you brush your teeth?
Yeah. Right before we left.
If you brush your teeth and you did challenge worksheets, you're done, aren't you?
Did do
Okay, then here's what I'll do. If you go do 20 minutes of Cozy Typer, 20 minutes, then you can do a Steam Deck, whatever you want.
okay. Or if I won't quote.
No, 20 minutes of Cozy Typer.
Okay.
Go, go, go.
First I can put all the pistachio shells right there.
You do have to put all the pistachio shells in the lower. I have a pistachio shell thing that's you crack them and put them in the lower. It's great. He's been eating them and putting the shells back in the top, so he gets to sort. Oh, I'm my favorite online dad. So he's going to go through, but this is just one of the ways.
Buying back their own stock, which retires shares and shrinks the pool. And the third was private equity, which spent the era hovering up listed companies and taking them private, removing them from the market entirely. Less inflow, less existing supply, and the net result was that there was less and less stock available for investors to buy. If you were an investor, this was great news. There was a lot of money looking for a home and a shrinking number of shares to put it in. And when more money...
1 second.
Yes, Dexter?
Am I online? Yes, right now.
Oh no, is this all mine?
If you want, but you have to go sit and do your cozy diaper. Are you going to eat all my pistachios? He's going to eat all my pistachios. I'll have to get more pistachios. God damn it.
chases fewer shares, prices tend to go up.
He just looks at me, he's like, are these all mine? And I don't think he's asking.
Valuations rose substantially. By the end of it, investors were paying far more for each dollar of company earnings than they had at the start.
Yep.
Now, in fairness, a good deal of the performance came from
2000s regulations after the dot-com bubble was responsible for that dip. Again, if we go back, did I fuck up the back function? That's okay. We'll go back to the graph.
removing. The second stayed price was an stopped shrinking. For the last was an IPO drought, short on ID.
So there wasn't really a drought because, again, the scope of it never really was that high. It didn't break $50 billion in stock buybacks. So there were some like around the 2000 but it's not the same thing. We're talking about 2005 on, there was explosions for it. And Obama was pushing for it. This was the Facebook, Apple explosions. It was crazy the amount of money that was doing it. Yeah, it was 2008. So it was if you remember, the first thing that all of these companies did after they were bailed out is they did stock buybacks, and then they foreclosed and threw people out of their homes. They ruined the world. Again, John Brown is a person, and I'm just going to say that.
Spent enormous sums buying back their own stock, which retires shares
Unbelievable.
and shrinks the pool.
Motherfuckers.
And the third was private equity, which spent the era hovering up listed companies and taking them private, removing them from the market entirely.
This is also way crazier than I think people understand. Like, small firms were bought and absorbed or taken private in numbers that are really kind of terrifying. Like, when you exist in this world, and it doesn't matter where you are, by the way, this isn't America or anything. You're part of capital. Sorry, wherever you live. Is there a paper article in buybacks? Yeah, there's a Google them. Google stock buybacks 2008 crash, and you'll be like, there are books about it. Like lots of books about it. You exist in a way that allows your world to circulate capital. All of us do that. That's how it works. When there is more capital in more hands, when there's more capital locally to you, which means small companies in your area that are doing things, they spend money locally. When you have let's say a local burger joint that has 7 fucking stores, they're a chain, they're big, they're not like Steve's Burgers, but they're like big enough. That thing that they have in your city, it keeps money circulating in the city. The moment that that thing is bought by conglomerate X, that money is hoovered the fuck out of your city. And this is what has been happening over and over. So as there are fewer small firms, means there are fewer small local firms, means there's less capital circulating locally, means we are all getting constantly fucked.
Less inflow, less existing supply, and the net result was that there was less and less stock available for investors to buy.
Yep.
If you were an investor, this was great news. There was a lot of money looking for a home and a shrinking number of shares to put it in. And when more money chases fewer shares, prices tend to go up.
And what you saw for a long time, up until post-COVID, even a bit, people had so much money, they were investing in a ton of stuff. There's a reason you saw a huge number of video game publishers get formed, or game developers even get formed, or new types of tech, or attempts at fucking consoles, or engines, or Thing X, or Technology Y, or Handheld Z. That stuff can't be done for free. It just isn't. It has to be, scaled in some way. So capital was finding all of these places to go. You can hate it or not. I don't give a fuck, honestly, what you think morally, but it was going out to people who were using it and building out companies and hiring people and all that. That's gone. Like gone. Gone.
Valuations rose substantially. By the end of it, investors were paying far more for each dollar of company earnings than they had at the start. Now, in fairness, a good deal of the performance came from earnings actually growing, and some came from interest rates being on the floor for most of the era. I'm not going to pretend that the shrinking share count did all.
Bob says, so capital is getting ever more concentrated? Yes, someone should write a book about it. They could call it bucks. No, that doesn't work. Dollars. I don't know. I'd have to mark something down somewhere.
Of the work, but it certainly didn't hurt, and it provided a steady tailwind.
Didn't shipping and supply chains benefit from? No. No. Hey, benefit is an interesting phrase. Did they make more money in some ways? Yes, but it's also because costs fundamentally went up. Like, costs fundamentally went up. Gas companies charged more, and they got away with it because it wasn't so much that there was parts of the supply chain that were more expensive, but they outsized it and then they never returned it. There's fucky stuff there. But again, when you're talking about like the supply chain business itself, their margins are tiny as fuck. No one's like, yes, I have 2 ships and I'm rolling in the money. Like, all of those are hyper concentrated into a handful of companies that are multinationals. So, yeah. The video about religion, it's working, has been in my mind so much. Groundlessness is so frustrating. I want to understand why we're doing this terrible capitalist stuff. And yet, the reason we're doing this terrible capitalist stuff is because we were formed in the society that's doing this terrible capitalist stuff. And as such, we enjoy, all people do to some level, being part of the machine, the same way that we enjoy if you're a musician and you get in a groove and you are playing and someone does something off of you as you're doing what you're doing, and then you off of them, being part of the cogs of a machine like that, even if it's spontaneous, it feels amazing. It's exhilarating to be part of that. We love being part of it. And so we all love being part of this and we enjoy it. Your suffering, by the way, is enjoyment. I hate to tell you that. So someone should write a book about that too. They could call it Capital, and by Karl Marx. Just go read Capital.
Behind the longest bull market in history. I personally found this arrangement very agreeable and had hoped it would continue forever.
I love thinking I'll be the abuser tomorrow. Well, good news, Pashy. You're the abuser today.
There's a reason.
Does this recent concentration relate to the falling rate of profit in capitalism? Everything relates to the falling rate of profit. Like, that's a lot of people don't understand falling rate of profit. Over time, you make less money because shit gets more efficient, and as shit gets more efficient, people can do things more cheaply. And unless there's a monopoly situation, which there is to a point, labor is the only stressing factor. And labor, as long as you can continue to cheapen that, just goes and goes and goes and goes. This is why AI can't ever make money.
The buybacks were so large, and it tells you what these companies actually were. The big tech firms, whose returns explain most of the US market's outperformance over that era, were until very recently asset-light websites. They threw off enormous amounts of cash and didn't need much capital to run. So when they did go public, it often wasn't really to raise money that they needed. It was to give early VC investors and employees a way to cash out.
Yep.
And to create.
It was an exit. The word was exit.
A liquid public currency that they could use to pay staff in stock. Having gone public, they generated more cash
Speaking of, Patrick's right. You should like the stream. 107 of you here and only 20 likes. For shame.
than they knew what to do
Also, no super chats.
with, and used a great deal of it to buy their own shares back. Meta is the clearest example. Facebook, as it used to be and truthfully still is known, raised around $16 billion when it went public in 2012. In the years since, it spent vastly more than that buying its own stock back, well over $100 billion, including around $45 billion in 2021 alone. Now, just to be clear, I'm talking about dollars, not share count. Meta's shares outstanding have only drifted down gently because it keeps issuing new stock to pay employees, and then the buybacks roughly offset that.
So paradox of the development of capitalism kills itself? Nope. It'll expand and contract and expand and contract. It does whatever it needs to. It's able to continually find ways to take whatever's happening and make it within capital. And that works for most people. And it'll work for you too, by the way. Sorry. Whatever's going on is just kind of how capital works. That's how it goes. That's it. Hey, oh shit.
The Israelis want to achieve the Greater Israel Project. They call you a conspiracy theorist. Like, we don't want that, okay? But explain two things to me. First of all, why is the Greater Israel map on a chevron of an IDF soldier, okay? These are soldiers, Israeli soldiers, and they wear the insignia of the Greater Israel Project, okay? This is the map. Also, if you look at the flag of Israel, there are two blue lines, right? These represent rivers, the Nile and the Euphrates. All right? So if it's a conspiracy theory, then how do you explain these two things?
I don't know what to tell you, Jang. I don't know what to tell you. Jang just makes me sad. Jang just makes me like super sad. Okay. I did a thing. We're gonna see if it worked. I don't have the slightest fucking clue if this works, by the way. We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out. Live. I've tested it, but I don't know. Everything's not really working great today. As it's set up. I'm trying, everyone. I'm trying. Okay. So where do I start? Let's have a convo. We're going to talk about a little bit of the falling rate of profit as a thing. Okay, so the way that we talk about like the average rate of profit and the way Marx sort of talks about it is the profit as a thing, like the money that the rate of profit a company makes, like as it's ongoing. And again, this is processual. It's not like the profit a company has. It's like the ongoing profit that is produced through production. And again, production happens all at once, so please don't get fucky with me on any of this. Is surplus value as a thing. I can't believe this works. I'm so happy. And that is ultimately surplus value over total capital that has been advanced. Total advanced. Basically, excess capital versus the capital that was put into the system in the first place. Okay. That distinction is really, really important because the total capital advanced as a thing. What the fuck? I didn't draw that. One sec. Oh yeah. Thank you for the $2. It put a hair on my screen that I had to get rid of. I forgot I did that. I've got a bunch of things in there. And then I asked Claude to write like 10 others. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of stupid things. There's a lot of really dumb shit in here, like genuinely. Thank you. And for the Jang earlier, I forgot to mention Yog. Thank you very much for the janging. How do we account for self-snuffing if we derive enjoyment from suffering? How do you account for overdoses if you derive enjoyment from being high on heroin? That right? That's probably how I'd say it. Also, there's like a cool reply thing here. I could click on it and it did like an inline. That's new for YouTube? God, they keep changing everything on everyone. I fucking hate that. Thanks for that. So, okay. So, the total capital advanced, because you have this excess surplus value and the rate of profit, the capital advanced is always going to grow faster than the surplus that you can extract from workers. The capital advance versus the workers. And because of that, the ratio of this ratio tends to fall over time. That's how I understand it. So surplus that you're basically surplus that you can pull out, the surplus value, what you can exploit out of labor specifically over the advanced capital. And you can only pull people so far, and it can only grow, the surplus can only grow so quickly. Okay? So traditionally, and the way that like capitalists and like Hayek and others, as I understand their sort of terms to sort of set us up, and I think Marx and Ricardo also do this, a big deal for profits as they work when we talk about like accumulating them is this concentration and centralization of capital. So bigger capital absorptions destroy smaller capital absorptions. It's a game of like whole.io. That's how capital really works. Okay. So we have today's stock market as it sort of functions. I'm really happy that this pen works. I almost want to just doodle on my face and like go, hey, boo, 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 boo. Very proud of myself. Sorry, I had to pull up Marx and some notes. My brain is like not wanting to do serious theory today. Can you tell? 2 hours of Leibniz will do that. I don't even want to do this today. I'm going to end up getting it wrong. And I'm like looking through my notes. I've got, I don't want to do this. I'm not going to do that. I'm sorry. You politely disagree, Yog? There's a great piece, David Foster Wallace, who I like. Mostly, I don't like his fiction. I like his commentary writing. He talks about that act as being the same thing as, like, generally speaking, someone standing on top of a building that's burning, like 9/11 is the example. Do you jump or do you let it happen? And that's the type of enjoyment suffering that it has come to. That's how I look at it. And I do look at it as enjoyment suffering in that way. Overwhelm is overwhelm. Terror is terror. Anticipation is anticipation. But that's the best fucking way to describe it. And I put it in that same place. It's anticipation, overwhelmingly so, but it is that.
But in pure dollar terms, Meta has handed far more cash to its departing shareholders than it ever raised from selling shares in the first place. Incidentally, a good chunk of that 2021 buyback was done at an average price of around $330 a share, shortly before the stock fell to around $100 a share. So they weren't just buying their stock back, they were buying it back at the top. But the broader point still stands. For most of the last 2
What's the utility of framing suffering in this manner? let's you know what, this is a less theory and again more personal. I have a lot of thoughts on it, but one of the challenges of if we look out at the world and we say that suffering is a negative, that there's a neutral like zero and then there's positive, what it does is it gives us a really warped view of what any zero position really is, because we never really have a neutrality. The space between like the highest and lowest parts of your life isn't zero. You don't ever actually experience zero. So if it's a negative, they don't balance. Like enjoyment, suffering, the emotions of all, they're all positive. And when I say positive, I mean that quite literally, that they are affirmed, that they are out of something, that they are happening. They don't happen to pull down. And there's a lot of views of the world. I would put Christianity in this and a lot of others, that the view of how people exist and how people live is that if you're suffering, it's a negative pulling from a positive life. I don't foresee that because I don't understand what a negative could be. I think there's a lot of issues with that. Everything is an affirming. Everything is a positive. And when you start looking at it like that, it shifts what it means to exist in general. When you're going to be suffering, it is not that enjoyment and suffering are the same thing. It's that they are peaks and troughs. They are peaks and troughs, and everything is going through us. And so enjoyment is, the reason Marx talks about enjoyment this way is this reason, because he doesn't want us to have the same negation. He doesn't really talk about production in that way. And I believe that same thing. And I think Nietzsche, Klosowski, Deleuze, Bergson, a whole bunch of great thinkers, even modern, I think that's the big deal. It's always additive or diminishing, but not zero or negative. That negative thing gives us a really weird view of what we should be. There is no should. Klosowski talks about it with Nietzsche, that Nietzsche wrote about seeing waves in the ocean. And he said, waves, you and I, we are of a kind. You are my brother. And he doesn't mean that like he surfs, right? Like what he's saying is, what is a wave? There's not no wave. That's not how waves work. If you've ever seen the ocean, waves don't like go away. They're just diminished or high, up or down. But also waves don't really exist. They're not really there. There's water, but a wave isn't a thing. A wave is the form the water's taking in given its relation to the wave in front of it, the wave behind it, and all the infinite number of waves that have been in succession. The energy passing through that water is forming that. The wave, not the water, is what Nietzsche is saying that is his kin, because it is the same. It is highs and diminishing, ups and downs, but it's not ups and downs to negative. It's ups and downs staying actually always above zero. Always above zero. You have to have that view to engage with suffering in that fashion. I don't know how we force ourselves in that perspective if we don't have it from the go. Oh, I know. Experience excessive suffering and trauma.
What?
That'll do it. And you'll realize that your trauma, and again, not minor traumas, not to knock minor traumas, but if you have a big one, you're not going to go, oh, this is a negative. No, you realize it's actually powerful. You actually realize it's powerful. Yeah, I think it's a big deal. That's my answer. If you've ever experienced anything extremely negative, you will realize it's not actually negative. It's not taking away from anything. It's actually adding. It's 100% additive. The experience of it is unquestionably that.
Decades, American companies.
Sometimes I wish it wasn't so powerful. Yes, but it's not negative. It doesn't detract. It doesn't open a hole in you. You can use that language and it kind of works, but it's never negative. It's not like it's overwhelming. That's how we talk about it. It's powerful. It's overwhelming. It's destructive. And again, when we talk about suffering, when people talk about suffering, if we consider it a negative, we think, oh, we can just add stuff to fix it. That's the other thing that I fucking hate. Like, oh, look, there's so much suffering in the world. I just have to have positive vibes to counteract. Eat shit, eat shit, eat shit. No, positive vibes do fuck all for everyone. Just shove your thumb up your ass and like jerk off in front. No one cares. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. No one cares. Because what matters is that we figure out how to properly counteract the waves that we don't like. That's the big deal. How to play with waves is the point, not just trying to add to it. Because guess what? As anyone who's had trauma knows, people who try to add to it, they go, oh, I'm just going to give you positive. You're making it worse. You make it worse. You're making it worse. Might be negative as in bad. Sure. I mean, if that's the way you use it, but there's a reason we correlate negative and bad, because we think it's detracted from us, because the Christian view is that of the soul and the body and two different things, and that one removes from the other, or one is taking from the other, or it's more body than soul, and it's detracting. It's negative. It's bullshit. It's all bullshit.
Were net buyers of their own shares. They were taking stock off the table, not putting it on. As of this week, that's all over. The stock market has stopped.
Even people being angry for me is unsettling. It is very difficult. Ayn Rand has very few good things she ever said, but a line that I will die if I could have it on my tombstone. We can protect ourselves against those who would hurt us, but God help us against those who would do us well. Ayn Rand said that, and I fucking love that line.
Shrinking and started expanding on a scale that we've never really seen before. Goldman Sachs is forecasting $225 billion of new IPO volume hitting the market this year. Once you include follow-on offerings and other share issuance from the existing giants, they expect that figure to reach $675 billion. This is a fairly considerable change in direction. The reason is, of course, artificial intelligence. Before I dig into that though, let me tell you about this week's video sponsor, Saily. Anyone who travels knows.
Let's not.
Roaming. They're known at building this infrastructure in outer space. So the companies that...
Good talk. It's always a good talk with you, Yagi. People who think they're doing the right thing do the worst things. I think this is where you start talking about like, it's positive, I'm positive, but you're adding to the pile. And if you don't understand that trauma, sadness, negative things we call negative are actually, again, they're a low part of a trough or a high part, depending on how powerful they are. You are adding to a pile that might be very high. So it's not about doing good things to counteract. It's about understanding what needs to be done to counteract the wave. That's the point. Or even to shift the wave or fuck with the wave or adjust it. There's a billion things you can do.
Spent 2 decades buying their own stock back are now all at once selling new stock to the public. The stock market has been redesigned into a giant $675 billion pawn shop where
God damn it.
Is that parents pay to play in this game, and parents can cause a lot of problems if they don't get what they want, okay?
I have
So
700 more.
Parents.
700 more of these
teachers.
clips.
Why? Because the teachers are the ones who are implementing the rules of the game.
Oh,
Okay?
of course.
The way that teachers behave determines how this game is played. And then these two are the most important, okay? Then maybe you have administrators as well, but they're not as important as the parents and the teachers. The government doesn't really matter because they don't really care, right? It's one school among thousands. Who cares what the school does as long as it doesn't cause me any problems? The colleges don't care either. They say they want really passionate students who are curious, who are imaginative from China. They don't care, okay? For them, it's just business. They just want students who are willing to pay money
What the fuck, dude?
to get a crappy education in America. All right? So the costs don't really matter. They'll take anyone who's willing to pay. And the Ivy League, yeah, everyone's getting the Ivy League, but who do the Ivy League want? They want people who want to be successful in life, right? And who are these people? Not the best students. These are people from powerful families. Okay, so this game is rigged, right? They have all this talk about, we want the best motivated students, we want peer students who are curious, who are passionate. It's all nonsense.
Actually. No, it's not.
That's not how the game is played. So the costs don't even matter either.
The style of the game is played.
Okay,
It's not
these
a game,
are the three major players: the parents, the teachers, administrators, students, government, colleges. They are in this game, but they don't really matter. Okay? So now what we're going to do is we'll analyze the mentality, the worldview, the interests of each player. Okay? And again, once we do that, once we figure out where they converge, then we know how the game is constructed. All right.
The most valuable technology companies on
Thanks. Oh, shit.
Earth awkwardly pass the hat around to pay their infrastructure bills. Now remember what IPOs were originally for. A company usually goes public for two reasons: to raise capital for the business and to create a public market where the founders and early shareholders can eventually convert some of their stake into cash. It's not a free lunch, though. You have to listen to your investors and you have to open the books. A private company shows its numbers to nobody, while a public company is required by law to publish audited accounts every quarter in documents that any competitor can download for free. Academics have pointed out it's even subtler than that. A high stock price is itself a signal advertising to all of your rivals how excited investors are about your line of business. So you're tipping off the competition twice, once with the numbers and once with the valuation. The standards have slipped a lot over time. According to a 2000
It's really wild because the number of companies, when you see them go public and how they used to do it and why they do it now, the cynicism of the market, I think, is so next level and kind of. My grandpa's an old mean bastard, had a saying that was, I get more cynical every day and I can't keep up. And it feels like that's like business in general. It's just incredible. Just incredible.
To paper by Ritter and Wells.
For those of you who don't know, Jiang is a psychotic lunatic who was platformed by a handful of real serious news programs. And so I have a bunch of clips that's more or less a combination of making fun of Jiang, because we just listen to him and I can't pause it, I can't comment, it locks everything out until we finish it, but also commenting and saying, good job, Crystal Ball. Because she platformed him, created this, and added 1 million followers to him for YouTube. Good work.
Back in the 1960s and 70s, a prestigious investment bank would generally not take a firm public unless it had at least 4 years of positive earnings. By the 1980s, the bar had dropped to 4 quarters, and even then, only 19% of firms had negative earnings at IPO. That crept up to 37% by the late 1990s and finally reached 79% at the peak of the dot-com bubble. When that bubble burst, the IPO market went quiet, and the press began talking about unicorns, billion-dollar private companies like Google and Facebook that stayed private far longer than ever before because they could raise all of the capital they needed privately.
It's absolutely true, by the way. Breaking Points is regarded. I'm going to assume that's an autocorrect, which is both are true. Regarded for platforming him. They are regarded for that. I agree.
Without any of the costs we just discussed. Today, a billion-dollar private company isn't worth commenting on. We're now in the era of the trillion-dollar private company, and right now, they all seem to want to go public all at once. The biggest of them started trading yesterday, SpaceX. SpaceX priced its IPO on Thursday evening, selling more than.
I don't mean this as an insult, but cynicism is falling back on human morality and whining the very complicated world doesn't fit the human structure. It's a loser mentality. I more mean it as the commentary of once upon a time, people would take their companies public to get a bunch of money for infrastructure. And then they realized that people just want to be able to trade and make money. So they don't care about that anymore. And they just now have silly dollars that they invest in, to the point where it's such a cynical, and I think cynical is the right word. It's such a cynical, bare naked view of the thing that is happening and the belief systems at work that a $2.1 trillion company got its valuation inside of 3 days, despite having nothing that will ever make a profit. By the way, Starlink, not profitable. It's profitable on its own, but it's not profitable as part of what it actually is, which is part of SpaceX. It doesn't work like that. They have this division that's making money. How do they get them into space? Oh yeah, the rest of SpaceX, which is fundamentally failing. If SpaceX was a separate company, Starlink would fail. So that doesn't matter. Like, it's all lies. And it's this awful nightmare that we have waiting in front of us that just hurts me.
555 million shares at exactly $135 each, raising around $75 billion and possibly $86 billion if the banks exercise their green shoe option.
This hurts. This is insane. And absolutely, by the way, they're all doing this.
An over-allotment mechanism named after the green shoe manufacturing company, which first used one in 1960. At $135 a share, the whole company is valued at $1.78 trillion, which makes it, by a wide margin, the largest IPO in the history of
Look at this. Largest IPO in the history.
finance. One additional thing stands out.
It beats Saudi Aramco by like 4x. That's an oil company that actually has things.
Selling $75 to $86 billion of stock at a $1.78 trillion valuation means SpaceX sold around 4 or 5% of itself to the public. For the biggest IPO ever, that's a remarkably small slice. Companies usually offer around 20% of their stock. The company raised an enormous sum while parting with almost none of itself, which tells you most of what you need.
Oh, and also, we're going to do this. For those of you who don't know, this is, I think this is still cool. I'm still pretty happy about this. One of the things that was troubling is everything was in its spot. I've been saving this. Everything still has its connections, still has its setup, and we can zoom in on any of them. I've been waiting to do that live. I've been waiting. It turned out pretty. It's not as pretty as I wanted to do. I thought I did some clever code about like it spiraling, but I don't really care. It turned into the grid that I asked for, which is good. Not bad. Yes. I'm pretty happy with it for the most part. What are you doing, Dexter?
I just want another sour candy. Goodbye.
Okay.
To know about who has the upper hand here. And it carries through into how the deal is structured, because as a shareholder, you get remarkably little for your money. Like Zuckerberg and Google before him, Musk used a dual-class share structure.
If you just finished The Trouble with Being Born, then you know the answer to why that happens. It's because people think there's hope. That's the worst thing about it. I mean, it's one of the things I agree with Soren on. His line, I would end myself if it wasn't possible to do so. Fuck.
Structure. His Class B shares carry 10 votes each.
This is how fucking upsetting this is. Okay. Look, everyone expects these things. All these guys always do this dumb shit where they put themselves in a fucking place where they have all the control. No one can do anything. But that actually hasn't been done to the level of Musk. And every time I talk about this, some asshole goes, well, Mark Zuckerberg also did this. Didn't Steve Jobs do this? It's like, yeah, but there are points of difference. Like, you need to understand that normal companies, if a handful of investors demand a thing, if they want records, they get them because there are laws in various states that are set up to do this. And CEOs can still be gotten rid of, even if it's excessive. If Mark Zuckerberg were to go around and just start shooting employees, they can get rid of him. Musk could go to jail for fraud, and he's going to be the CEO of these companies, and they can't get rid of him. Like, what the fuck? Like, and he goes into they moved to Texas for this very reason. It is impossible for anyone to actually do anything to SpaceX except for Musk. That's it.
The Class A shares, the ones the public are buying, carry 1 vote, which means that Musk doesn't really have to listen to the people who just funded him.
He's being coy about this. It's one of the times I don't like how Patrick is dry with his humor. Hey, because I don't think it's smart here. Musk doesn't really have to listen. No, he doesn't have to listen. There's no edging it. He has absolutely no obligation to listen to anyone, even if all of the people who bought shares got together. He doesn't have, it's insane.
On top of that, SpaceX reincorporated from Delaware to Texas in 2024, and Texas law is considerably less shareholder friendly. It requires you to own a 3% stake worth tens of billions of dollars before you can even file a shareholder proposal, which removes that option for essentially everyone watching this video. And then there's the courthouse. SpaceX's charter pushes disputes into mandatory private arbitration, waives the right to a jury trial, and bans class actions. As the shareholder advocate Bruce Herbert put it,
85% of voting power? Oh no. Yes, but also no. There's other things that are in it. It's fucking nuts.
The structure closes the voting door, the courthouse door, and the proposal door simultaneously, which he called unprecedented. So you can give SpaceX your money, but you can't vote, you can't realistically sue.
Give me 1 second. I have to be a father for a moment. 1 moment, everyone. 1 moment. Hey, Dexter. 1 sec. Hey, Dex. Hey, Dex. On your Steam Deck. I'm going to count to 10. Go get your Steam Deck. Get you playing. Or no Steam Deck tonight. And try not to throw more paper airplanes at my head. One was cute. One paper airplane hitting my head was cute. Shit. I'm not muted. Oh. That's fine. I'm ashamed. I fucking don't want to get hit in the head.
File a proposal. In exchange, you get a small, voteless, unlitigatable piece of the largest company ever to go public. Now, you might think that putting together the largest financial transaction in human history would be a moment of...
How is this legal? So here's the thing. Under any other president in the history of America, including George Bush 1 and 2, Ronald Reagan, Nixon, anyone, it would not have been. It would not have been legal. All of this would have been stopped basically in its tracks at almost every turn because it is a scam. SpaceX is not a company. Dude, seriously, what are you doing? Oh my God. Oh my God, you're just tormenting me. Why are you doing this? Play your Steam Deck. Go play your Steam Deck. Oh, did you throw it in the trash accidentally? Back. Away from there, not behind there. No. Hey, dude, you know you're not supposed to go back there. No. Dude, come on. Go sit. How is this legal? I don't know why he's allowed to do this. He keeps throwing paper airplanes at my fucking head. It should be against the law.
Triumph for Wall Street. Victory laps, expensive dinners, reminding everyone.
You throw one more of those. No candy tonight. And I'm going to take the Steam Deck. Play your Steam Deck and enjoy. Dude, seriously, play your Steam Deck.
Who runs the global economy. But the SpaceX IPO has actually been an exercise in profound, almost agonizing public humiliation for the world's most prestigious banks. If you think retail investors got a raw deal, you should see what happened to the bankers. Okay, they're still doing fine. It's a half a...
He's my kid. What do I expect? He's gonna be fucking with me. He's my kid. Dude, you doing it? Plugging in?
Yeah.
Yeah, get the keyboard. Keyboard in front of you?
Yeah.
All right, you get one last throw with the paper airplane.
Okay.
One last throw. That's it. God damn it. A second paper airplane has hit Brooks. A second paper airplane has hit Brooks. That's it for the night. He's currently playing Cozy Typer. Otherwise, he's been playing Subnautica Below Zero, Human Fall Flat. And what's your other favorite game on the Steam Deck? Slime Rancher 2. A lot of Slime Rancher 2.
$1 billion in fees, but they're not doing as well as they'd hoped. Normally, an investment bank's main job in an IPO, and the way it justifies its enormous fee, is price discovery. It sets a reasonable price range and then spends weeks calling institutional investors to ask how many shares they'd buy and at what price, building out an order book, managing the tension between the company, which wants a high price, and the investors who want a good deal.
It's not that he's got fine taste. It's that Steam has the most extraordinary family control system for kids that exists. It beats Nintendo's by a wide margin. So I can select anything from my library and allow it for him. And so he's basically got a refined child version of my game library. And I can remove them or add them anytime I want. It's phenomenal.
SpaceX completely inverted this. Matt Levine explained this with his Elon Markets hypothesis, where SpaceX simply announced that it was going public and that the price was exactly $135 a share. No range, no negotiation, no balancing of sentiment.
Think about that. Do you guys understand how insane this is? Like, Elon Musk just decided what the stock would be, and people are like, cool. And he's an idiot.
Decided that the company was worth $135 a share and told Wall Street to go out and sell it. It's the financial equivalent of a...
Banning kids from media because it's crap? Yes. If you don't understand, it's hard to tell you what it's like to be a child in this world until you... And you want to know what it's like to be a parent. Here's what you do. Go on YouTube. Go on guest mode. Or create a new account or incognito mode, whatever. Go on YouTube and find the first child video you see on the front page. Doesn't matter. Go find Daniel Tiger, go search for anything and watch it for like a few minutes and then see the ads that pop up and then tap next and just do like simulate just tapping next or the ad for 10 minutes. And you'll want to burn down the internet. You'll agree with me that Section 230 needs to be destroyed and Taylor Lorenz is a fucking hack.
Highly paid surgeon being asked to stand in the corner and hold a tray while the patient happily operates on himself. And because the banks were...
How do I explain to Elon, the people that Elon didn't earn his power? Elon Musk 100% made his money from government subsidies. And you can track this in paperwork. He and his brother did a scam company under basically subsidies for solar power. And when he bought Tesla, and he didn't found Tesla, he bought it and forced them to call him a founder as part of the purchase, and then lobbied in multiple countries and states and was very successful, passing laws that created what are called carbon credits. So if you bought a car at any point that was not electric, what it would do is it would trigger an automatic payment from the car company you bought it from to whatever company had a majority electric. I told you last time. You want to try it? You would try me?
Nope.
Okay.
But I'll try.
Majority electric fleet. Do you know what company had a majority electric fleet? There's only one in the world for a long time. As soon as there was a second one, those laws went away. Tesla, without that money, would never have turned a profit. Go look. It's in their public P&Ls. You can go see it. It's very easy to see. They're liars. And he's literally only made money by stealing it from other people and having government handouts happen to him. There's a reason he and Trump get along extremely well. And yes, as Mark says, that was despite basically not actually selling very many cars. Correct. So he is 100% on the government tit in every single way that he pretends he hates other people being on it, because he'll talk about welfare queen black mothers who do. He literally has taken more money from the government than all of those people put together in the last couple decades. Easy. One moment.
Stripped of their function.
Okay. Hey. You want to do it again? You're playing here, or you're playing on the couch. Pick one. You are trying my patience. You want to try my patience, or do you want to just play your Steam Deck? All right, that's the way to go. Do you want to try my patience, or do you want to just play your Steam Deck? Smart move.
They were also stripped of their fees, which truly is the
What do you think about philosophy of sport? I don't know.
worst part. Historically, the standard fee for taking a company public in the United States was 7%. On very large deals, they cut those fees quite a bit. Facebook paid 1.1% in 2012.
Must made shady money. So people will lean on and say, what about Zip2 and what about PayPal? And this is actually a thing you can say about Peter Thiel. Anyone who made money out of PayPal, which is all of these people, by the way, we are in a position because of PayPal. That is what made our country what it is. I'm not joking at all. All that money from PayPal exists because Bill Clinton and Al Gore refused to actually regulate what was clearly a banking scheme, and illegally PayPal built themselves into being a bank and just hired lawyers and lobbyists to stop people from doing anything about it. PayPal was a bank. It's not even a question, by the way. By every legal definition that exists, they were a bank. But they didn't have to do any of the bank stuff, and so that's how they existed and that's how they made money. So, it's all scams. It's all doing things that are genuinely straight up unethical or illegal, but finding ways to do it anyway because you have enough money. PayPal is legally a bank in most countries. Correct. In almost every country, but not America, where it mattered. Because here's how it works. If you're not a bank in America, everyone else just pretends they're in America because we live in hell.
Uber paid 1.3% in 2019. For SpaceX,
and I'm sorry I'm stopping it so much. He's going over just awful stuff, but like the PayPal thing was not the beginning of flaunting laws, but it was that where the lie started, where it's like, hey, look, it's the internet. The laws won't catch up. They will. The laws already were written to regulate all of these things. That it doesn't say the internet doesn't matter. That it doesn't say digitally doesn't matter. That's not how laws worked. That's not how laws work now, but it is when you're corrupt politicians and lawmakers. There's no reason that any of this wasn't regulated. This is why we have a thing where, for example, a scooter company just litters the street with scooters, like cheap shit scooters that they just let get the shit kicked out of them, and they let clutter up the city at no cost to themselves, which would be illegal and is illegal and is finable in the level that they're doing it. And actually people could go to jail for it because it's mass dumping, but it didn't because they said, oh, technically it's bullshit. This is that strategy. And we're seeing it all the way through. The way that people who were like super into crypto were like, hey, look, it's not stock. This is not security because we don't use that word because of that's how magic works. If I say that word, it's not the same spell. And they're just garbage.
the most powerful investment banks on earth, fought over the deal and eventually agreed to less than 0.75%. Now, in fairness, 0.75% of $75 billion is still over $500 million. So no one's taking up a collection for them. But on the rate, the thing bankers measure their status by, they completely surrendered.
So how did they leverage acting like a bank without being one into profitability? It's really hard to explain in a simple way, except that if you had $1 billion and you could let it go in and out of various bonds or stocks on the fly and sort of keep people's money for an extra 3 days. Oh, we're going to have a transaction. There's no reason for PayPal to require a 7-day transaction time. That's not a thing. Oh, but we're going to keep your money for 7 days. So you can have a 7-day rolling total. So that way you can have it in bonds, you can have it in investments, and you can just peel off all the fucking profit and financialization you want. Look into how airlines and airline miles companies work. You know what? We're not going to not listen to Patrick. I love Patrick. We're not going to not listen to him today. That's not my jam. I don't feel like not listening to Patrick today. What I do feel like is educating and watching shit I want to watch, which is what Stupid Day is about. And that's what we're going to do because it's fucking Stupid Day. How airline miles work. Please be the good vibe. Where's the good video? Where's the good video? Wendover Productions. That's one of the best fucking videos they've ever made. Totally we're gonna watch this and talk about it. This is one of those things. It's like when you understand how this functions as a thing, I need to figure out how to. This is Google's limitation. I don't know why it makes me do this every time. Very frustrating.
Last year, for the first time ever, the public got a glimpse into the financials of airline frequent flyer program.
So they're going to explain it, but let's just top line it. You've seen it. Buy miles. Credit card companies do it. Oh, you buy this, you get X number of miles that you can then exchange for fucking concert tickets or rental cars or whatever. That thing. How do you make money on that? Well, just be ready for this. I find this shit shocking, but just enjoy.
What they saw was truly astonishing. During the early days of the COVID-19 pandemic, airlines were hemorrhaging money, and so, naturally, they looked for a loan. United, for example, sought $5 billion to tide the company over.
This is similar rewards points? Yes. This is the best version of it, but just enjoy. Anyone who's not like super familiar with how business works. If you're a young person who's like, you think business is about like, I pay people or I fuck them over and I get exploited. Like you're like, if you think that's what business is, this is the video to watch and understand that you don't have a concept of how the economy functions at large. And once you watch this and you get a grasp of this, you'll understand this is how all of it is working. That you buying a thing isn't the point. That no one makes money on you purchasing shit. No one cares about you purchasing shit. Not really.
Until travel came back, but like with any loan, they needed to put up collateral. They needed to offer something to the bank that it would acquire if the company failed to pay the loan back. The problem was, United wasn't worth much at the time since, of course, it was hemorrhaging money, meaning it would have had to offer a huge chunk of itself as collateral. Rather, they decided to offer one of their subsidiaries as
This is crazy.
Mileage Plus Holdings LLC, essentially their loyalty program. Of course, given that United is a publicly traded company, they have various financial reporting requirements, including the obligation to file a Form 8K with the Securities and Exchange Commission whenever a major business event takes place, such as taking out a multi-billion-dollar loan. Of thousands, one line on this document stood out. Quote, multiplying Mileage Plus Holdings' 2019 EBITDA by a factor of 12 equates to a Mileage Plus valuation of approximately $21.9 billion. $21.9 billion. That's the value of United's loyalty program, according to the company and this loan. Similar financial disclosures from Delta and American Airlines peg the value of their loyalty programs at $26 billion and $19.5 to $31.5 billion.
And again, that multiplier for EBITDA, if they were taking the same one for Elon Musk, you're talking about it being a $20 trillion company. If SpaceX made sense in the rest of the world, no one else does that. But like this 12x multiplier, the rewards program is a different company, not just a different company, a bigger company.
Respectively. So, notwithstanding their size, why did these numbers turn heads? Well, because of these. The airlines' market caps. These figures equal the total value of all the shares in each company. It's essentially a real-time indicator of what Wall Street considers a company worth, given the ebbs and flows in stock prices. At the time, United's was $10 billion, Delta's $20 billion, and American's $6 billion. So the value of each airline is less than the value of their loyalty programs, which is interesting in and of itself, but the airlines own their loyalty programs. Therefore, at least according to Wall Street, airlines themselves are worthless. In fact, they're more than worthless.
Think about that. I love it. I love his phrasing on this. Wendover Productions. Can't recommend them enough. Put a link in chat.
They have negative value. They're loss leaders. And the only thing imparting each airline with value is its loyalty program. This is a less absurd proposition than it might initially seem. In 2018, well before the COVID-induced travel downturn, American Airlines earned about 14.42 cents in passenger revenue per seat per mile flown. But simultaneously, it cost them 14.85 cents to operate a given seat 1 mile. So the airline actually lost about half a cent for each mile it flew each seat. The company, however, earned $1.9 billion in pre-tax profits thanks exclusively to their $4.2 billion in frequent flyer program revenue. In the US, airports are plastered with ads for co-branded airline credit cards touting free checked bags and other benefits. They're stuffed with lounges accessible to frequent flyers, but not even first-class passengers. They're littered with priority lanes reserved for getting elite status members through security and onto planes more quickly. Airlines even have their flight attendants acting as salespeople, reciting credit card pitches at 30,000 feet in exchange for the chance of a commission on a passenger's sign-up. The reason why the entire flying process in the US and increasingly other countries seems like a carefully manicured experience nudging you to sign up for credit cards and frequent flyer programs is because of these numbers. Airlines are hardly transportation companies anymore. Over the past 40 years, they've crafted a system so effective, so unbelievably advantageous to their own interests, that they are now willing to lose money flying to prop up their frequent flyer businesses.
Like, think about that. Like, just take a moment and just realize the business that you probably, and anyone who's a normal human would go, oh, airlines make money because I buy plane tickets. They fly people from one place to another for money, and they sell us food and bonuses and seats and things. And that's how they make money. I have a business degree. But the answer is no. The airline seats are a loss leader for fun bucks. For itchy and scratchy dollars. That's the point. Most people don't know how business works. Business people, no one knows how business works. Look, this is insane. This is like the stupidest shit that exists in the world, and it's not even like the most upsetting at all. If the airline goes under, so does the loyalty program, but not vice versa. What if the airline goes under? The royalty program will keep it going. Why? Did you see how much more they're worth? Like literally billions of dollars in profit more. They keep them afloat. They literally actively are keeping the airlines afloat.
Businesses whose core proposition is giving away free flights.
And they're banks. By the way, this is why it connects to the PayPal thing. The airline's a bank. This is a bank. This is what a bank does. This is what a bank does. It's not credit exactly, but this is like, oh, we don't deal with money. We deal with miles. That's a completely different M word. What, you can use miles to exchange for goods and services? Yes, but it's fun.
Today, airlines are basically banks. This all snowballed from a concept no different than the loyalty punch card at your
Yeah, McDonald's is a real estate firm. Airlines, loss leaders, rewards. The reason we have the McRib when we do is because pork futures are cheaper to activate than they are more profitable to actually use than they are to sell, because McDonald's is one of the largest pork futures buyers in the world. That capitalism is not business. Capitalism is finance. That's the Michael Keaton movie about McDonald's it's just fuck. Let me see if I can pull that moment up. It's so good. Stop that. Why are you doing that? McDonald's movie. Keaton moment. It's Michael Keaton plays a bastard, but he plays it very well. We'll come back to this. I know where we are in this video. So Roy Kroc buys McDonald's from the McDonald's brothers, and Roy Kroc is Michael Keaton. This is one of the McDonald's brothers. I think is one of them, and they're about to talk shit. And the reason that he's going to say the reason he bought it, and it's so fucking. He's not just talking about brand value. He's talking about think of all the other fast food places. Like right, the scene, he goes through it a little bit longer, but Long John Silver's, Burger King, KFC, Taco Bell. Literally all of them say the name of the thing that it is. McDonald's is beyond it. It's somehow escaped that, and it's because of the Old McDonald Farm. It's because it's sort of Irish, Scottish-ish enough. Yeah, but it's not like McDonald's. It's McDonald's. It's nice. It's all of those things. It's just simply empty and nice. And it's just the simplicity of it. And he buys it. And by the way, he's right. Like, the name is what did it. It's such a fucking good scene. It's just such a fucking good scene.
15.42 cents in passenger revenue per seat per mile flown. Pre-tax profits, thanks exclusively to their $4.2 billion in frequent flyer program revenue. In the US, airports are plastered with ads for co-branded airline credit cards touting free checked bags and other benefits. They're stuffed with lounges accessible to frequent flyers, but not even first-class passengers. They're littered with priority lanes reserved for getting elite status members through security and onto planes more quickly. Airlines even have their flight attendants acting as salespeople, reciting credit card pitches at 30,000 feet in exchange for the chance of a commission on a passenger's sign-up. The reason why the entire flying process in the US and increasingly other countries seems like a carefully manicured experience nudging you to sign up for credit cards and frequent flyer programs is because of these numbers. Airlines are hardly transportation companies anymore. Over the past 40 years, they've crafted a system so effective, so unbelievably advantageous to their own interests, that they are now willing to lose money flying to prop up their frequent flyer businesses. Businesses whose core proposition is giving away free flights. Today, airlines are basically banks. This all snowballed from a concept no.
He's not joking, by the way. Like, when I talked about PayPal earlier being a bank, it's like, well, how do they make money? Well, here's miles. These are miles. This is, by the way, if you can't understand how this is just what PayPal and all the others were doing, and how so many companies are doing this now.
Different than the loyalty punch card at your favorite sandwich place. You fly a certain number of times, you get a free flight. While airlines had already started tracking the activity of individual flyers, formal frequent flyer programs became technically and legally possible with the deregulation of the American airline industry in 1978. The first program was set up by a small airline called Texas International, which later merged with Continental, but the first major long-haul airline to do so was American Airlines in 1981. What the airline observed was not surprising. American Advantage members were more likely to choose to fly with American so that they could accumulate enough miles to get a free flight. In fact, they were even willing to pay slightly more, some 5% extra for an American flight rather than an equivalent United flight, for example, since that United flight
Everything is a bank? Correct. Steam. Steam is a bank. If you don't understand how, you need to get to trading.
wouldn't get them any closer to a free American flight. It's all sunk cost fallacy. If someone's earned 10,000 Advantage miles, they'd prefer to fly American and get to the 12,500th for a free flight rather than starting from zero with United, even if they'd earn the same number of miles.
Give it a second, Lost Maiden. You're really not far off. Actually, you're pretty close.
Overall, the program certainly did have an expense for the airline, but it quickly became clear that the expense was far eclipsed by the additional revenue it brought in. But more significant than the program's launch was its first evolution beyond the sandwich shop punch card. In 1982, American partnered with Hertz and Holland America to allow its members to earn points when renting cars or booking cruises, but the concept of earning points with partners was not what was revolutionary about this. Rather, it was the behind-the-scenes mechanics that made that possible. American wasn't going to give miles away for free when people spent money at another company because the redemption of miles did have a cost for the airline. Beyond small variable costs like food, fuel, insurance, and more, there is potentially significant opportunity cost from offering a seat in exchange for points if that seat might have otherwise been booked by a paying passenger.
Is there a reason why capitalism is tending towards developing everything into a bank? It's not tending towards it. That's all capitalism's ever been. Again, capitalism isn't about businesses. It's not about a person having a business. Capitalism is specifically invested capital. That's what makes it different. It's not mercantilism. People trading shit has happened for forever. Having money has happened for forever. This stuff is boring as fuck. It's specifically the detached relationality that is a singular currency that can be invested across anything to anything, and that can be used to, again, extract everything, from labor to qualities to love to whatever. You don't think you can buy it? You can. That's capital. But that's not just buying and selling stuff. That's more than just buying and selling. That's investing. And investing is more. That's what capitalism is and has been. Again, Marx.
Therefore, American needed to be compensated for the miles it gave to Hertz and Holland America, and so, for the first time, it put a real monetary price on its imaginary points. While the actual numbers are closely guarded secrets, American Airlines would, for example, sell 1 point to Hertz for 1 cent, which Hertz would then reward to its customers in order to incentivize them to rent at Hertz rather than another rental car company that did not reward airline points. Now, if Hertz paid that 1 cent per mile, which is within the range of educated estimates, and if a customer redeemed 25,000 miles for a domestic flight, which was a typical redemption rate at the time, that means American would have earned $250 for a domestic flight. Considering the typical variable cost for a domestic flight was about $15, American Airlines quickly recognized just how incredible the profit opportunities could be.
That's so fucking crazy. So fucking crazy. It hurts so much as you start, I hate this so much.
They started to realize them in 1987 when American teamed up with Citibank to offer a co-branded credit card. That way, for every dollar spent on the card, the member would earn a point. This dramatically increased the volume at which American and other airlines sold points to external partners, and shifted these programs from ways to incentivize more spending on airfare to profit centers in and of themselves. Today, part of the strength of these multi-billion-dollar programs is based on the fact that, despite their strength, government and businesses essentially treat them the same as that sandwich shop punch card. To start with, almost universally, points are not taxed. Despite the fact that one can accumulate points like income and redeem them for something worth money, governments consider it a rebate or cash back on your purchase, because to get that reward, you had to spend money, and you can't exchange that reward for money, at least officially. Just as you don't pay tax on the amount saved when bananas are 25% off at the grocery store, you don't pay tax when the airline awards you points you can use for free flights. In this case, the savings just happen further away from purchase. However, unlike with sandwich punch cards or banana discounts, in this case, the people paying for the flights are often different than those receiving the reward. Almost all of airlines' most frequent flyers travel on business, in which case their employers pay the airfare.
That's the biggest one. I've been fortunate with some hell of a jobs. When I was working for Jim, when I was vice president of production at Lightstorm, which is James Cameron's production company. My boss was John Landau, God rest his soul. He would literally book all of everyone's travel on his own personal credit card so he could get the miles. Everyone. And all of us flew first class because the company was paying. And because the company was paying him, he would do it because he wanted the most money for his miles so he could just fly whenever he wanted for free.
Despite that, frequent flyer programs award points to the individual flying, not the individual paying. In addition, if the employee books the trip on their company card, they also get the credit card points from that spend. The companies paying don't really have a problem with this because it essentially acts as a free, tax-free benefit for their employees. Business travel isn't anywhere as glamorous as it used to be, so companies are happy to allow their employees to earn points they can eventually.
It's not really true. If you haven't flown in really nice, there's good flying out there. That I will never afford personally, but it's pretty great. Doesn't the credit card should have high interest rate get a profit? I mean, we don't care about that. That's not even relevant at this point.
Used for leisure travel in exchange for them getting out on the road and making money. Of course, this potentially creates a scenario in which the individual is incentivized to fly or pay more on the company's dime, but most don't seem too worried about this. So both tax law and company policy, or the lack of it, works in favor of the airline. The way in which frequent flyer programs were set up wasn't perfect though.
Why is communism dangerous? What the fuck would happen to all my airline miles? Okay?
There was potential for exploits. Namely, as airline revenue management systems became more complex, price and travel distance became less and less correlated. Nowadays, it's rather intuitive to us that the 400-mile flight from DC to Nantucket, a high-end vacation destination, is going to cost more than the 400-mile flight from DC to Boston. In fact, American's lowest price for that Nantucket flight is $98, while its flights to Boston start at just $49. So it's double the price for the same distance, simply because the more wealthy travelers headed to Nantucket are more likely to pay for the convenience of a non-stop flight. Meanwhile, based on the
Tell Jane hi.
Traditional 1 mile, 1 point system, the member would still gain just 400 points for each of those flights despite the difference in price. Therefore, if someone found an itinerary that was low cost but long distance, their mileage earning could be so high that the miles earned would be worth more than the cost of the flight. For example, if one found an itinerary from Los Angeles to San Francisco via Chicago, the traveler would earn 10 times the points than if they flew direct, and more complex revenue management systems would likely price that long, circuitous connecting itinerary lower than the non-stop one since it was less convenient. All around, this was bad for airlines. It was incentivizing people to take longer, multi-stop itineraries, which cost the airline more to operate, and it forced them to give out more miles, which cost the airline more in redemptions. In short, they were incentivizing against their own interests.
But again, at this point, still, it sucks, and we hate this in whatever capitalism, but at this point, there is like a visible system that people can understand, that you can see the exchange, you can see the setup. We can't have that.
This was a rare element of the system that did not work in their favor.
Yeah, it's good for consumers. Fuck that.
So they changed it. Over the past decade, nearly every major program has pivoted to a system where passengers are rewarded points based on how many dollars they spend rather than how many miles they fly. Among the big 3 American airlines, it's simple. You spend $1, you earn 5 points. This shifted the system from one where the airline wins overall, but might lose out from time to time, to one where the airline quite literally cannot lose. At least on the earnings side, revenue-based systems cannot be exploited. But airlines quickly figured out how to restructure the redemption side in their favor too. It used to be that any economy class flight within the continental US cost 12,500 points on United, regardless of whether it was a Tuesday in February or the Sunday after Thanksgiving. That's despite the fact that cash rates were undoubtedly far higher on the Sunday after Thanksgiving, one of the highest demand travel days of the year. While availability of point seats differed, that meant that someone who did manage to score a Thanksgiving Sunday booking on points got a deal. The cost for the airline to offer that seat on points was greater than what the airline earned. That's since the opportunity cost on those highest demand days is huge, as almost every available seat is likely to be sold for cash. Even if it all worked out in the end in the airline's favor, they didn't like these losses, so they switched the way redemptions worked too.
Genuinely, I'm so sorry everyone didn't get to enjoy these systems because they were kind of like interesting and they weren't awful to experience. I took on miles purely a couple times because of work. I took vacations. Heather and I randomly decided to drive through Vegas on the way home to Denver for Christmas. And we stayed for a few days in a Vegas hotel for free, ate for free, did everything for free. It was great. You could do that. Now you don't get fucking anything.
Now, nearly every major airline has dynamic award charts. Just like how cash fares rise for high demand days, so too do point redemption rates. For example, in October 2022, United is charging
Yeah, we did get our Hawaii hotel with which one? Visiting Rob or when we went down and we stayed in the Big Island? I can't remember. But like we had credit card points because I was flying so fucking much. When I was at Lightstorm, I was flying just all the time. Like I was doing day trips to fucking Hong Kong. Don't do that. It's no fun. Yeah, the Big Island trip. We stayed in a nice hotel for that too, didn't we? That was like super nice. Dole also got Hawaii for free. I don't know. They had to kill a bunch of people. I didn't have to kill a bunch of people. I just flew a bunch.
$114 for non-stop Newark to Denver flights on low demand Tuesdays and $254 on high demand Sundays. Meanwhile, mile redemption rates rise.
The video's too loud. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I'll just move myself up. Because that's what it is. It's
from 8,300 to 22,200. That roughly 2.5 times rise for each means that mile rates are now correlated to cash rates, and so arbitrage between what airlines charge in miles and cash is no longer possible. So they've now closed loopholes.
They fixed it. Fucked us. That's the short version. Just awful. Just awful. Just awful. All right, done with all that. Here's the video I wanted to watch. We're going to do this because this is the one I've been trying. I started this. I watched like 7 or 8 minutes and I went, I can't. This is something that I have no interest in, like listening to all this dumb shit. I can't. Okay. Let's start by talking about how knowledge works. And this is going to be mostly me complaining, by the way. Because it's this video.
I'm an elementary school teacher and students have accidentally called me different names. Mom, Mama. But today, a student accidentally called me Alexa.
Honey, teaching kids isn't the same anymore. I gotta keep the kids constantly engaged. Not even just engaged, but almost overstimulated. Girl, I got kids saying 6-7 repeatedly. They don't even know how to spell 6-7.
Kids can't do basic things anymore.
We have 0 problem-solving skills. And it's not even just the inability to do work. It's the inability to follow any directions.
We're at the point in the literacy crisis where whole classrooms of kids are struggling with reading in like 3rd, 4th, 5th grade. I don't know. Kids are not being taught well enough to even work at Taco Bell.
The iPad in every classroom ruin education. Not only do they have screen time all the time at home, they also always have a screen at school.
We are scared because we are watching critical thinking disappear in real time.
As somebody that taught high school, we should all be scared.
All right. We'll go for another few minutes, but really, this is, I think, all I needed to understand that this thing is going to be framed in a very particular way. So many of those videos are very, very fucking specific. And guys, I don't know if you saw it, but one of the things, and I talk about the difference between like proper critique. Sunday on his channel has a reading. I'm going to end up doing my own, but it's a reading I'm doing with him of the idea of pure critique. And it's really important to understand why I use particular words. Because when I say that what I'm seeing here is the representational model of work and mind and labor in service of particular things, we're talking about how people speak about things that people speak about. That what's happening is they're going through and talking through the language of a thing within the thing itself. They're talking about the container of knowledge that is the child, the methods that are missing inside of things, the way teachers are functioning, and all of these things as a thing are ideas within the mode that is education or learning. But none of it is outside of that critique. None of it elevates to the point where we're actually having a real discussion or a real moment where we're able to look at the system and actually critique it properly. It's just argument. And I know I expect little from YouTube, but I should expect less, clearly. This language, I think, is going to carry forward. Again, I only did the next, 6-7 minutes. It is not a super long video, but I found it very upsetting. So we're going to make our way through it. Come on.
Every generation has had its defining threat to overcome, right? Boomers were worried about nuclear war, millennials are worried about climate collapse, Gen Z grew up surrounded by existential instability, and Gen Alpha will have super intelligent AI nipping at their heels.
Okay, I hate this. This is not true, by the way, as a thing. None of this is. This is not how this works. I hate this already, but we'll let it go.
Threatening to destroy humanity. Still, each generation has done their best to suppress these threats. Boomers implemented treaties to prevent the spread of nuclear weapons. Millennials
Do you like the example she uses?
Healed the ozone through boomers were worried about nuclear war. Millennials are worried about climate collapse. Gen Z grew up surrounded by existential instability. And Gen Alpha will have super intelligent AI nipping at their heels, threatening to destroy humanity. Still, each generation has done their best to suppress these threats. Boomers
If you're making a video about education, I don't have a lot of standards. But if you're making a video about how the kids be dumb, and your example of people signing nuclear non-proliferation treaties as the boomers is FDR, you have a fucking serious lack of knowledge on things and should take just a moment. You should just take a moment and go, huh, I shouldn't make a video.
Implemented treaties to prevent the spread of nuclear weapons. Millennials healed the ozone through banning plastic straws.
I'm not a fan of the sarcasm. Also, I don't get it. It's bad language.
Gen Z is still working on it. And when it comes time, Gen Alpha will confront the AI threat head on using grit, critical thinking, and sheer determination.
Okay. There's a panic here that's very particular up front. And it's really funny how it's said because it's talking about how, as you can see, like this is the framing of the video. They're going to have this existential threat of AI, and they're not going to be able to match up to it. And none of the other generations she's mentioned have matched up to it. She literally has named things that have failed and didn't work and didn't do the thing and actually weren't the thing fundamentally. But this group,
right?
Maybe.
Well, that is still to be determined because as of right now, they can't even handle their iPads buffering without having a full emotional breakdown. The thing is, these aren't just toddlers that we're talking.
That's not how that works. As a parent, I can tell you that's not how that works. That child's having an emotional meltdown not because the thing's buffering. It's not that. It's a multifaceted existence that people have, and people who don't have kids should not try to pretend like they have the fucking slightest clue about this. I can't. This person does not have children
About anymore, as the oldest of Gen Alpha are entering high school, meaning that time is running out to get these kids to the level of capability needed to navigate the adult world.
I don't know that word. I don't even know how to read.
With emotional regulation, problem solving, communication, resilience, concentration, and even basic independence all under threat, the reality is that many children are falling behind across the board. And listen, as a mother of a Gen Alpha
Oh God, she's a mother of a kid older than Dexter. That's great.
school-age kid, I have thoughts. So listen up because
We don't really need them, probably. Jesus Christ. God, I hope Heather stopped watching.
class is in session, and today's lesson includes the dissection of why kids aren't learning basic life skills in school anymore, and what it means to pass over the world's responsibilities to an underprepared generation.
Okay, let's talk about the order of things that she is pulling on. Let's talk about the order of things she's pulling on. She's talking about this idea of the mastered thesis. I can't help but pull in Rancia. Anytime we talk about education, how kids aren't learning, you have to go read The Ignorant Schoolmaster, the story of Jacques Taux. This teacher who didn't speak Flemish, had to teach in a Flemish school, and fundamentally learned that actually knowledge isn't a thing that we impart. Knowledge is a constructive process that's co-created. That thing that she's doing is undoing that and trying to build something in a very particular way that I already am feeling upset about. I'm really not. I've done a lot of work on this. So just to privilege myself a little bit and talk about a few things. No, I don't have degrees. I don't have any of that shit. I've done actual work on literacy and numeracy programs with multiple actual government agencies, building software, building educational software, building VR software, building entire educational pipelines, utilizing technology with these things. And I've been fortunate to work with people who have advanced as fuck degrees in all of these pedagogies, who I got to learn a ton of stuff from, and I got to see the outcome of these things and how kids actually use these things. I have multiple videos on literacy that I go over and how kids are treated and how literacy functions. If you do not understand the classroom, here's how you know, by the way, I haven't watched far enough to know, but if she doesn't bring up phonics versus 3Qing, she does not understand any of this. And it's all bullshit. That's how that works, by the way. Like that's the thing. If you don't understand that, and that's not part of what you talk about as a frustration, the way that we fundamentally have changed in the last 25 years, how we teach reading, and that it has been a fundamental disaster at every single fucking level because there's no science behind it, no learning, and all the statistics show otherwise. If you don't realize that, you do not understand education and you should not be commenting on it. What is 3Qing? There's a lot of names for it, but effectively there's two ways that reading is taught. One is the way I think works, which is you read and you sound things out. Sounding things out, people start slowly. You sound them out. I have a video on literacy, by the way, like multiple videos. You should go watch them if you're wondering and you want something deeper. They're long, but there's a reason for that. If I read, hey, the classroom, the classroom, and I learn about syllables. I learn about the magic E and how the way syllables work is with closed vowels versus open vowels, which allow them to breathe. You learn about all of these rules about how to speak and how to read. And over time, what you learn to do is not just read faster, but you learn to do what's called decoding. Decoding is a very specific phrase where I look at this, and you probably do too. You know the word the like that. You don't have to sound it out because you're decoding. Classroom, like that. You decode. Okay? Second thing, other way, is where you go, oh, I don't know that word. This is what the other thing is. 3Qing, there's a bunch of names for it, doesn't matter. I know the word the. I say the, and I go, I don't know that word. Instead of sounding it out, the teacher actually says, no, don't sound it out. What word should that be, given the rest of the picture that you're seeing here? Didn't 3Qing die in the 70s? It didn't. It didn't, Matt. Sold a Story, wonderful podcast, will depress the shit out of you. And you'll go, well, that looks like a classroom. That's right. You guessed right. That's what that word is. Cool. You've learned nothing because you can't learn to decode that. That's not what decoding does, ever. Cinch quickly. Oh, yeah. All right. 1 second. All right. 2 seconds. Let me see which one I want to do. Yep, this would be it. We're going to come back to this because this woman is not going to, I don't know for sure. She might go through it, but I don't care. The story behind Sold a Story. Sold a Story, you should go find. Sold a Story is a series of podcasts that will depress you to no fucking end. The most important thing we can do, and there's a lot of reasons for this, my literacy video goes over it, but if you do not learn how to decode, you do not learn how to critically think. That's it. It's a full stop, all stop. That's the end of it. If you do not learn how to do it, that's the end of it. Chad is getting what? No, you're not. What?
Good morning.
Good morning. Doing good. Good to see you guys.
When you make a podcast, you want events to unfold in real time. I want to have my microphone there when learning is happening.
This is the story behind Sold a Story. The podcast that's changing how kids are taught to read.
My friend made a mistake when they spelled thick.
Because them thought it was F.
I'm Emily Hanford. I'm an
Careful, no wording, no 4chan wording. Pull it back. Pull it back.
education reporter. I got interested in this question of how kids learn to read. More than a third of fourth graders can't even read on what is considered a basic level. Sold a Story is a podcast that investigates how teaching kids to read went wrong. And what I discovered is that in schools all over this country, and in other parts of the world too, kids are not being taught how to read.
It didn't seem like they were really teaching them to read. It seemed like they were teaching them to sound like they could read.
So they're not going to go into it directly, but the other method that's not phonics. Phonics is literally how everyone's always learned to read. It's like insane. Like, it hasn't been refined, but that's what we've always sounded shit out. The other method comes from a woman who didn't have any educational teachings whatsoever and was basically a secondary teacher or assistant teacher for an after-school program for kids who had learning disabilities as they read. And what she saw is that the kids who had dyslexia and a handful of other learning disabilities, they weren't sounding them out. But what was happening is there were a couple kids who were really fast about figuring out words and recognizing them and learning their placement. And she went, wow, actually, the reason these kids have fallen behind is not because of learning disabilities. It's because we don't teach them how to properly figure out what the word is. We need to teach them how to guess better. I am not being sarcastic. So she modeled, and we have built our entire educational infrastructure on teaching kids how to read like children who have reading disabilities. Think about that. That's not a joke. And so not only are all kids now unable to read because of this, but the kids who have reading disabilities are even further behind. How did it take off? Money and the way that boomers. You know, boomers' favorite thing is how they all like to think that they're the smart person who's like, oh, I figured out something no one else knows. Oh, the establishment wants us to do phonetics. I'm going to be a maverick. I'm a cool fucking old person who's too fucking stupid to understand why everything is the way it is, and I don't really care. Because functionally, I have the brain of a house cat. Stuff comes in, and I don't really know how it works, but I know that I need that stuff. That's it. That's literally all of it. George W. Bush tried to fight this. The fucking dumb one, the one everyone hates, tried to fight this. Literally tried to fight this program and lost because it has so much fucking money in politics and because of lawyers. Just fuck. Boomers like FTR, exactly.
This has been wrong for going on 50 years, and this is what's happening likely in your school.
My generation was the last one to not have this. We were the last ones, and they were moving it in as I was aging out.
Back in 2016, I first met Rob and Maggie Gibson. Hello.
Hey, been a while.
How are ya?
Hey.
So we met like more than 7 years ago at this point.
Unironically, this is one of the things Bush was trying to fix on 9/11, that reading to kids and doing the phonics thing with them, you can watch it. Yes, unironically.
Well, at that point, we were really in the thick of it.
You have 5 children. They all have dyslexia. And you would go to the school and be like, there's a problem here. And the school would say, no, there isn't. Can you talk a little bit about what that was like?
Excruciating. Not just to us, but to the kids.
Mm-hmm.
One thing that we know now, years later,
this makes me so mad,
how traumatic it was for the kids. The kids are just trying to survive.
Yep. I can't tell you how Dexter and Violet are lucky, and they don't know how lucky they are, and they will someday. They read. Dexter reads voraciously. He's 8, and he's reading books that have less and less pictures. He's full on reading them out loud. He's intonating. He's fast. He's decoding. Violet's starting to learn and doing incredibly well. And all I think about is they are in the 2%. It's an insanely low number. And all the rest of those kids are fucked. How do I know if I know phonics? Dude, look at words you don't know and figure out how you learn what they are or how to say them. If you learn how to say them by sounding them out, you know phonics. That's literally that's it. That's right, Dexter.
So what I started to realize is that kids with dyslexia are kind of like canaries in the coal mine. There's something bigger going on here. We organize everything in a timeline.
I'm so
Starts
mad.
in the
This makes me so
1600s,
mad.
tracing the evolution of ideas about how kids learn to read and how to teach reading. We are up to 2,153 entries as of today. When you put things in a timeline like this, you can sort of see the story.
No, Charles, sorry. There are college kids at large who can't read at a 4th grade level. Most people now can't read at a 4th grade level. And 4th grade level, by the way, is much lower than it was for me. And again, I will tell you, if you can't decode, there is no critical thinking. It's heartbreaking. Oh, shit. Hey, Cosmic. Is phonics different than phonetics? Yes, it's a method of teaching, not like I mean, they're related. The phonetics of phonetics is related. It's not the same thing, though. No.
Why is it that we're not teaching reading in a way that lined up very well with decades of scientific research?
What we aim to do is not teach the child words, letters, sounds, what I call
My task,
this is it, by the way,
for Sold a Story was really to look at this team of authors and this one company who had helped sell this idea to school districts, to teachers, and had taken over the educational system.
All right. I'm going to explain what's going to happen so when you see it, you're not like confused and you're able to be justifiably as angry as you are. These pictures are not just pictures. They're designed very particularly. Zelda spread her blanket behind the butterfly bush. Here's a good spot, she said. We can see the house, but no one in the house can see us. This is what you read this to the child. Let's pretend you're my child. The Fox sisters peek through the bush of their parents. Mom and Dad will really... It's covered. Us, said Ivy. I'm hoping the parents aren't Epstein. Yes, said Zelda. They'll made us sandwiches. Okay. And you go, yeah, it's I wonder what those words are. And then you make the child guess what the word is before you show it to them. Yes, that's right. Correct. Yes. Take a moment and digest that. You ask the child to figure out what the word is before you show it to them. One more time for the people in the back. You don't say the word. You don't show the word. You have the child guess what the word is before you show it to them. This isn't learning to read, it's a logic puzzle, and barely a logic puzzle. Correct. So let me say it just one more time because you just need to be as angry as I am. You're going to see it just right now. You don't say the word. Don't show the word. You have the child guess what the word is.
We're going to see if the picture helps us to figure out what that word would be.
The idea is that beginning readers don't have to sound out the written words. But you can't be a good reader without good phonics skills.
I found that I was a great reader and I was amazed.
I mean, I have words that I like to say because it's like fun to say them, like hedgehog.
I like the word dictionary a lot.
I really like the word onomatopoeia.
Toss. Your turn.
We reached all these new listeners that we never expected, and they end up showing up to school board meetings.
Based on a theory about how children learn to read.
School districts all across the country end up changing their textbooks, replacing them with things that match with the science of reading. Half the states just in the last couple of years are changing the way that reading instruction works since the podcast.
It was kind of like an aha moment, like this makes sense why it's not working, and it also makes sense why the science of reading is working.
It helped me recognize my place in the system and how I've contributed to inequities for children, but then also the role that I can play in remedying those and making sure that what we're doing now is we're doing right by kids.
So here's how this problem worked, and it's really fascinating how the inequality for poor children has ended up biting actually a lot of rich people in the ass finally. The reason that wealthy kids didn't have this problem, or kids who are even middle class or had parents who are around, me, for example, and kids who just had like a parent at home or just had more attention, is that parents teach phonics because they're not fucking morons. So you'd go home and you'd have a teacher. That's what parents are. If you don't know, as a parent, you're a teacher. That's what you do. You teach almost everything. Your life is teaching. Kids who were poor, whose parents were working, unable to do this, unable to read, they didn't have that. So reading scores in poor communities dropped drastically. But fun thing, as it got more popular, and this is why it's changing now, I think, as it got more popular, this fucking shitty guess the garbage reason that this bitch put together, not this bitch, she's wonderful. I love her. The woman behind the whole thing, awful human being, all of them, fuck them all. The thing that ended up happening is wealthier schools paid more money to do more of it, and poor schools couldn't afford to, so they just went back to phonics because that's what teachers kind of knew. So you would have this weird fucked up thing where occasionally there would be schools in like Mississippi that would be doing better than schools in like, I don't know, high-end fucking San Francisco. Why didn't we course correct? You don't understand how much money is in this. This is capitalism. This is capitalism, not even slightly as a question. This is capitalism.
A bunch of people actually wrote us real letters. Dear Miss Hanford, thank you for what you are doing for our world. Your work helps to transform conversations. Here's one from George W. Bush himself. He listened to the 3rd episode. Very interesting research on your part.
It was about George Bush too. Can you imagine getting a letter from the ex-president who you say in it that he's a fucking idiot? Like, she didn't say it directly. She was like, he wasn't the smartest man in the world, but his like soft spot was for his younger brother who had learning disabilities, and he saw his brother struggle, and it was the one thing he wanted was to fix reading. And Capital won. Just imagine that. Capital wins. That's what it does.
It shows the power of journalism, that journalism can have a big impact.
Reading makes me feel confident, and it also makes me feel like my...
If August is cheaper, why not do it? Again, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. Are you not using the latest method? I saw this online. Why aren't you teaching my child this latest method? It's the one that all of the rich schools are using. And I saw this cool person who was using, why aren't you using the method the cool person's saying? Why aren't you doing that?
My brain is growing a little bit bigger. Reading a good book.
It's, the kid stuff in this fucking whole thing just is so fucking heartbreaking and awful.
I'm an elementary school teacher.
Super intelligent AIs of Gen Alpha are entering high school. So if you've been wondering, kids' behavior in the classroom has only continued to deteriorate since we last talked about this, and that's despite the fact that there's been growing awareness and press coverage over this issue over the past few years, which you would expect to help redirect the efforts of parents and caregivers. Alas, we haven't seen any noticeable progress forward. In fact, certain aspects are only getting worse.
All across the country, we got teachers saying the same thing, that these kids are not in the level or on the level of the grade that they're in, that their handwriting is crazy, that they have zero retention.
It's boomers. It's boomers. It's boomer mentality across the board. Not even a slight thing. Not even a question. It's boomer mentality. Like that's all it takes. It's an entire generation that destroyed this country and world, to be fair, but for sure. Can you imagine being handed this and then fucking it up?
And zero access to imagination. They will practice a subject or a skill. The whole
part of the problem, though, is the English language isn't spelled phonetically. That's wrong. It's just not true. It has incredibly complex rules at more advanced levels, but I can absolutely explain to you the phonetics of almost everything in English.
Week, and then when it comes to testing, the children draw a blank. They don't know. They don't know what they're supposed to do.
National test scores highlight this urgency. The latest results from the National Assessment of Education Progress reveals low in English and math at grades 4, 8, and 12. The scores show that 1/3 of high school seniors lack basic reading skills. That's right, Gen Alpha has entered high school and is bringing the grade point average down with them. And so the same kids who suffered through school from home during COVID in their early years are still moving up grades without catching up. And why is that? Well, first of all, Gen Alpha's behavior is still as unhinged as ever.
I think you guys are misunderstanding the types of behaviors that I'm talking about. I'm not talking...
Please mention this fucking method. Please, dear God, mention this fucking method. I will turn a corner if you mention the method and it's not just about how screens ruin everything.
Talking about like a student throwing a temper tantrum. I'm not talking about like a student talking back once, right? Everyone makes mistakes.
Dear God.
I get it. But besides that, I'm not talking about those behaviors that are normal and developmentally appropriate. I'm talking about trying to stab your teacher with a pencil. That's not regulation.
That shit happened when I was a kid. Like, what the fuck? Like, there's always the weird kids. There's always the fucked up kids. Like, I don't know. Like, I think people have a weird, rosy view of what it was like when they were kids. We had kids expelled for all kinds of shit when I was in elementary school. Like, what the fuck?
That's insane.
As we know, many teachers have quit the profession since the lockdown because these kids have become just so disrespectful and out of control in the classroom.
I have comments there. It's one of the reasons I don't believe in the discourse that exists around pedagogy currently. And I, again, really encourage people to go read Rancière, because Rancière's entire idea is about removing the idea of the master's discourse, the idea that I sit and you give me information. That idea is not how information actually grows, because if you think it is, you don't understand how conversation or learning works. And again, the science actually ends up backing up Rancière, which is crazy.
And for those who have chosen to stick it out, they don't even get the opportunity to teach as much as they need to, even labeling themselves as babysitters more than anything else. As a result, teachers are left with the decision to either decrease the depth of topics
Rancière reading stream will be at some point. I've got too many other options
that they can cover.
But again, once this thing is stable, which I'm not getting errors, which is a good start. But of course, I haven't gotten a lot of super chats or other things at this point, so we'll see. Give super chats. Let's test it. Give money good. Give a like, give a subscribe. Stream Elements links in there. Send money that way. Do what you can. See what we do.
Or let children fall through the cracks, as there aren't enough hours in the day to keep everyone on track. As this
Yeah, we might do a fucking Rancière reading after this. Like, again, it's a dumbest stream, but I don't give a shit. We'll do a Rancière reading. It's my fucking stream until someone demands otherwise with money.
teacher shares, it's impossible for me to teach a lesson to students without being interrupted and talked over.
Then you're not teaching well. Then you're not. That's the thing. Oh, I think someone did the thing, and I think it just kicked a fucking error. Did someone just do a thing? Motherfuck. Someone just do a thing? I need to go check now. I just got an error. As I say this, that's the problem. I'm a dumbass. I shouldn't fucking talk. Why am I talking? I'm going to restart the listener and I'll be back in case it... Don't do anything. Oh, super chat and phonics. Thank you, Simone. Don't do anything. Mark did it again. I love you, Mark. It'll figure it out shortly. Oh, Mark, it's very kind of you. One moment. I got to restart the listener. I think that's the problem I'm having. Let's find out. We're going to find out. I've just turned the listener off. No one do anything. Please, I'm not joking. Like, that's not a... Please don't. Please don't do a fucking thing. Because nothing's running. Nothing will happen. There's no one listening. See, it says chat disconnected right there. Chat is disconnected. Come on. Come on. Come on. Chat's still disconnected. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on, listening server. Please, dear God, start. Come on. Why aren't you starting? Oh, no. Oh. Should be connecting. Is it connecting? Please connect. Yeah. Okay. We're going to find out if someone chats and says hello. Connecting, connected. It should be working. And I'm going to keep an eye on issues. Okay. It looks like the other error's been fixed. Hello. Well, hello, Pashy. Where's the Streamlabs link? Right there, pinned in the thing. Right there, pinned in the thing. In the chat. All right. We're live. It's working. That's running.
I'm an elementary school.
It's me you're looking for. I can see it in your eyes. I can hear it in your smile. All right. Well, someone did donate. It didn't get Mark's 12, though. And it won't, because the thing was fucked up and broken. We're going to find out. Mark, I appreciate the 12, and I'm sorry that you're getting completely fucked so far today. Apologies. But super chat, see what happens. I'm not kicking any errors. So happy days. We'll find out what the fuck's going on.
We haven't seen any noticeable progress forward. In fact, certain aspects are only getting worse.
All across the country, we got teachers saying the same thing, that these kids are not in the level or on the level of the grade that they're in, that their handwriting is crazy, that they have zero retention and zero access to imagination. They will practice a subject or a skill the whole week, and then when it comes to testing, the children draw a blank. They don't know. They don't know what they're supposed to do.
National test scores highlight this urgency. The latest results from the National Assessment of Education Progress reveals low in English and math at grades 4, 8, and 12. The scores show that 1/3 of high school seniors lack basic reading skills. That's right, Gen Alpha has entered high school.
Oop. Did it. Thank you, Simone Peter. Another 2 callbacks. Excellent. It looks like it fixed it and didn't kick an error that time. Thank God. Jesus, I'm so tired.
And is bringing the grade point average down with them. And so the same kids who suffered through school from home during COVID in their early years are still moving up grades without catching up. And why is
it? Just letting everyone, if you're debating on whether English is shitty to spell in, just stop, because you're wrong, and it's my stream. English is a fascinatingly complex language because it steals from all the other languages at a rate that no one touches. And so we end up with a lot of different things where you have to understand derivation. Has anyone here been in a spelling bee? I took a second or third in state for spelling. It's like 4th grade, 5th grade. I can't remember. Spelling, fun. Verify QR code didn't switch to your AI. Did it say it would? What happened? I don't know. I don't know what the comment means. Sorry, I don't know.
that? Well, first of all, Gen Alpha's behavior is still as unhinged as ever.
I think you guys are misunderstanding the types of...
So as you know, World War III has started. The United States and Israel have started to attack Iran. And we are now in the 4th day of this war. And we can expect this war to last for many weeks, possibly also for many years. But I promise you that after this war is done, the world will never be the same again.
Behaviors that I'm talking.
That's not exactly anything. Hey, look, you got like a cool VIP thing. Look at that shit. God damn. This is the... Do you want to know why vibe coding works? Because I just asked Claude to fix that bug and it added shit. It gave you a little VIP thing. Look at that shit. I didn't ask it to do that. This is the problem, is for dumb shit I'm doing at home. What the fuck? Like, if I was an asshole and I didn't, the thing I need to do, and it's discipline, it's so tough to do every time. If you're doing vibe coding, you have to go back and check and look at what happened and why. You have to every time. Not a little bit. It's not once in a while. You have to go back and look at the diffs. You have to see what was committed. You have to see how it worked and why it did it, or you learn nothing. And this is the same thing. Like, the reason that AI is damaging to people is because they don't use it right. If I'm asking it, hey, here's Leibniz monadology, give me secondary texts on it, because no one will fucking talk to me about Leibniz. This is what happened to me. And it sends me a bunch of secondary texts. I go read it. And then what I do is I just ask it questions and I just run the answers. I'm fucked. If I don't read the secondary text, if I don't understand what it's saying or why it's saying it or what the sources are, if I'm not following it and chasing it back, it will ruin your brain. It'll fucking kill your brain. And this will kill my ability to code if I don't learn from it. And it's really hard because, like, the reason for me vibe coding is a fucking win is I will never memorize the libraries, nor do I give a fuck about learning them. So, like, at minimum, I hope AI sticks around just so I can go, I'm doing X. Tell me the libraries I can use, dear God, because I don't want to spend time on anywhere finding out what the 92 different versions are and what they do differently. Vibe coding scares me because I love coding. I want to learn. If you don't, I would argue, if you don't learn how to utilize it the same way, I remember the first time someone put out HTML5 bootstraps sites, and it was like a controversy. I did my first gigs in the world were building websites. I started doing it in the late 90s, like realtors and houses for sale, and people are selling their houses. My dad was a realtor, so I had an ed. Welcome to the world. But then for companies and for friends, that then led into me basically helping build in code, What They Play, which was a spinoff of oneup.com, dating myself, but best video game website of the aughts. And that got me my first job, which then led into my second job, which was coding StarWars.com. My second big job. I had a lot of jobs in there. But if I didn't know how to code, I wouldn't have gotten those jobs. However, the moment Bootstrap hit, everyone was like, oh, you're going to use those templates? You're not going to understand how they work. You're going to fuck, and you're not going to know how to really code. You have to use Boot. And then you know what? It saved everyone who used them. It saved enough time and enough headache that all those fucking people went away and they all used it. That's what AI needs to be considered as. It's Bootstrap style. You are getting things going faster. You're moving faster, but you need to learn to use it, because anyone who doesn't, you're going to be those other guys. How old am I? I am a month away from being 46.
I'm not talking about like a student throwing a temper tantrum. I'm not talking about like a student talking back once, right? Everyone makes mistakes. I get it.
Sucks how AI is better than coding, always make you feel. Let it be useless. If you're not making anything that's for production, like for a company, just vibe code. Who gives a fuck? No one fucking cares. Literally, it doesn't matter. Make quick scripts, learn how to do Python through it. I've learned new things in Python specifically through Claude that I did not understand I could do, thanks to how the libraries that exist for PDFs are fucking crazy, and the shit they can do is nuts now. And parsers and like, it's crazy. It's worth it.
But besides that, I'm not talking about those behaviors that are normal and developmentally appropriate. I'm talking about trying to stab your teacher with a pencil. That's not regulation. That's insane.
Vibe coding has been a massive benefit at work for throwaway prototypes. If you don't mean that sarcastically, yes. And that's kind of what I mean by the bootstrap thing. Your ability to fail and do bad things, vibe coding will get you there quicker, and you waste less time doing shitty work that doesn't need to be done. For example, this thing. This is actually probably more complicated than I needed to build it. I was originally going to make it in TLDraw. TLDraw is it's not an open source thing, but it's a full whiteboard, more like Miro, that like you can pull off. It's a different setup, runs off of an actual launchable. It's a completely different thing. But that setup, I popped it in and I went, this is just coded up. It did a version. I was like, I don't like this. It's too complex here. It does this here. I'd want to be able to do this here. Oh, you can't do these things. Cool. Done. Out the door. It would have taken me 2 weeks to get to that point. It took me 30 fucking minutes. Like, that's the win. That's the win. Like this didn't take me 30 minutes. Learning that this is what I wanted to make took 2 hours. Normally it would have taken a month or two. That's the win.
As we know, many teachers have quit the profession since the lockdown because these kids have become just so disrespectful and out of control in the classroom. And for those who have chosen to stick it out, they don't even get the opportunity to teach as much as they need to, even labeling themselves as babysitters more than anything else. As a result, teachers are left with the decision to either decrease the depth of topics that they can cover or let children fall through the cracks, as there aren't enough hours in the day to keep everyone on track. As this teacher shares, it's impossible for me to teach a lesson to students without being interrupted and talked over, being asked the same questions, or having to separate students and ultimately send some out of the classroom.
I don't know what's happened to education. It breaks my heart. I wanted to be a teacher since I was in the 4th grade. Now I'm a teacher and I'm miserable a lot. I love the act of teaching. I love changing students' minds and helping them develop into smart individuals. But I don't do that. I don't get to teach. I spend my day managing behaviors and teaching students how to regulate their emotions.
And there's a couple things that go with this, and it's because this is true, but again, pull back. What is the actual issue here? Because we're talking about the regulation of emotions. That's actually probably the best way to think about it, because kids need to learn regulation. They need to learn how to regulate themselves, or how to deal with a world that is not exactly what they want at any given time. And again, the way screens operate for all of you and most parents, and Heather and I are guilty of this to a point, like screens are screens. What they do and how they sort of build us is reactive and focused on anxiety moments of what comes next, and demanding that stimulus, demanding that setup. And the shows that you end up putting a kid on, because when I was growing up, when my parents were growing up, putting the kid on the TV or the radio for 20 minutes in order to get some fucking break, because God damn it, you need a fucking break. Trust me. Sometimes you need a break. You do. I do. Heather doesn't. She does, but some people are machines, still need a break. So you put them on the screen, but that was different when I was growing up. It was whatever was on, and you didn't have options. We had 7 channels. 2 of them were ever showing things kids could watch. There wasn't 92 million videos on demand everywhere. And there wasn't Vlad and Nikki and these horrifying nightmares that are basically built specifically to attract kids to it and teach them shitty behaviors. And I mean that. Like, they fucking teach kids shitty behaviors, awful behaviors that are like upsetting to me that they exist as a fundamental thing. And all of that. And then they go to school where they're being told for the first time in their lives, sit still, don't do anything for X amount of time. That's not going to be a thing. Oh, by the way, they also have screens all day. Well, they want to play games on them, but they can't play games on them, but that's all they're used to. Well, we'll do X. But then on top of it, the discourse around teaching is still the master to the student. I'm imparting knowledge to you, which fundamentally isn't going to work for anyone like this. Vlad and Nikki, oh, you don't want, do you want to know? I'm sorry. We're going to do it. This is like, if you ever hear someone talk about brain rot for children, I can't add this to a playlist. Are you fucking kidding me? Because it's kids content. Oh, that's fucking crazy. That's funny. I can't add it to a playlist. It's turned off for content made for kids. I can't put it in my YouTube watch list. I'm very sorry, everyone. That's funny as shit to me. I'm sorry that probably isn't as funny as I think. But that's fucking crazy that they do that. Sons of bitches, man. These sons of bitches. Fuck me. All right, let's see if I can actually do it a sly way. Let's add a video there. It worked. So you can do it. They just disable the button, but they don't disable the feature because they're assholes. So this is, we'll come back to this video. This is Vlad and Nikki live. Are you ready? It's one of the worst things. I fucking hate it so much. I hate it so much.
And I'm miserable a lot. I love the act of teaching. I love changing students' minds and helping them develop into.
And because I need a break, everyone send in a super chat, say hello, join memberships, please do like. There's a bunch of you people. I just realized when I said that there's 150 people, but only half of you have liked. Come on, let's get it going. And send in the super chats. There's a bunch of shit you guys haven't seen that I'm really wanting, and it's not all expensive, by the way. They're random things that show up, and it's a lot of stuff happening. Now that it's working, I'm more confident to say that.
Smart individuals, but I don't do that. I don't get to teach. I spend my day managing behaviors and teaching students how to regulate their emotions. I'm not a counselor. I'm not a behavior specialist. I'm a teacher, and most of my job is managing behaviors. Most of my job is reaching out to admin and parents.
With that, much like the rest of us, Gen Alpha's attention spans are cooked, and even if they are interested in a subject, they often struggle to focus on a single task for any meaningful length of time.
So, back in the day, jingle, 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 back in the day.
And so many teachers are scrambling to find alternative teaching methods just to hold on to.
Oh, well, jang it up.
Data centers. Okay? And these data centers allow you to make really nice pictures and videos online that do nothing, okay? Why is all this money being spent except one day to...
Goddamn. I don't
Students' attention long enough to retain anything. This can be as harmless as shortening lessons.
I'm also excited about Leibniz stuff. Now I'm looking around because these fucking little things are... I'm just waiting.
To become more palatable, or in more extreme circumstances, reducing them to AI slop vertical format videos. And you know what? I'm not even mad at it, because at least they're still trying to get the information into these kids' heads.
I'm mad at it still.
Instead of just giving up on them. But the thing is, it's a losing battle because iPad kids' standards for dopamine are just so high that most things in life aren't engaging enough to keep their attention. As this teacher shares, with the way social media algorithms work, students are being fed nonstop content that's not only entertaining, but also specifically tailored to their interests.
This is wrong. This is the wrong way to think about these things. I fucking hate that this is the discourse around this. Social media is not tailored to your interests. That's like how you say that the market works towards people. Like the invisible hand of the market does X. No. People are fed the things that capture their attention. That's the end of the thing. If, for example, you had in the kids section just a fuck ton of like train crashes, that would be the most popular thing in the kids section. That's it.
That personalized experience has made traditional academic tasks like reading and writing feel much less engaging. When you're used to content that's fast-paced, visually engaging, and highly personalized, a standard reading assignment just doesn't compete. Now, while Gen Alpha isn't to...
Then maybe a standard reading assignment isn't the thing. That would be my response.
Blame for the deterioration of their education. A lot of it comes down to poor parenting tactics as well as, again, the pandemic. But that doesn't mean that we can dismiss this as something that will just blow over and be forgotten in a few years. What's happening to Gen Alpha is a growing problem that will change how the next generation of workers and voters impact the world that we all live in.
Labor's needed. Get in line.
And with that in mind, I want to get into the biggest player here and the main focus of this video, Gen Alpha's ever-growing reliance on technology. Because that's going to be a really bad take. This is going to be a really bad take. I haven't watched this far. This is 7.5. I haven't watched it all this far. This is going to be a really bad take. At least if people read to their kids, they'd like it more. If teachers actively read to the kids would like it more. If they took part alongside the kids in reading and explored it in front of them, curiously, open-minded, they'd like it more. There are a few things my kids enjoy more than when I seem to fail pronouncing something that I read, because they like teaching. Because everyone likes that. This is new territory, right? They're the first generation to grow up with smartphone in hand, ready to solve all of life's problems.
Kids these days won't even pre-watch a video to see the format of the argument. Yeah, we won't.
For them. And I want to say that this is really not an exaggeration. I feel like conversations about children can sometimes be blown out of proportion from the back in my day fist.
That's the point. Of course I fail on purpose.
Shaking crowd, but this isn't that. I know I've had my moments wondering if parents.
It's fun. Have fun with it, dude. Enjoy time with your kid. Enjoy time with the kids. Spend time and do that.
Parents are really offloading parenting onto technology. And then I see a 2-year-old in a restaurant scrolling
I don't fail at reading. That's the whole point.
TikTok, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is a very real and widespread problem. And we know this not just from my experiences, but from the stats as well. According to a report from the Erickson Institute, 85% of parents with children under the age of 6 allowed them to use any device they wanted. As well, according to a Common Sense Media report, 40% of children have access to a tablet by the time they turn 2.
This is not bad. Like the other one is like any device they want. That's a weird. I would want to see the methodology in the question there, but look, for people who are 10 years younger than me, if I were to say, hey, by the time you were 2 years old, you had access to a computer and a television. By age 8, you had your own word processor. Like, come the fuck on. Like, this is terrible. It genuinely, if she comes around, she's like, and all this pales in comparison to the true problem, which is how reading's being taught, how teaching works. Let's talk about Rancière.
By age 8, over half of children own their own device. It is so real, in fact, that teachers are reporting wild stories about the effects on kids, like how kids are actively trying to scroll or swipe their physical books any moment that they're bored. As well, students are increasingly offloading their day-to-day thinking.
Anecdotes about that is like, hey, yeah, your kid is bored and not thinking and just doing that because they're used to it, and it's the circuitry of things. That's not bad for like the kid. That's bad for you. It's bad for you. What's the teaching book I keep referencing? Let me see if I have a copy in my very large library. Ignorant Schoolmaster. The Ignorant School. Oh no. Is it not here? Shit. I thought I had a copy of it in here. Now I'm terrible. It could be under a lot of things though. Like I didn't do this very well. One sec. Let me see if I have a copy of it in there. Oh yeah, I couldn't find a fucking... Let me see if I can get a copy of it. We'll do a reading after this. That'll be fun. The Ignorant Schoolmaster by Jacques Rancière. Le Marchand Ignorant. I will not be... See, I only have the French one. That's the problem. And I can't... A PDF won't work for me. Because of the way I built this. PDF will not work. So... Let's see. I wonder if, actually, that might work. One sec. We're going to find out if this one, I don't know if I built, like, this is all garbage I've made, so. Well, I'm not going to mock my, well done, Claude. Who am I to shit on you anymore? Jacques Rancière, the Ignorant Schoolmaster. Sorry, en français. Ho, 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 ho. Le robot. I know it's offensive to French people. So we'll give that a read in a minute. It's good shit.
To AI chatbots, relying on them to answer even the most basic of questions.
French is a better language for things that every language, since I've learned to read French, I have found, I was talking about this earlier with Noah and a couple other people doing the reading for Leibniz and Mehdi inside of the QC, who's was giving me shit about some choices for the translation. One of the things French has that is really great is that it's non-specific. English has specificity like nobody's fucking business. It is a brutally concrete language, which makes it actually really interesting to do poetry in and write in, but it's unique in that way. French, for example, has a lot of double meanings, like double entendre with fucking French, because there's so many words in French that have, related meanings, and it has, like, poetry works so differently. They're different, but they do things differently. French for poetry is there's a reason that it's like a stereotype.
The kids are using ChatGPT instead of Google. I teach high school, and so when I tell you that young people are using ChatGPT for everything, I mean everything. And I'm working with mostly 9th graders this year, and it's pretty common for 9th graders to come into high school.
Are you teaching them to use it better so that way they don't become stupid from it? And so that way they can win, because the next world is about, someone said to me when the social media was really taking over and computers were becoming a thing, that people who existed before it see it as a cloud that they can approach. People who work within it are able to be aware when they're in or out, but the kids who were born after social media was around will experience it like clear sky, because it is just the air they breathe. That is the way it works, and that's the way technology has always worked. And to not then give them advances, you're not. We can tell. You're not going to do that. But that's the way it works.
And not necessarily know how to fact check or how to research, but they don't even try. The other day, a kid asked me a question, I gave them the answer, and I watched them use ChatGPT to fact check me right in front of me, and they're
how dare they doubt me? Clearly they have a reason to. Or they wouldn't. I'd be so embarrassed to say this. I teach children, and I told them an answer, and they checked it right in front of me like I'm some kind of fucking moron. Wait, I'm some kind of... They did that like I'm a moron. Wait, they did that as if I was they think I'm a moron. It's like, Jesus Christ.
There was no shame. It's just normal.
There's no shame. There's no shame. The fuck is wrong with you people? Fucking, I wonder why teachers are shit now. What the fuck is wrong with you fucking people? You should feel shame. You're a teacher. They're a child. Fuck off. Jesus Christ.
Increased use of touchscreens specifically has also...
Without any shame. I'm sorry. That's I need a minute. I need a minute to let my brain clear that one out, because that's Hey, Matt, would you have been okay with it if they used GPT first and asked her for the fact check? Yes, because it's about ego, clearly.
Also compromised children's motor
No values, exactly. I'm not trying to imply that I told a child an answer and then went, oh shit, and then I asked ChatGPT if I was right. These fucking people.
Development, as tap-based interaction doesn't build the hand strength needed to support proper writing.
I'm done. One sec, I've been using a lot of tablets today. I just don't have the hand strength. I don't have the hand strength. Give me my tabs back. Give me my tabs. I don't have my hand strength. I don't have it. There's no way I heard that correctly. So just in case I was wrong, and I heard that incorrectly, because I'd hate to be wrong. Also, if it's what it said, I want to hear it again. This is one of the stupidest sentences anyone's ever said. I enjoy that. I sat through a lot of Jang. That's one of the stupidest fucking things I've ever heard.
How to research, but they don't even try. Like the other day, a kid asked me a question, I gave them the answer, and I watched them use ChatGPT to fact check me, like right in front of me, and there was no shame, like it's just normal to them.
This increased use of touchscreens specifically has also compromised children's motor development, as tap-based interaction doesn't build the hand strength needed to support proper writing skills.
I fucking can't even. One sec, I'm gonna text Heather in case she's not watching. In case she's not watching, because it's did you hear that? Are you watching? This is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. She's probably doing her own thing, just in case. Like, because I don't think people will believe me if I say I watched a video where they said a significant problem is that children tapping too much means that their hands aren't strong enough for pencils. I have a Hall Effect keyboard. They're not a sponsor of the stream, but I will recommend, if just in case. They're wonderful. Drunk Deer. I have a Hall Effect keyboard. Do you know what a Hall Effect keyboard is? Hall Effect keyboard is a keyboard that doesn't have mechanical switches. It utilizes magnets, which is really cool because it means I can tell it that I want to tap lightly or push hard to have the key actuate. So it's not clicky, but it lets me just move like lightning fast. It also means that some of my fingers, which hit a little heavier on keys or a little heavier, I have to set a little bit more. This is the least hand strength keyboard that exists there. I don't have weak hands. And by the way, who cares? Like, what the fuck is this? That's the dumbest fucking thing I've heard. That's astonishingly stupid. It always comes back to magnets. Fucking how do they work? Also, Insane Clown Posse was right. It's a good song. It's a good comment. And everyone made fun of it. It's the Magnets song. Does everyone know it? Is it still a meme amongst you kids? Fucking magnets, how do they work? Everyone laughs. And they go, oh, look how stupid they are. They don't know how magnets work. And I always went, all right, how do they work? And no one knew. It's like, hey, the song's about how the world's beautiful because of stuff we don't know. So, like, be cool. As just, we don't know shit. It's kind of amazing how the world works. That's it, you fucking weirdo. You don't know how it works either. So good job.
Already declining. As said here, lessons on Chromebooks and smartboards reduce the time students spend on paper and pencil activities. In an era in which students struggle with writing their own names, increased hands-on learning is crucial to accustoming Gen Alpha to engagement outside of a touchscreen and developing fine motor skills that will set them up for.
No. Who is this? Let's find out who this person is. Shall we? Does everyone want to join me on this? Ooh, I kind of don't want to get rid. I've got the link up. It's okay. I've got the link. We're going to go back to Google. We're going to do a little stream research on Kristen CO Emery Wheel. Emery Wheel. The Emery Wheel. This is your fucking source. Are you fucking kidding me? Kristen, she, her, 28C, is from Cumming, Georgia, majoring in political science and currently deciding on a double major. Well, this is as low effort as it gets, I think. This might be the most low effort shit I've seen in a while. 28C? Actually, that is a good question. What the fuck was that? Nvidia stock price. Kristen Sio Emory Wheel. She's pre-law at Emory. She writes for the school newspaper. This was a person writing for their school newspaper who has no experience in pedagogy at all with an opinion piece, and you fucking cite it. Useless. She, her, 28C. I'm assuming that's a school designator of some type. I don't care, but I'm going to assume it's a school designator. Yes, an undergrad. Correct. She's citing an undergrad in a school newspaper as if it's anything like real. It's embarrassing.
Success in their educational journey. Along the same vein, for being a generation of tech natives, they have surprisingly low computer skills.
So, anyone else notice she's plugging her Shure microphone in via USB and not mic cable? That's fascinating. I didn't know people did that. You shouldn't, but I didn't know people did that.
In fact, most of them don't even know how to use a computer. That's right, even though from the ripe age of 2, Gen Alpha could navigate iPads better than most boomers can navigate a PDF, no one gave them the time of day to learn how to use actual computers. Meaning that even when they do get the opportunity to use computers as a productive method of learning in the classroom, they're incapable unless someone holds their hand through the entire process.
I have a feeling that that's true of you too.
This instructor shares their experience, saying, "My summer job has been working as an instructor at a technology camp for kids ages 7 to 17, so most of my students are iPad kids. I am given a curriculum that's built for kids to be able to understand. It's divided into short interactive segments. However, it assumes that students are familiar with basic computer functions. I would expect a 10-year-old to know how to launch an application, create..."
Why? Why would you expect this? Do you not use computers? Do you not use computers or phones or understand how technology is built? Why would you expect this? This is the reason education is shit, because we have a master-student relationship that fundamentally is broken because the master's not a fucking master.
Create a folder on the desktop and open a web browser's bookmarked content. But this is not the case. I end up instructing on even the most simple tasks. Even files are foreign to them because everything is stored in app and named using autofill or autocorrect. When these kids are confronted with the daunting task of actually typing each letter of a word, they forget how to function. I try and help them find their files, and they're named either new file, A, or keyboard smashing. Overall, we're dealing with a generation so immersed in technology.
I am at a loss. This is, we're doomed because everyone sucks, I think is the thing. And kids are fucked by everyone who's older. That's all this is. This is basically like old people are pieces of shit and ruining the world, and children are coming into it and they don't know what's happening. Their name new file or keyboard mashing. Yeah. That is what everyone does. That's what I do. I take a screenshot and I click save, and it's like, oh, I need to save it. Oh, I diligent to type out blah, blah, blah. No, it's for 2 seconds. I go, blah, 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 blah. Or I just 1, 2. Oh shit, I need an order. 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 4. 1, 1, 1, 1. Like, who gives a, like, fucking who cares?
that many have become unhealthily dependent on it. As technology becomes increasingly frictionless, the human abilities that are meant to work hand in hand with it, things like attention spans, creativity, social skills.
I could go into it. She's not using the mic output because this generation, her generation, didn't understand the importance of the difference between a digital or an analog signal, how an analog signal will necessarily be cleaner if you know how to properly process it. But this new generation is too fucking lazy to fucking do it. So she's plugging into the USBs. Blah, blah, blah. That's all she's doing. That's it. That's the uselessness of this entire argument. This is embarrassing as fuck.
And concentration are beginning to deteriorate. If this path continues, Gen Alpha will become ever more permanently connected to devices to the point where they don't just use technology anymore, they're used by it. And the impact of this dependence.
Yeah, like you're not. The self-aggrandizing side of this, that I am a fucking older person who knows better, is so embarrassing to watch. That she put this together, and this is awful.
On technology is far more far-reaching than we think. Okay, question for you. Do you ever feel like you are more anxious or sensitive than other people, or find yourself thinking,
Literally everyone does this. Literally everyone. By the way, this is what a scam is. This is how you know a scam is. Hey, do you experience the human condition? That if that's how it starts, you experience the human condition. Do you feel sad sometimes? Do you sometimes feel weirdly happy? Do you sometimes feel alone? Do you sometimes feel anxious?
why can't I just let this go? Why do I spiral over things that...
Oh, why can you not let things go? Do you ever have that trouble letting something go? Are you not a master of Zen?
Everyone else seems to brush off. Well, a ton of people go through life feeling that way.
Everyone does. It's literally everybody. It's literally everyone.
And even though they might really be struggling,
dress is terrible,
they figure that this is just the way I am. But sometimes what's going on is actually OCD.
If you're filming, when you're filming, and again, it's the way that digital works. The more effect happens if you have vertical lines in really weird patterns, and you will get slight more, and it's very distracting to people when they're watching. And it's not a thing you should do if you're wearing it. Is like lots of stripes just is not good on film. Just letting you know, don't do that unless it's film. Digital pixelated is problematic for that.
And I know that's probably not what you were expecting, because a lot of people don't even realize they have OCD.
This is not OCD.
Because of the stereotypes around it, making it seem like it's all about being organized. But real OCD is very different. It's serious, overwhelming, and exhausting.
We're going to watch this ad. This is great.
Which is why I've partnered with NoCD to clear...
That's the most crap name that you could fucking have for a Silicon Valley thing I've ever seen. One sec, I'm just poor Heather. She's like, no, I wasn't watching. I just saw someone say that kids don't have hand strength to write because of tap screens. And that's the problem. That's a thing. That's a real thing. It's a real thing.
Clear up what OCD really is and hopefully help people who might be unknowingly struggling with it.
I thought Heather would get a kick out of that because English major.
OCD can show up in many different ways, like disturbing, unwanting thoughts that you can't shake, constant reassurance, possible sign with like.
If you're partnering with an app or a profit-making group that is about mental health and issues around mental health, you need to do significant amounts of work to make sure that they're actually something that supports people who have that. If you don't do that, you're actually a bad person for taking their money. I mean, bad at being a person.
One of the biggest side effects we're seeing from Gen Alpha's screen addiction is delayed emotional development, as they tend to suppress any bad emotion with Cocomelon or vegetable dancing videos.
Fail. I don't know if the Zenstring I graduated for iPhones were a thing. I've made it a practice. I spend a lot of time learning to use proper fountain pens and do calligraphy. I really have a love for like really good fountain pens. I can't write well. I have shaky hands. It's a thing that just sort of, it's maybe hereditary, don't know. But I just have kind of shaky hands. And so I haven't written as much as I want. I can write for a while and then my hand hurts. Like everyone else on the planet.
Can you put one of those videos behind me? The veggie. Do you know this, Tara? There's like dancing vegetables.
I know stuff.
One of the biggest side effects we're seeing from Gen Alpha's screen addiction is delayed emotional development, as they tend to suppress any bad emotion with Cocomelon or vegetable dancing videos. Can you put one of those videos behind me? The veggie. Do you know this, Tara? There's like dancing vegetables.
I know stuff. Really?
Because what else do you think happens when children are taught to turn to screens whenever life becomes boring, frustrating, or stressful? As this parent shares, my son, Gen Alpha, was upset the other day due to an incident in school. He refused to share it with me despite repeated asks, and he was sulking. I stopped and just sat next to him. He said, "Let me watch TV, I will feel better."
One of the hard things for me being a parent is I'm only given, like all parents, I'm only given the tools that I was given in order to talk to my kids. And I try to do better. It's important. You've got to try to do better. They're important to me. It's difficult to be a parent. But a thing I know is the idea of repeatedly asking, or despite repeated asks, which is called a demand, by the way. It's called a demand. It's called a demand. Repeated ask is called a demand. One time is an ask, two times an ask, maybe. It's called a demand. I stopped and just sat next to him. Good. And he said, "Let me watch TV, I'll feel better." That's fine, by the way. The idea of, hey, I just need time to fucking chill out and let my emotions settle because it's not that important. Just let me watch TV, I'll feel better, is fine. In my day, it may not have been that. It may have been, let me read some comics. Let me lay in bed. Let me do X. Proper coping is a complex thing that one specific incident is not how you tell it as a thing.
When they argue and fight with parents, friends, or when they are restless, fragile, or overwhelmed, they just reach out to the numbing glow because they don't know how to process overwhelming emotions.
I'm not sure I agree with this. I don't think that's the right cause and effect thing. That seems wrong. I have an immediate reaction against this. I would argue it's because they don't have any other options. I think there's a good chance a parent who repeatedly asks and then just sits next to them and then like can't do anything else, they're not going to be the one you talk to.
We see this all the time, right? A child is screaming in the grocery store, so a mom throws a screen in front of their face. And I hate to say it, but I'm not necessarily mad at this all the time because I feel like there's some nuance here. I know you're expecting me to say iPads are the devil, which I do feel that way.
The moral positioning of oneself in a weird way here is a little bit much. Mark, I love Mark. Hey, you know how to process overwhelming emotions? You don't? Oh, wow. It's because they're overwhelming. They overwhelm you. And yes, anyone can publish on Medium. She was referencing a Medium blog post by a parent that may not have even been a parent. It may have been AI written. Again, everything's trash until you literally know otherwise.
But I do have some empathy and understanding for parents who use them. Hear me out. In a world where parents are often left to navigate parenthood without much of a village to support them, I personally don't think it's a big deal if they pull out their phone to prevent their toddler from screaming in the grocery line, or to survive the last 10 minutes waiting for the bill at a restaurant when their kids are completely exhausted and barely holding it together.
Yeah, this is fine. There's Heather. No one knows how to process complex emotions. Everyone actually has to learn, practice, and it requires multiple exposure to help you through it. Parents, teachers, coaches, friends, etc. That's a little reasonable. I don't know about you. Can't we just condemn people and feel better about ourselves? Heather, kids tap screens and now they don't have the hand strength for writing. That's why they don't write. That's a fucking... I'm not joking. I do write. I know you write, Dexter. I know you write. Heather Dexter's over here saying, I write? He's like, oh man, he's like, I do write. It's like, I know, but so I'm just, it's so stupid as fucking. I'm just trying, my brain is trying to figure out how to process how stupid it is to say that. That's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. And that's going to be in my head that's going to be the thing that kills me, is that thought never leaving and then fucking embolism.
But there's a line, right? Like if you're only ever using the screen anytime your child is emotional, then they're losing the opportunity to learn to process those feelings.
In a vacuum. That's basically what Heather's point is. What are you doing? Oh, look, I'm not going to let you have any stimulus. Process your emotions. Process them. How? Process them. Like fucking.
With that, I'm also not judging parents who use screens as the only way for them to enjoy a night out at a restaurant without their 2-year-old screaming the whole time.
Maybe do drinks. Hold on. Sonny, maybe next weekend. Yeah, so then she said, hold on, stay away from the screens. We're free around Christmas.
Feel free to tell me if you think I'm wrong. I just feel like it's not bad if used selectively.
It's not bad if not used selectively. I mean, one, you should be always doing things selectively, but like, fucking people are people. Humans find ways to deal with things. Help them deal with things. Be a better example. Like work with them like little people. The best line about kids that exists is one I saw years ago. I was a child. It was on Oprah, and the smartest child in the world. He had one sentence that was in the ad, and I don't know why it stuck with me all these years. But he's just like, a lot of people don't understand that children are just adults with less experience. That's it. That's the answer. That's it. There's no like special thing that makes you except more time. And this, you sit with them to help them.
But as kids grow up, we need to put the screens away.
Fuck, Matt, that's what we do. Okay. We're going to start a kids broicism channel where it's the stoic child. That's what we do. That's what we do. That's how we make the money. And that's how we get the khakis.
Because your 5-year-old should be able to sit in the dentist waiting room without an iPad. Because if you overdo it, you end up with research studies with 10-year-olds saying if you're in a bad mood, you just go on your phone and then you feel better. You can scroll to a funny video and forget about the sad stuff.
What is escapism? What the shit is this? What are these people, man? Who are these fucking people? Who are these fucking people?
And this is exactly why Gen Alpha has such bad attention spans. We're seeing kids constantly needing more and more stimulation to stay engaged, to the point that many can barely
call the channel kid maxing. Oh God. See, this is the problem. We've said this now, and Satan has heard us. Sorry. The internet. Sorry. AI. Sorry. Elon Musk's pedo machine. So that's going to be a thing in a week. Good job, everyone.
Tolerate anything slower or low stimulation anymore.
When I was in high school and you got to watch a movie, that was electric. You didn't care what movie. You didn't care what you had to do after. You got to watch a movie. We made it through 32 minutes of the movie. It's a 90. They were in here for 90.
It probably is a shitty movie. It's a shitty movie. It's a boring movie. We watched Romeo and Juliet. Think about this. In fucking high school, my freshman year, the teacher had us watch Romeo and Juliet, which, it was sophomore year, maybe sophomore and junior year. That one. Yes. Leonardo DiCaprio. You want to fucking keep someone's attention on Shakespeare? That'll fucking do it. That'll fucking do it. You watch that one. It'll fucking keep, you get 15-year-old kid. You are fucking eyes on the screen. It's everything. It's great. Less so for a few other films. You watched that in AP English? Yeah, it was like, I think my junior year. Yeah. Kids used to talk, pass notes, be bored, go to the bathroom when they were bored during movie in class. Yeah, she's, so we're learning that basically teachers are terrible now too. New Romeo and Juliet came out my freshman year. We took a field trip to the movie theater to see it. California fucking kids. We watched it on VHS. So it was my sophomore year then, in my sophomore year. Jesus.
Oh, and then you're going to complain that I give you a
We also watched Stand By Me. That was awesome.
worksheet. I give you a worksheet that's time-stamped with short answer questions like that. I'm going to stop and explain to you because you can't even concept the movie because you can't.
This plays out in the classroom exactly how you would expect it, where kids can't sit still. The Gen Alpha literacy crisis isn't just about failing grades or a drop in standardized test scores. It's about how an entire generation is losing the ability, stamina, and desire to read novels that shape their lives.
Okay. My son, Dexter. How you doing, Dex?
Can we have candy?
Come on over.
Thanks.
All right. I'm going to ask you one question. Be really loud. Do you have energy?
Yes!
A lot?
Yes!
Have you ever read a book beginning to end?
Yes.
Have you ever sat for a while and read a book?
Yes.
Have you ever sat through a whole movie?
Yes.
Yeah. And do you like running around like a nutcase?
Yes.
Okay, good. Good job.
Candy.
You got to sit. 2 more minutes, Dexter, and then ice cream. Dexter is extremely high energy kid. To the point where when we moved up here, we ended up getting a nanny because Heather and I were both working full time. And we wanted to make sure someone would take care of them. And she was lovely. She was great. She was like, "Oh, I've got 3 boys of my own. Don't worry about it. They're high energy." She went to the park in the morning and came back in the afternoon, like 6 hours later, and he was still going. She's like, "I did not understand. He is high energy in a way that kids are not actually normally high energy. He will sit and play chess, an entire round of chess with me. Entire round of chess. Yesterday, we played a round of Smash Up? Yeah, we played Smash Up yesterday. It was zombie dinosaurs. I was pirate robots. He sits, Heather will sit with him and he will learn math and he will learn logic and he will learn greater than or less than. He will learn all these things because he could do that. Because, and Fluffy Whiff, that's exactly it. Because he's a nuclear reactor, he generates his own energy. Your job is to find ways to connect with it. That's it. If you can't find ways to connect with it, you are failing the child. And it sucks because teachers should be paid a lot more. I'm with that completely. I believe they should be paid significantly more. But still, that's the reason. That's the reason. This is insane. This is just insane bullshit. And he has fun learning. Well, yeah, Heather and I, we make sure he has because we don't teach. That's not what we do. He teaches by doing. We teach by doing. He does things. He's doing workbooks and reading and playing with stuff and gets interested and he dives in and it's like just crazy shit he wants to learn and it's out of fucking nowhere. And it's like yes, Dexter.
Can I say something?
You can say something very loudly.
I think I'm in high energy because I eat candy a lot.
He doesn't eat that much candy. He did. He made his own journal. He made his own journal, and his least favorite thing is writing. It's that sugar. It's not sugar. That's one of the great fictions of things. But it's like this shit right here is because they don't understand that kids are high energy and that you've got to keep them going. And it's not, oh, we've got to compete with iPads. No, you've just got to be interesting. And the world is incredibly interesting. You're just boring as shit.
How they won't be able to function in a world with menus, manuals, and memos.
Do you think that we're going to be in a world with menus, manuals, and memos? Do you think that's did you not just talk about AI and how it's functioning? I can tell you right now, memos are not really a thing anymore. Who wrote memos? Who wrote memos? Wait, is this from like 1982? Kimberly, this writer reads. All right, let's do it. Let's dive into this. Kimberly, this writer reads alpha literacy crisis. That's close enough. It's just random blog. 47-year-old writer, avid reader who loves fiction and studying. I live in Boston. You have a hard candy. You sit. You know better. You have a hard candy. You sit. You don't run around. And you have 2 minutes. Remember what Mom said. You have 2 minutes. What I've learned. Okay, so this is an AI-generated article. This is an AI-generated article that was copied and pasted into here. This person's older than I am. And this is an AI-generated article. There are multiple M-dashes inside of this, inside of a bullet point list. That's it. That's all you need to know. You're done. You're done at that point. Fuck off. You're done. Game over. I don't care anymore. There's little things. By the way, if you want to know some fun little things, you can see here that there's actually, here's a weird one. People don't understand how AI functionally works. Do you see how there's a weird ellipses, 3 ellipses? But you notice how there's a space. I'll zoom all the fucking way in. I think that might be as large as it gets. Stupid thing. Shit. No. Oh, I have to redo all my windows now, you motherfucker. God damn it. I didn't realize that's what it was doing. Well, I don't know if you saw it, but there is 3 ellipses and then a period, and there's like a space between them. That's because if you copy from ChatGPT, it doesn't use 3 periods, which is what everyone in the world does. Everyone in the world uses 3 periods. So it'd be 3 equal spaced things. What it does is it uses the 3 ellipses ASCII code, which is what an M- kind of is, right? It's ASCII code that puts that there. Okay. And then they add a period. So it's ellipses period. That's fucking ChatGPT. It's one of the fucking single biggest ways to do it. Just put this in a fucking search engine and enjoy yourself. So she is reading AI slop generated by a blog, and she's pretending like it's not AI slop. I don't know if I could be more fucking offended or like feel very bad for them. Because you have to be really just the laziest fucking person to not go, hey, I wonder if this looks like it's AI generated. Unless it's also AI generated, which I think is probable. There's a use for the 4 periods, which is when someone's speaking trails up. Yes, but again, the 4 periods would not be the ellipses next to a space with the other one. If you didn't see, I'll put it in here. It's very specific how it works. Do you see? I can't select just because it's when you have code like inside of how AI functions, it doesn't understand anything it's doing. It's not like putting 4 periods. It's using code that puts the dash. That's why it doesn't use just a dash. It uses an M dash, which is like a fucking Control-Shift fucking garbage pile of buttons. This is a 3 ellipses entry with a period. That's the thing. That's not the same thing. So I'll post it in chat and you can just see it when I do it. It's not the same thing. It's like, wait, what the fuck? It's fucking fascinating. You can see it very cleanly there. That's the biggest sign of AI that exists. I do trailing. That's not what I'm saying. Again, look at the thing. Try to select it and copy it. Try to select just 2 periods. Try to select 2 periods. There's nobody on earth who types using that code. No one. No one. I've never seen this. Yeah, it's one of the worst things I've ever seen. I've only seen it once before, and I was laughed about it. But it's like, yeah, try to copy it. Try to copy 2 periods out of there, and you'll know what I mean. I'm not saying 4 periods. Everyone uses 4 periods. It's a specific
so
thing.
their imaginations are being stunted, so they can't create worlds in their own minds, since they prefer unimaginative worlds made for them on a screen.
Honey, teaching kids isn't the same anymore. It's just not. Used to be kids would listen to teachers simply because they were teachers. That was the respect of it all. Now, no, honey, I got to keep the
Yeah, no one knows the key shortcut. Let me be very clear. Here, we can do this. This is the fun part. We're going to do this in Google. I'm just going to go straight. We're going to go back to Google, and I'm going to go, how do I type that? No, not that. Fuck it. What a useless thing. Wow, that's crazy. 3 ellipses. Fuck. Ellipses. Yeah, there's hold Alt and type 0133. That's what you do. Hold Alt and type 0133. Oh, it didn't work. That's okay. It's AI. What can I say? But it's terrible. Terrible. Hold down Alt, type 0133 on numeric keypad. I don't have my numeric keypad going, and I'm not in the mood. So that's just, yeah. That's just awful. Fucking AI garbage.
kids constantly engaged. Not even just engaged, but almost overstimulated. The candy isn't even working anymore. Giving out candy for positive reinforcement doesn't even work anymore. They don't care about that. Girl, I'm using Chimpanzini Bananini just to get my kids' attention, just so they'll look at me. Hello, hello. Girl, bye. I got kids saying 6-7 repeatedly. They don't even know how to spell 6-7. Catching me doing this mid-lecture, just to see if they're paying attention. You watching? Hello?
Macs are different. Look it up.
Hello, we there? Girl, it's so bad now. It's so bad.
Going further, researchers are finding that Gen Alpha is following Millennial and Gen Z's trend of mental health deterioration. We're talking anxiety, ADHD, and depression, all spiking and impacting students' ability to succeed in the classroom. And we know this to be a result of the increased screen time, as the amygdala, involved in emotional processing and motivation, has been shown to shrink in volume and size with increased scrolling and screen time.
That's a correlative, actually. I know the study is correlative.
But we also can't just outright take away the devices either without dealing with a whole other realm of issues, because these are real addictions we're talking about, meaning that kids go through withdrawal as they're so unfamiliar with their own emotions.
Day 2 without your iPad. How's it going, Joe?
Apple Patch.
The University of
That seemed incredibly. That was like. That seemed fine. That was like a joke. I'm so confused. Don't I need to prove my claim, Brooke? She seems like the kind of person to have ASCII memorized. The woman we're watching is not the writer. The other person is, and it had M dashes and everything else. It's all, and again, formatted 100% that way. It's not even a slight question.
Washington study found that 22% of screen time transitions evoked a negative reaction from children under the age of 5, while another study from Brigham Young University found that of children ages 2 to 3 using screens, 93% of parents reported their toddler at least sometimes throws tantrums or whines when transitioning away from media.
I would just die to know what the result is from like taking toys away. Like, oh, I got a toy. I got a toy. Oh. I am. Who did it? Who sent that? Who sent that? Who sent it? Come on. Someone sent me just now $4. Come on. Who did it? One of you did it. And I know it wasn't Brendan Best. Someone is being very funny, actually. That's actually pretty funny, to be fair. Someone's being very funny. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good line. It's a good line. That's pretty good. Brendan Best is the guy who was taking down the Lego stuff. Who was it? Sent $4.20. Fucking people.
And so, of course, children aren't going to be well regulated in school. When they aren't well regulated.
That is your real name. Are you the Brendan Best? That's weird, dude. Oh, well, good to meet you. That's your real name. Oh, Brendan, how are you doing? You're not the Lego guy, though. Not the guy from that whole thing. I'm so confused. Oh, Brendan, not Brand. Brandon Best is the guy. You got me. What's up with the Lego thing? We'll go over it in a minute. Thank you, Brendan. I was like, I spent last night deep diving all of the Lego stuff, and I think I've spent too much time looking up incorporation paperworks. I created my YouTube account back when we weren't afraid of getting doxxed. And I've been looking at incorporation paperwork and, no, my Gmail's, it's Brooks Brown. So I'm with you, Brendan. Enjoy sending mails. It all goes to trash for the most part. The incorporation documents and everything I've spent time and Brandon Best is, one of the Bricks and Minifigs guys. So, yeah. Oof.
In any area of their lives.
Thank you for the 420.
So here's the thing, our story doesn't stop here as the issue with Gen Alpha goes so much deeper than iPads. In fact, it's the entire...
Everyone's worked at Best Buy. So I was a Geek Squad. Before it was Geek Squad, I did tech support. And I almost lost my job, and then I ended up just losing my job because a woman brought in her TV, and it was this big screen. And this was in like 2000. Like this was like big, heavy fucking Sony. We had to fucking bring it in on like it was a lot of work. It was heavy. It was one of those big, thick glass ones. And she was upset because everything was Spanish. And I assumed, oh, she turned on SAP or changed the language in it or whatever. Because back in the day, there weren't smart TVs. That wasn't a thing. And I'm flipping through and it's all fine. And there's no TV or anything, but it's all fine. And syphilis, careful. Oh, man. And at one point she goes, there, see? And it said, line in. And she went, line in. And I burst out laughing so fucking hard. I almost fell over. I was crying laughing And I couldn't stop. I couldn't stop laughing. It was like the funniest fucking thing I've ever seen. It was like I was dying. And my manager came over and he was upset, like, and he like brought me into the back room and was like, you have to stay here. Don't come back out while she's here. I was the fucking dumbest motherfucking people always. It was the stupidest person I've ever like,
technology atmosphere we live in that's compromising this generation.
It is. It felt like fragile. It's French.
Because even if you never give your kid an iPad, secondhand tech exposure can do just as much damage. So what does that look like? Well, for one, Gen Alpha is absorbing all of these tendencies to turn to technology as a constant stream of clarity, answers, and direction. Because whenever we as parents are asked a question we don't have the answer to, what do? We pull out our phones. How long until we get there? GPS says 13 minutes. What's this insect in my hand? Photo app ID says a damselfly.
Oh no, we're using our phones to have information. Oh no. Oh no. Oh God. I'm looking up insect information. I'm looking up recipes. I'm finding out where I'm going. Dear Lord, secondhand.
How do I solve this long division homework equation?
I'm looking up a thing I don't know. Oh my.
Let's plug it into ChatGPT. Everything from our digital calendars, time blocking out our entire week, the weather apps giving us hour-by-hour forecasts.
Oh, good Lord. This sounds, what a fucking dystopian nightmare she's describing.
And smart speakers handling all the questions that fall in between.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Being able to ask questions
means that we always have the answer, which
trust me. You don't.
Is in fact incredibly convenient because for the first time ever, us parents have responses to the endless stream of whys.
If you don't. Okay. If she's saying, hey, it's actually kind of fun. I've used it for this because this fucking kid always, why? Really? Why is that? At some point, even I was like, well, let's find out. Let's discover together. If that's what she means, this is still good. If she means I don't have the ability to answer questions that are children's questions are not that difficult. Please don't say they're that difficult.
But convenience isn't always a good thing, because when we only ever supply this constant stream of...
If she's going to do the thing, it'd be better if you can look it up in a book. Like, boy, if only you had all the books in the world in your house.
Direct answers, children begin to rely on that unwavering certainty and lose the friction needed to build resilience.
Working with children has ruined my passion for working with children.
Good. Stop.
So for context, I work in lower elementary.
You should not then. You should stop.
We have zero problem-solving skills. There could be...
She did use the correct pronoun for that. She used the collective we. I think that's a very honest thing for her to say, and I applaud her for that.
A backpack in the path that someone needs to walk, and instead of picking it up, walking around it, they'll start whining that they don't know what to do, like their brain short circuits.
That I'm really now upset. That sounds like a non-normatively developed child, and you need to fucking be okay with that. What the fuck's wrong with you?
And they don't know what to do about it. They literally cannot think to just move it out of the way.
I wonder if there's reasons for that. Let's take it at full length. Let's not assume that it's a A child who's having a breakdown because there's something they didn't expect on their path and they're on the spectrum. Let's say it's just a kid who's like, hey, Steve left his backpack, but teacher yells at us when we move other people's stuff. We're not supposed to touch other people's stuff. What am I supposed to do with Steve's stuff? Steve's stuff is fucking in front of me, bitch, yelling at me all the fucking time saying I've got to fucking not touch other people's stuff. What am I supposed to do with other people's stuff? It's fucking in front of me. The fuck am I supposed to do? Maybe it's that. Maybe it's that. Just a guess. I can literally, like, this is not difficult to guess. What the fuck?
Unlike the hovering helicopter parents, the smart plow parent doesn't even need to hover. Technology does the hovering. GPS, alerts, reminders, AI-generated to-do lists, every obstacle is cleared before the child even sees it.
Do these teachers think that kids decades ago just knew how to do everything? Yes. Yes, they do. Because they're all idiots.
In our pursuit of convenience, we've accidentally made life harder for them. So interesting. This is why I make videos.
Yeah, I think Lady Addis is, that's basically the sentiment I think is the proper one. It is annoying that adults are blaming children for issues when they're the teachers. It's your fucking job. That is actually your job is to teach. You're a teacher. You teacher. You're a teacher. You teach.
Basically, these screen heavy.
Maybe it's not just the boomers who are the problem. No, capitalism. Again, capitalism.
The environments are providing an illusion of control for children, leading them to lose the ability to learn how to find their own answers and solutions.
That they would be using the same devices to do. How did you find solutions and answers, by the way? Are you going to tell us what your magic was? Me, when I was younger, I would go to the card catalog. Do you know what do you people know what that is? The card catalog? And you would sit at the card catalogs. This is a real thing that is not just like a cute thing that people talk about. Library card catalog. I fucking have a romantic view of card catalogs, like nobody's business. I fucking love the idea of them. Oh God, they're for sale everywhere. This is what they were. This is what they look like. And there were rows of these. And you would find the right card, and it would have the books of the subject with a little description thing and a little bit, maybe what someone else wrote or someone would make a note in it. You go through every single one of them to find the book, you pull it out, you write down, okay, what's the Dewey Decimal? Okay. And the author? Okay. And you do that for 10 books, and you'd have your notepad with you. And then you go to the stacks, and you go, okay, this one, and it's checked out. I guess I don't get to learn anything today. Is that what you did? Because that's what people did. That's like the most work people did. What the fuck learning do you think exists in the fucking world? I read a article that said teachers use YouTube to teach and it bores kids. One kid was sad. He had to watch a science experiment. Wasn't allowed to do it in class themselves. That fucking stupid kid. That's the kid's problem. I can't think of a solution to what you're saying there. What you have said is not, I can't think of any way that you could solve that. You're saying the kid said, I wish I was allowed to do it themselves. Just silly nonsense words. Still on this video? 3 Blue Chew ads for this. You have not. I'm not doing any ads during this stream. You should not be getting ads. If you're getting ads, that's weird. I haven't set up any ads. It's literally manual, so I have to press a button to make it happen. And I'm also glad card catalogs are gone. But it's one of those things that's like, I don't need any, like, why do you need it? Good. Here's what I do. Ready? I go to Claude for a new thing. Hey, Claude. Tell me all you can about X, Y, and Z and pull out the 5 top things that are important to know. Blah, blah. And I read the summaries and go, okay, what are the top 3 books on this subject I need to read? And why should I read each of them? And which one is best for me to read given my background? And boom. And it'll give reasons. And I go, cool. And then I go to Anna's archive and I pop it in and I download and it's on my phone. I go, cool. It takes about 5 minutes. And if that's what kids are learning to do, good. Anna's Archive. Anna'sArchive.gl is the current. If you don't know, Anna's-archive is .gl is the GL is the current suffix. If you just needed to know what it was. Yeah, Addis is right. I think there's issues with learned helpless kind of situation for some children. I'm not sure it's just because of the use of tablets or to simply be simple. Yes. Heather says, I agree. The teachers suck because kids are hard and then you suck. You're incompetent and you're a complaining teacher. And I have no sympathy for that. I don't.
So every week in my class, at the end of the week, we do what is called a formative Friday, where I just give them a little 4-point formative little quiz to see how they learned that week's material. This is the screen they see pretty much every single time. This part doesn't ever change. So those expectations are there every single time. I also always give them something to work on afterward. All the instructions, where does it say? Oh, on Schoology. This is not new. This is up there every single week. And when I tell you that one of the girls had the audacity to tell me that I should give them something to do when they're finished with their quizzes and they would be quiet. And then all I did was point to the board and I said, almost like I gave you something to do. It's right there. It's just, well,
This teacher's a bitch.
didn't see that. Girl, I told you.
I don't like this. I don't like this person at all. That was 2 minutes. Upstairs. Go. That was more than 2 minutes. Go, little fart noise kid. Making fart noises. Hey. Mom, that was more than 2 minutes. Go. You got ice cream. This is a horrifying person.
Before you did the quiz, that it was there. We do this.
Am I wrong to say the glasses let me know this beforehand and I had prejudged her and I turned out to just be right and it made it easy? You're scared? Yeah. What are you scared of?
Go with me, Dad.
There's a light switch right there. Go hit it.
No, I know. Please go with me.
One moment, everyone. Oh my God.
Every week, exact same thing. Every single Friday. Like, that is not a surprise. I gave you something to do.
Guess what? You fucking didn't. That's how that works. Okay, let's talk about what the customer's always right. This is a thing that is actually true of life. And I don't mean it in the Karen way, the joke way that everyone says, because that's not what it means. It's been warped and perverted into the idea that the customer can demand anything and is always in the right. That's not what the customer is always right means. The customer is always right means when a customer tells you something about your product, listen. They're always right. If you have a store and you open it up for the first time and you got a hardware store, you're like, I'm going to be this hardware king, right? And you're going to set up and you're going to have a hardware store. The first day, someone comes in and goes, hey, do you have the latest Silver Surfer comic? You're like, get the fuck out of here. It's a hardware store. Second day, guy comes in. Hey, do you have the latest Spider-Man comic? Get the fuck out of here. If this happens for like a few days in a row, realize the customer is always right. That's what it means. It's to understand that the demands of people that's the customer. The demands of people are real. They're telling you the demands. Now, understand that. Doesn't mean people are always correct or whatever. That's not the point. But when a student says, hey, you're not giving us anything to do, and you go, I did give you something to do. No, you fucking didn't. That's why she's asking for something to do. If you had given her something to do, she wouldn't be fucking asking for it. That's how that works.
This is what's called the certainty trap, where smart devices and well-meaning adults remove all these small uncertainties that build emotional resilience, leaving kids unequipped to handle the ambiguity of
No, that's not how that works at all. That's fucking stupid.
Of real life. We see this certainty pop up in many facets of modern children's
This
lives.
is terrible.
From, of course, the on-demand Google answers, but also even in the shows that they watch. Even Gen Alpha's favorite show is full of certainty. Shows like Paw Patrol may be doing more harm than good. Why? Because they're so predictable. There's a problem, Ryder, the team lead of Paw Patrol, gives instructions, and it's solved perfectly.
Have you never seen a cartoon from the 80s? I watched Transformers growing up. Both sides had one leader who gave the orders. The fuck is wrong with this person? Have they never seen anything that has ever existed? Dude, the problem with Paw Patrol is because all paws are bad. That's the problem. They got rid of that episode. Apod? That's the problem. All paws are bad. That entire episode didn't air. And it was really a shame because what happened is the dog Paw Patrol guy mauled a black Rottweiler. And he did it because black Rottweiler had a gun, but they couldn't find the gun. It's a really weird episode, kind of dark.
Children aren't learning to think critically or adapt. They're learning to expect that someone else will always have the right answer, which does bring to question whether Scooby-Doo was just as problematic, but maybe we won't get into that.
Is Paw Patrol slang for Blue's Clues? No, it's a real show where a series of dogs are all the different civil servants and the policeman is the one in charge.
In my research, I kept thinking about how technology plays a role in my own children's lives and how, of course, whenever my son wants to know the ID of a bug, we just look it up. Why wouldn't we, right? And I never thought twice about it because it's good to learn together. But without realizing it, I taught him that that's the only way to find answers. And
what the fuck other way is there? What the fuck other way is there? He didn't dissect it and then learn by complex biology. Like, what the fuck other way is there? He looked it up.
This has already come up, as just the other month he was playing pretend fishing in the backyard and kept saying what fish he was reeling in, like a blue fish or an orange fish. I don't think he actually said any real fish names, but that's besides the point.
I just, what the fuck, man?
Because then he pulled in one that he didn't know, and he said, don't worry, I'll look it up on my phone, and proceeded to pull out an imaginary phone to look it up on. Now, in the
who cares? That's great.
moment, I knew that didn't sit well with me, but I didn't know why. And now I do,
problems.
because he's learned that this is the default for any unknowns that come his way.
Looking it up is a problem for her. Looking it up on a device that's the easiest way to learn things and learning things is a problem for her. Are you fucking kidding me? Yes, exactly. Oh, he opened a book. This fucking kid. Can you believe he fucking pretended to open a book and like look up the table of contents and like, oh, where are the fish? And like he turned to that page. What? Does he not understand that there's nothing? What other way is there to learn something? Do you not think through your sentences? How? I learn things by looking it up. What do? You looked it up. You used AI. The fuck?
And this is having real effects in the classroom as well, and is arguably the biggest problem holding children back because they don't have the cognitive ability to think for themselves.
They don't have the ability to invent the fish type? They don't have the ability to make shit up and not look it up? What the fuck world is this? What is happening? I feel like I'm having a stroke.
This is even impacting the brightest of students who are struggling with not knowing how to proceed when you just don't know.
You look it up on your phone. What the shit? Okay. So the problem is, like, this is how fucking dumb this person is. The problem is that her son defaults to looking things up on a device that knows everything. And the problem with that is that what kids learn is what kids fail to learn is how to look things up. What if you don't have a phone? God, I don't know. Actually, that's a great question. What do you do? But I would actually ask you, what do you fucking do? Oh, okay. Copying one of infinity items. Shrieks of a math teacher saying you want to calculate all the time. Okay, that's taking a while. Clearly aren't going. This is really awful. You can ask someone, sure. Do you know what they're going to do? If they don't know, they're going to look it up on their phone. You look. Do you want to know how magical this is? Like this is, I don't care if you hate AI or not. Like this is genuinely like the magic of the world as a thing. Let me think about something. Hey, I'm outside of Portland and I just saw a frog that looked really small, but it wasn't a tree frog. I'm curious what kind of frog it could be.
I'll search for information about small frogs in the Portland area that aren't tree frogs. Yeah, so in your area, you've probably got a few candidates. The smallest frog in Oregon is the Pacific chorus frog, sometimes called the Pacific tree frog. But they do...
Fuck you for saying that's bad. Fuck anyone who says that's a bad thing to have. Like, seriously. Are you kidding? Conversationally teaching people about things? I chose an English accent. You can have a bunch of voices, but it has an English accent. This is so fucking stupid. Do I trust big AI? For frogs? Yeah. Like, that's fine. It's fine. People fucking, it's not gonna, first off, Claude. But two, I'm not asking it, hey, can you help me understand the issues with why children are failing in school today? Just so you know, I don't trust AI with that. But it's going to look up and be able to quickly tell me what kind of fucking frogs I might be looking at. Like, that's fucking great. The theory on learned helplessness was found to be backwards. The reformulation actually states that helplessness isn't learned but hardwired in us. It's overwritten by learned control. Jesus Christ, that's actually a very depressing thing to realize. It's good for plants. I have been, this is one of the ones that I think I found very fascinating. I've been doing, for years, I've been trying to really get my sourdough in a good place. I bake, I cook a lot, by the way. And I've been trying to figure out how to make a proper sourdough and a proper Japanese milk bread in my Zojirushi bread maker. For reasons that if you don't care, you won't care. If you do care, you already know. These are not easy things to figure out. There's handfuls of people who've done it, but most people aren't like sharing the process of what they've learned and what has failed. They've got their versions. I don't like them. So I started taking photos of it and saying, tell me what's happening here. What can I do to make this rise better, be better, blah, blah, blah. And I did it for all the steps, and it made me have a better outcome. Fundamentally, it can do that. And it took almost no effort. It taught me the things. It sent me to the right websites to learn how to do the different steps. It's crazy. So yeah, again, we have devices. And even if it's not that, I can go on a Discord for sourdough, which I have, and I can go, hey, I need someone can jump in with me. No one was available, but they'll jump into a fucking voice chat and I can sit on video. Who cares? The problem is LLMs hallucinate at time. Fucking not really. That's it. If your question's really fucking specific, it'll give you resources. If you're asking about like, I want to learn about frogs, it's going to be fine. It's fine. It's fine. Genuinely. If you've seen the videos on this channel, you know I'm not an AI booster, but it's fucking interesting tech that does a huge amount of things that you can learn a lot from and you can utilize it. And frankly, in today's world, I wouldn't trust search engines or anything I find online. I would trust the AI first, as fucked up as that is.
I found this Reddit thread of teachers sharing their experience with this and what they think are the biggest real life skills that students are struggling with. One of them saying giving up when something doesn't come immediately, asking questions immediately, not reading directions.
That is literally people. That's people. Why would you trust AI first? Isn't it trained on the shit you get from a search result? Yes, but not now. Because now Google is just Gemini, and Gemini is trained differently than Claude. And again, I'm not asking it for important things. Hey, how do I do CPR? Don't do that. What kind of frog is this is fine. Like, do you not understand the difference? What kind of fucking frog is it? It's fine. It's crazy. Take a photo of a thing and send it. Fucking, here we go. Here we go. Do you know what this is? Do any of you not know what this is? This is my Armored Titan. Pretty cool Armored Titan guy. He's my Armored Titan guy. Okay? I'm not going to explain to you what Attack on Titan is. Did I get your Stream Elements donation? I don't know. Did it not go through? Did I not get no? Oh, it did go through. Fuck, it did go through. Why didn't it announce it to me? I need to fix that shit very quickly. Let me find out. 1 second. Well, maybe I didn't. Why is it disconnecting? I hate Google right now. I'm having a very bad time with this. Stream Elements keeps disconnecting from this. I don't know why. No, I didn't. Didn't get anything in Stream Elements. Nope. And if it was recently, no, nothing else came through. Last one was 7 minutes ago from Lady Addis, $5 super chat. So this is Attack on Titan, Armored Titan. Ready? Okay. This is again, I'm not a big booster. This is the kind of, what the fuck is this thing? That's it. It's just cameras. Like, just a photo. Okay. What is this thing? That's it. And it answers, that is a figure toy of the Colossal Titan from Attack on Titan. The exposed musculature with no skin is the character's signature design. It's a Like, are you kidding me? What the fuck is this thing? Perfectly fine and useful. Just fucking do that. It's the giant colossal titan. I don't care. I have the armored titan's head on the other side. That's my fault. It doesn't matter. That's not the point. The point is it got it right. I got it wrong. Oh, shit. Oh, it better start typing. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. You'll have to go the wrong frog if you're looking at it yourself. Oh, here we go. Oh, I need to zoom back out. There we go. Oh, I was on screen. I didn't even know it. The rise of perv glasses. That's going to be our next video. Here it goes. God damn it.
And Muhammad will unite Arabia, and then he will unite the Nestorians, he will unite the Jews, and they will together fight to get Jerusalem back. They will fight to get against Persia. And guess what happens? They basically win without much resistance, because there's so much anger, so much opposition towards the Sassanid Empire as well as the Byzantine Empire. Plus, both empires are exhausted. And so this gives us the Islamic Revolution, right? Okay? The Arabs are able to sweep through and conquer most of the world very, very quickly. But when they do so, what happens is that Muhammad dies.
Oh, that was a good cut. That made me happy. That was a good cut. All right. So we'll end up getting to that.
I'm an elementary
school. Finish
just
this
so
video
they'll look
out.
at me. Hello.
To find answers. And then
We are going to finish the video. We'll do the next one. That's fucking great. That was a fucking good cut. That made me happy. How do I catalog material from Amazon Mobile? The Kindle app. Yeah, it's one of the things that is really useful is it actually does a great job cataloging PDFs and documents. They've changed a bit how it works. But then beyond that, Apple's Books was another way. These days, I do most of my stuff on the Kindle itself, or I have Books, BOOX, e-readers set up. And all of that's just on Dropbox. Basically, Dropbox becomes a library for me. So the Kindle app on my iPhone's great, but my Dropbox has all my books in it. And it's just the easiest way to sort of catalog. And when you open it, it opens natively. So it's really easy. That's how I usually do it.
This has already come up, as just the other month he was playing pretend fishing in the backyard and kept saying what fish he was reeling in. With students who are struggling with not knowing how to proceed when you just don't know. I found this Reddit thread of teachers sharing their experience with this and what they think are the biggest real life skills that students are struggling with. One of them saying giving up when something doesn't come immediately, asking questions immediately, not reading directions. As well, organizational skills. I can guarantee that I'll get 20 emails at 11 p.m. the night before a deadline. There are only a handful of kids in every grade who are organized. Lastly, one says reading directions. Even my smarty pants.
These are fucking... Do you not remember being a child? The fuck is wrong with these people? Do you remember? I was a teenager and I hate all these people so much, dude. I hate these people. Like, you're shit. These people are shit.
Students don't do it.
This morning for the kids warm up, they had to copy a sentence twice. Within a matter of 5 minutes, I had over 5 questions asking me to re-explain what was going on. And then one student actually I had to go up to and say, hey, why are you not writing anything? He goes, well, I don't really know what to do here. I said, well, you write the sentence twice. He said, so I have to fill up all the lines that are left? No, you just have to write the sentence twice. He goes, what do you mean? You copy that sentence word.
You're a bad teacher.
For word twice.
Okay. I will tell you right now, you're a bad teacher. This is a bad teacher. These are bad teachers. I'm sorry. Like, it's a bad, this is bad. This is not good. Wait, I write it twice. Why do I have all these lines? I'm confused because I'm a child and I don't understand things. And you usually give me an entry system or a quiz that has one line if I need to write one line, but you've got like 50 lines, so I have to write it twice. What does that mean if I have so many fucking lines? You've created anxiety in me because you're a shitty fucking teacher.
Okay, so I only have to copy the sentence down 2 times. Yes. And I do it in these lines. Those are the only lines you have.
But they're not. That's why they asked about all the other lines. Are you? It was this close. I was this close. I'm very proud. You all, Lisa, I know you're there. Lisa, you should be very proud of me for stopping myself.
And I don't have to fill up every line. You write the sentence twice.
While writing this, I also couldn't help but compare these kids' childhoods to my own. I was reminded of how when my sister and I were kids and we would plan our school outfits, we would use the...
Because, gotta tell you, that was... Bloop, bloop, bloop. That was right there. Because, fuck you. Like, my anger... I had issues with teachers. I had some absolutely wonderful teachers throughout elementary school, into junior high too, and high school. I can name them. I remember them. If I see them, I would probably hug them. I also had a lot of teachers who were the worst thing that ever happened to me. And they were hateful, shitty, garbage humans. All of them. Hateful, shitty, garbage humans. And this is the kind of shit.
Outdoor thermometer in our kitchen, and based on how the weather was at 7 a.m., we would predict what was the likeliest forecast for the day, especially in shoulder seasons where it could be 15 degrees and rainy or 30 degrees and muggy. Figuring out what was actually weather appropriate was tricky. But as silly as it sounds, these little moments of critical thinking as children are what build onto the more complex problems.
You don't know how to critical think because you've literally said stuff that contradicted itself within 2 sentences. Critical thinking is not what you do. Do not pride yourself on it and do not think you are better than these children. You are not.
Problem solving we need when we're older, because even this dilemma has been stripped away from the younger generation, as you can just ask Alexa for the rain forecast down to the millimeter per hour.
Hey, we would guess and sometimes be wrong. Kids ask and find out what the answer is according to experts. And I'm better than them.
I will be 51 degrees with a low of 21.
So we are unintentionally raising kids who can't handle the unexpected. And as you can expect, this is a major contributor to Gen Alpha's rising anxiety, because the less uncertainty they face now, the more anxiety they feel later. As said here, anxiety is often triggered by uncertainty. As Nature Reviews Neuroscience notes, the brain's anxiety response is directly tied to how well we can tolerate the unknown. And if we're never exposed to the unknown, we never learn how to cope. That's the trap Gen Alpha is falling into.
So do exactly what the teachers say and don't ask questions, because that'll teach you how to deal with the unknown. You fucking awful.
They aren't just being helicopter parented, they're being certainty parented.
Hello.
Just saying goodnight. Sorry it took so long.
No, you're fine. This is the dumbest shit I've ever seen.
I couldn't stop watching how horrible and infuriating it was.
It's getting worse. No. Are you ready? She's mad, and just so you can, she's mad that kids use phones to look things up.
There's what the other one was too.
So she's saying that they use phones, and that stops them from, because like when I was growing, this is the example she gives us. When I was growing up, we had to figure out what the weather might be, and now kids just ask Alexa.
How did she figure it out? When she was on like TV weather reports?
Maybe TV weather reports, maybe radio, maybe the parents saying something. No. See, what you don't understand is at 9 years old, she had a complex understanding of weather patterns. And she had a huge pressure barometer set up, and she was sitting there and she'd be like, oh my God, look, we're moving into a low pressure system. Does no one understand? We have to prepare.
There are barometers are cool, but
barometers are cool, but That's not what she was doing. It's fucking terrible people.
It's horrific.
All right. Night.
Good night.
This is what needs to be reintroduced into childhood because learning itself is built on discomfort. And
I was like, I'm so sorry. I just couldn't stop watching how awful this is. It's like, yeah.
children need experience in that in order to succeed in school.
We grew up where we still had to research things. Like, does anybody remember JSTOR?
I am so close to stepping over the line. I almost said it again. Like, no. Right. You guys are attached to the wrong thing. You guys are attached to the wrong thing. The fact she's bringing up JSTOR with talking about alpha is funny, but that's not the thing. Do you guys remember having to look things up? These guys don't know how to look things up. They just use their phones to look things up. Do you understand how stupid this is? This is pants on head stupid. This is pants on head stupid.
Actually having to go into the library and look up peer-reviewed articles and figuring out how to put the pieces of things together.
With books and things you were looking at, just like the kids do. You're fucking awful. I don't like this person either. You're a piece of shit too.
Media literacy, all of those.
You don't have media literacy. You're fucking stupid. You're a stupid person. You're a stupid person. You don't have critical thinking either. Dumb fucking people everywhere. Everyone's fucking stupid, man. I'm so tired of it.
Those things were taught to us. We remember before having the instant access to.
Hey, what you need to do is you need to understand. You go and you look at a phone and you don't do the blood rites where we have to sacrifice children and then we, put the fucking runes in the right place and God speaks to us directly through the dead child that we've just murdered. You don't even murder children anymore to get your information. Like, what the fuck? What do you think looking up information is? Hey, what did Peter Sloterdijk say in Spheres Trilogy? Well, I could look up the book. I could look at it online. There's no difference. They're on TikTok. What do you expect? Fair.
To Google, and then we also remember the after, where we still had to filter our results and understand that some things are biased. And apps like this are a direct.
You don't have a concept of what bias is because you're speaking like this.
Contributor to the learned helplessness of the younger generation because that's the target demographic for these apps. If things.
That's not how it works, and you don't understand how apps work. So good job.
They're not spoon-fed to them as fast as they can swipe. They just think it's too hard. It's too much work.
She doesn't know what Sci-Hub is. This doesn't know what Z Library is, which is, by the way, also awesome. But Anna's archive with GL is really good. Archive would blow. Yeah,
I don't know where to find it.
While we all love to complain about how we don't learn anything useful in school, memorizing
Who are you? Are you kidding?
formulas was never the point.
Memorizing formulas was never the point. Okay, cool. All right.
School is meant to teach you how to learn, how to organize yourself, and how to adapt to high-pressure environments.
Oh, you want to make workers. That's your problem. You're a fucking bitch. I fucking hate you even more. It's about workers. You're not good workers. You're not good for labor. You're not good for capital. Don't you understand you're not going to be good for capital? Don't you understand capital needs you to be good workers under high pressure and stress situations? That as the world is getting worse and worse and anxiety is growing because everything's collapsing all the time, you need to be able to handle that because you need to be fucking working at the corner store.
And how to problem solve. Those are the truly important skills being developed, and they're all compromised when kids are starting 10 steps behind.
You are absolutely dumb as fuck. Calling bitches bitches is not woke. That's fair, Lisa. That's fair. I should have called her cunt. Like my Scottish friends do.
Okay, to drive this home, it's important to discuss how it all plays out in the long term. Because as you know, we're not just dealing with a generation that can't read at the 4th grade level, but a lack of critical thinking skills that will follow these kids through high school.
And apparently teach them to make really shitty YouTube videos.
Into the adult world. The first concern I have is how this...
I think schooling is good, even if our schooling isn't fantastic with schooling. Public schooling is the single most important thing to humanity that I can think of. And I'm not saying that it has to be done how America does it, that it's for capital, but that people have education at a large scale, that we learn things, that we have the ability for people to have an equanimity when it comes to reading and understanding things. There's nothing more fundamental to the world than that for me, period. That's why Republicans hate it, because they want to fuck kids, not teach them.
This deficiency will only amplify their over-reliance on AI as they grow up. Side note, I also have this growing fear that Gen Z and millennials will be the last and only generations to be skeptical of AI.
It was the architects of artificial intelligence. Interesting.
Existing in a sort of Goldilocks window between older generations.
If you didn't know, we found one of your sources, and it was AI generated, and it was not written by a person, and you cited it. So, good job. Good job being very skeptical of AI. Jesus Christ. Pot, meat, kettle.
Blindly accepting it, and younger generations that never knew a world without it.
There's a cow in New York City who rides the subway.
No. Cool, but...
You make fun of her. You cited AI slop. You cited AI slop unironically. You cited on AI slop unironically, you useless person.
Back on topic, Gen Alpha will only ever get more enmeshed with AI, as they already go about life asking their AI chatbots about everything and anything.
Yeah. 3 dots and a dot. 3 dots and a period. 3 dots and a period. Ellipses and a period. Exactly, I saw Chunky. Fucking Christ.
How do you build a flat piece of metal can turn anything in the world, even a thing you can put on teleport anywhere you take a picture at?
Sorry, I don't know that.
And of course they do. Why wouldn't they? If your prefrontal cortex...
The reason they do it is because when they ask the parents react poorly. A child will not ask Alexa a question like that. My children have never asked Alexa a question like that unless like we prompted them, please ask Alexa a question because it's funny. Showed them how it works in case they ever needed something. Because they can ask us questions and they can ask us anything and it gets very awkward and strange, but we've never turned it down at all. Never once at all. A child will ask Alexa because they don't have anyone else to ask. That's fucking insane. This is, again, the self-reports are out the ass of shit parenting.
Cortex wasn't developed and a new invention came around to do all your homework for you, you would jump on it too, right? Studies on the effects of calculator use in mathematics education have long debated its impact on developing fundamental arithmetic skills. Extending this to the capabilities of generative AI.
That's not a leap. Also, if you talk to anyone who's actually does mathematics, they would not say that the calculator hinders them. Because here's how it works. Einstein had a line, why memorize something you can look up easily? And this is actually a real serious life lesson that's worthwhile. There's no reason to memorize that which you can look up easily. Your brain should not be spent memorizing all of these things or having to learn to do long division by hand. Because guess what? There's no reason to learn long division by hand. Because no one does long division by hand.
We must consider the potential for what some term cognitive offloading, where the brain relies on artificial assistance AI to perform tasks it might otherwise have undertaken on its own, potentially leading to an atrophy of specific cognitive muscle.
Okay. When I was, my grandfather Jerry, Grandpa Jerry, he was an engineer at Martin Marietta. He was part of the Titan missile programs. Yeah, I know I'm a big family of a colonial capitalist, whatever. But I always loved the stories he told about things, because he came back from the war and he became an engineer, and he never really went to school for it in the same way, but he always had a knack for the shit. And drafting and building and doing all that stuff. He really was amazing with like that kind of thing. And he tells stories when they got their first calculator. It was like this fucking desk size fucking thing to help them do these really complex calculations, because back in the day, that shit really mattered. You were building these big fucking missiles and all kinds of stuff. It's really, really crazy. But he talks about how that thing that happened, it didn't really break anything. Like they learned how to add it to the repertoire, because there was no point in spending the 2 weeks doing thing X. If you're using it right, a calculator correctly, you can use it to just do all your math tests and be done. That's a mistake for the teacher, of course, but you can do that. Just like I use it for vibe coding, but you can use it in a lot of different ways. You can use it just to get the thing done, because that means you don't care about the final thing. And that's how it goes. If you don't care about the thing, I don't know what to tell you. But if you do care about it, you can use it as that base thing, because it will absolutely create a space for you to launch yourself further. It won't do all the work for you. No calculator is going to figure out mathematics or do shit. No AI is going to be able to solve all the problems. It's not how it works. It's not how technology has ever worked. It just creates another level we have to learn to work from, and then we can accelerate from. This is how it's always been. There's nothing different. It's not an atrophy of specific cognitive muscles. If those muscles don't have to develop, they're not cognitive muscles that were there in the first place. Suresh, people like this are the result of conditioning and selecting for conformity and compliance as a sign of intelligence. Yes, this is someone who was very proud they weren't quite valedictorian.
Because cognitive struggle isn't a flaw in the human experience, but one of the very things that develops critical thinking. And so the danger here isn't just suffering grades, but the next generation unsure of how to use their brains.
No.
What do you mean some of your kids are going to school in elementary school and needing to be taught how to pick up things?
That's not how that works. This is awful.
Needing to be taught basic life functions.
From your perspective, I understand it, but you need to understand you are there's a word for people, because these kids need to be taught something. You teach them, God, if only I could remember what your job is.
What do you mean college kids are paying for their degrees to use ChatGPT? In a consumeristic world where we are slowly making it that we own nothing, intelligence is a currency. Some of you are truly setting your children up for failure, because when they know nothing, they will, and some of them currently are, believing anything.
I think this video is actually an art project to make the point.
Now, I would be remiss if I didn't mention that this doesn't apply to all children. There are still a group of kids who are progressing well, love reading, and have strong critical thinking skills, but the gap between them and the technology-obsessed kids is
It's due to shit teachers and terrible parents, and it sucks.
Is only widening, and this impacts all of us. As mentioned multiple times, Gen Alpha is entering high school, meaning they're only a...
ChatGPT in college is self-defeating. I actually, again, it's self-defeating, but that presumes why you're going to college. If you're going to college to learn something, yeah, of course it's self-defeating. If you're going to college to get a fucking degree so you can just move on to the next goddamn thing, fucking use ChatGPT. Fuck it. Who cares? You're not learning anything anyway. What are you going to do? You're going to drink yourself to death in a fucking frat party? Sorry, boof yourself to death? It was fucking
few years away from adulthood, voting, influencing public discourse, and helping shape the direction of governments and society. Cognitive independence isn't something that is just magically handed to you when you turn 18, and literacy can't be shortcut, downloaded, or summarized.
I also work at Taco Bell, and obviously Taco Bell hires like high school students, you know what I'm saying? And I only work there one day a week, but what I've noticed is that like the high school students that have been hired like in the last like year or so can't count money. Like they can't count change at all. Like so much so that they're not allowed to be on a drawer, because if they are.
When I was like 8 or 10, there was a big stink because kids couldn't read analog clocks. The history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes, right? Philosophy Tube.
It will always be over or under. Like there's no way, and it's almost always under. You guys want to talk about, like, people want to talk about how the minimum wage should be like whatever, and it shouldn't be increased or whatever because these people are just doing like entry level jobs or whatever. But this job is not entry level anymore. Like the entry level.
But like whatever, I'm clearly capable. Whatever.
People cannot do this job anymore.
Oh, I am just really excited to say whatever. Like, I'm qualified and way smarter than like whatever these other kids who are coming in. Like, whatever, they're not proper labor for like whatever. Like, you know,
like kids.
This shit is why Jang did well.
They're not even being taught well enough to work at Taco Bell. Like, I mean, they are. Let that sink in. Like, you're not hearing me.
Who cares? No one cares. No one gives a shit. Just so you know, you weren't taught well enough to work at Taco Bell, and standards have been lowered. No one cares.
Kids are not being taught well enough.
By the way, they're doing just fine. If they are working at Taco Bell, they clearly know enough to work at Taco Bell. Does anyone understand that logic works that way? Like, they're not even smart enough to work at Taco Bell. Like, so these kids who work at Taco Bell, like, come on.
To even work at Taco Bell.
Early years development is crucial to long-term development. Too many studies have been done to show how important that time is for young minds. Parents need to understand it's their job to teach their children.
Yep, that's it. Fuck you. So here's how it works. Bourgeois, middle class, white people, generally. And you know what? There's enough minorities in this too. I shouldn't just say white people. Bougie fucks. I have time, and I work from home. Heather too. It's fortunate that I'm able to do this. I don't say much about anything, but if there's a way that I am blessed by God, it is that I have gotten to see my children grow up. I don't believe in it or anything, but there is few things that are as wonderful in my life as being able to see them develop and being home. There is very little as wonderful as that. I use the phrase blessed because I know it's rare. I know it is incredibly rare in today's world. This is not 30, 40, 50 years ago. It is incredibly rare to be able to watch a child grow and to be taking part in that. To say to parents in today's world where people are working 2 or 3 fucking jobs, that it's their goddamn job, and you're fucking showing a bunch of teachers here who clearly are shit at what they do. Fuck. You are a classist, labor-focused piece of shit. I cannot tell you how fucking angry this makes me. This is someone who really is just like 3 steps away from talking about busing. I'm not going to say it.
Teachers are there for academic endeavors, which is getting harder when the
I have TikTok. I've used TikTok. There are good teachers on TikTok who talk about their frustrations. I like that. I don't mind that at all. Because it's frustrating. A kid attacked me today. I don't know what to do. Why are kids like this? That kind of thing, because the school won't do anything, different. That's talking about systemic issues. Talking about your kids because the parents need to spend more time with it, eat shit.
Children in the class can't write their
more like 1 or 2 steps. I mean, there might be the kind of people who just say the N-word in private. Like, it's awful. Many elementary kids can't tell analog time. You found this strange. I mean, it's just so you know, it's not strange. There are almost no analog clocks in the world. You see them, but why do you, like, I have a watch. I can set it to be analog. This guy's lovely photos of my kids. I have a phone. I have computers. I have car stereos. I have devices. I have a microwave. Where is an analog clock? You don't need to learn it. I think it's useful. Dexter's learned how to use it. Violet will learn how to do it because I think it's important to learn how time exists. And so you have to learn sundials, you have to learn minutes. And I think the systems of the world come from this. I think that's all useful. That cannot be on parents. People have a hard enough time existing right now, let alone raising kids. Not the easiest thing, by the way.
Own names. And this is the crux of this video, that we're raising a generation that will potentially lead to the downfall of humanity. Because
no. They won't. They'll be fine. They're humans. We're the ones who, the boomers are leading to the downfall of humanity. And if my generation doesn't do better when we're in charge, it'll be up to yours. Who doesn't do better, then it'll be yours. It's making do with the best we've got, you fucking useless person.
As these kids grow up, they become responsible for navigating some of the most volatile times. But
like now, and you're doing a great job of it. Bang up job.
Between super intelligent AI on the horizon, authoritarian governments taking over.
Hey, look, do you see my watch? Is that an analog? I can set it to be analog, but why?
Irreversible.
Like, why?
Global rising temperatures, and much more. The urgency cannot be underemphasized that we need to raise a generation with the capability of moral reasoning, long-term thinking, skepticism, political...
Intuitive API design, like, is the new... So this is the thing. This is why the kids will be fine, because they're designing on top of that layer. And they're not getting to the point where it's like they just don't know how things work. There are a lot of kids who are tinkering in the same way. They always will. They always do. Most people today who exist absolutely don't understand how anything they fucking use works. Like the number of people, you go to my AI video. My AI video gets one thing in an incredibly small way, minorly sort of wrong, and it's not even wrong. One thing. No one says anything about it. One person made a comment, like, but otherwise, everything else is so fucking spot on and exact and like detailed and concrete. The number of people on there who are so certain I'm wrong in hilariously embarrassing ways, that's where we are.
Judgment, philosophical debate, and the ability to think
philosophical debate. Give me 10 minutes and I will just see how you do.
Through unintended consequences. Because if Gen Alpha only ever relies on AI summaries and spoon-fed answers, then there isn't much hope for us.
You relied on AI summaries and spoon-fed answers, as we saw. Again, ellipses and a period. Good job.
Is there?
I don't know. God damn it. That'll be my next thing to fix. This is what this video also felt like. The Onion. We're going to watch it.
Hey, coming up later in the hour, we're going to learn about the strange devices Chinese people use instead of forks.
The Onion Today Now is one of my favorite things that they've ever done. This guy right here, both of them are so fucking wonderful, but this video is amazing.
But first, our parenting expert, Rebecca McCallum, is here with some advice.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Rebecca. Now, Rebecca runs a popular parenting blog called Mom Magic.
That's right. It's about the everyday parenting choices that could make a big difference on our children.
Rebecca, I read the blog a lot. My first question is, who the hell do you think you are telling me how to raise my kids?
You know, I have a degree in early childhood education, but my greatest education has been raising 3 beautiful kids of my own.
Okay, well, let's just jump right in and get this over with. I understand you have some great advice for how to get kids to do their chores.
I do. For every chore your child does, reward them with 10 extra minutes of TV time. I found it really gets them excited about helping out.
That's great advice from someone who's never met my kids.
Or mine. And Rebecca, just by looking at your smug face, I can tell you have some more advice for our viewers who I'm sure couldn't have raised their kids if you hadn't deigned to talk to us today.
That's right, Tracy. One of the greatest frustrations that parents
This is the aesthetic of the last video.
have is noisiness.
Sure.
Well, if your kids are the loud and rambunctious type, I suggest setting up quiet zones throughout the house where your children know to keep it down.
This, by the way, has my favorite ending of almost all the videos.
Quiet zones, wow. Billionaires with giant houses full of rooms to set aside, better listen up.
Now, and I find this incredible, Rebecca. While most parents would mind their own business, you decided to write a whole book telling people how to run their lives.
Well, I'm just really connected to my kids. If a mom can establish a strong enough connection to her little ones, they basically raise themselves.
Okay, Rebecca, what other bullshit do you have the nerve to share with us this morning?
I talk about this in my book, and it does take a lot of effort, but parents
I love it. Sorry, I love this so much. Come on.
I talk about this in my book, and it does take a lot of effort, but parents really should teach their child a second language. My daughter Hazel and I are learning French together.
Wow, you know, I'll bet a lot of moms watching right now are thinking, fuck you.
Well, I get that a lot, but the window during which language acquisition skills are at their peak is
Sure,
really
whatever.
very
You know,
small.
I wish I had done that. You win, but guess what I just remembered? You're not my boss.
Now, since we won't be talked down to for another minute, we've got some questions from some parents out there for the almighty Rebecca.
Hi, I was wondering if you've ever been in a situation where you did not know the exact right thing to do, or are you fucking perfect?
Well,
I just keep playing the questions. Don't let her answer.
Hi, Rebecca. My question is, how much do your kids hate you? A little or a lot?
Wow, that's a great question.
Now, Rebecca, before you go, why don't you also tell us how to do a better job hosting this show, since you're so smart?
Oh, I don't think that I could do
No,
that.
seriously, go ahead.
Okay, well, being a TV host is actually a lot like being a mom. You have to create fun situations that really engage the viewer.
She actually answered it.
That's how that felt to me. That's how that last video completely felt to me the whole time. Oh, God. Oh, I love it. They're so good. They're too fucking good. That's just, oh my God. She actually answered it. It's just goddamn. How much do your kids hate you? A little or a lot? All right. We are going to do a little bit more. We're going to watch, we're going to do a few minutes of this. I'm going to see if if I can handle this, even a little bit. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I'm not doing Anarch. I'm not doing Anarch, Pashy. Not doing Anarch today. I'm going to use the restroom, and I'm going to leave you guys to watch a thing. Enjoy Vlad and Nikki. Oh, yeah. So, imagine this. You have a sweet little 4-year-old, 3-year-old, and she wants to watch Vlad and Nikki. She says to you, Vlad and Nikki, what do you do, hotshot? Like, you think a fucking speeding bus with a bomb on it is a problem? You have a 3-year-old or 4-year-old going, Vlad and Nikki, what do you do, hotshot? And then you kind of know what it means to be a parent. You kind of know what it means to be a parent at that point.
So tell me now, who wants to see a demo of Glass?
So I will tell you, if anyone ever shows up to my house wearing any of these things, I will be asking them to take it off. And if they refuse, they will not be coming in my house. That's how it works. What did you do? My answer was you watch it, watch one small short you find, and then you create a queue in the background of other videos that automatically pop up next, and you slowly cycle out Vlad and Nikki. You have to do a lot of different things. Heather and I didn't like choose Vlad and Nikki. At some point, your child is going to be old enough on Prime, or how this happened to us. Did you know Spotify has video? I didn't know this. This made me cancel Spotify, by the way. We had a family plan. I've had Spotify literally since Spotify came out and had a subscription. I've had a Spotify subscription. Canceled it because of this. Because she was listening to music and I came in and she was watching like this shit. Eat shit, Spotify, fuck you in every way. Spotify sucks anyway? Yeah, but like I like music. I like music. Apple Music's pretty good. But it's just like, God damn it.
In 2012, Google introduced a product that would live on in infamy. They called it...
My favorite thing is at conferences when people would show up wearing Google Glass and everyone would just point and laugh and they thought they were cool.
Glass. And in place of a standard keynote, they literally had skydivers drop in from a blimp into the venue where they were having the presentation. It was an impressive technical feat to live stream the stunt, but I wonder if perhaps the spectacle served to cover up some of the deficiencies of the product itself. Anyways, you know how the rest of the story goes. The weird, clunky, creepy computers for your face were roundly rejected by society. Its users were mocked as glass holes, and the product disappeared into the annals of Silicon Valley's most notorious failures. Thanks to its high price tag, ugly design, and limited functionality, Google Glass was doomed from the start. Now, however, after 10 plus years of technological advances,
it wasn't really doomed from the start. I think this is destined to fail fundamentally.
Smart glasses are back with a force. These new wearable computers, cleverly made in partnership with Ray-Ban and Oakley, are...
Slow realization that this is a tech channel. Is this a tech? I'm not a tech. Oh, you know what? I'm a tech channel now.
Are much more stylish and nearly indistinguishable from typical glasses. They allow you to converse with AI chatbots, listen to music, take calls, snap photos and POV videos, and...
They do that with, I wonder if I have it nearby. I have two Mio armbands. When I was doing early VR stuff, one of my favorite prototypes I worked with was this tech that was like my watch is on my wrist, but it had magnets all the way around and sensors, and it could sense where, because in your wrist when you move, and you can see the small movement of all the different tendons, because the muscles in your hand don't actually do very much. Primarily, your fingers are actually moved by pulling tendons that are here. And so you can actually tell the amount of motion or move that a person's doing with any of their fingers based on what is happening inside of there. So if you have sensors around that, the Mio armband basically let you sort of know how a person's moving their fingers and how far. The earliest version of it was not crazy sensitive. It's gotten way better. It got bought by Oculus for this and then ended up in this. That's what you just saw is the Mio armband. It's really amazing stuff.
Live translate or caption.
It's really cool shit that, like, as they develop it, I'm actually looking forward to a keyboardless keyboard that doesn't even have buttons or anything, that like you can just be doing the thing you do. It's awesome.
Speech in the real world, all without so much as reaching for your phone. This is one of the sales pitches, that these glasses can liberate you from your screen.
It's a big selling point. This is why I have an Apple Watch. So I don't take this everywhere. I usually, if I have a case on my phone, I've stopped doing that because I don't want to take my phone everywhere and I want to be like emotionally invested in not doing that. This lets me do everything I need, and it doesn't have a lot of surfing and bullshit. I can listen to music, I can get texts, I can send texts, I can check email, I can call people. It's all great. It's a screen, but it's also not really screen in the sense of like how a phone works or anything else. It's really good. Zero tactical feedback. It isn't zero tactical feedback though, because the whole point is because it is here, you can actually have stimulus. Like there's some really good experiments. You should look into it. Like haptic feedback on that shit is crazy interesting.
By tackling nearly all of the tasks that you'd use your phone.
I don't get annoyed with notifications. You can change the notifications you get on your watch versus your phone. And so I just like turn everything off that I can't do about it. And it's genuinely wonderful. I don't answer emails anymore. This has been a weird change. I've stopped answering emails almost completely. Like, because I don't get anything interesting for the most part. I don't care. I just don't give a fuck. There's just nothing there.
They don't take you away from the moment, so you can stay present in the moment, unlike with phones. So I think that that's a big deal.
It's a post-screen world where, as a 2013 Wired article foretold, you're going to be wearing the future all over yourself, and soon. In this piece, Matt Honan describes his year of wearing Google Glass, marked by social hostility and relentless ostracization. Again and again, he writes, I made people feel very uncomfortable. That made me very uncomfortable. Nevertheless, Honan insists that Google Glass is the future, that society won't be able to pass up the convenience of face computers for long. Smart glasses, he writes, are racing towards us, ready to change society again. Well, Honan wasn't right about Google Glass per se, but he was right about the broader wearable technology craze. 2 years after Google Glass, the world was introduced to the Apple Watch. Now we have rings and clothing that track our biometric data, necklaces and earbuds that see as we see and hear as we hear.
We really don't. This is very uncommon tech.
We are even seeing brain implants that
we really aren't, by the way,
promise to unlock new dimensions of human potential.
You just should not say that uncritically.
It's a new chapter in Silicon Valley's quest to remove as much friction as possible from every.
All right, we're skipping ahead. I don't know if I can handle this guy.
With smart glasses, but one thing, though, that everybody should be doing is making life difficult for big tech by using a VPN. But and presented to us in neat charts and insights that presumably tell us something about ourselves. However, this self-knowledge through numbers, a core tenet of the quantified self movement that Byung-Chul Han critiques in his book Psychopolitics, is completely absent of meaning or narrative. Rather, he says it is additive, accumulative. When we practice self-surveillance, we are contributing to what Han calls digital psychopolitics, a form of power in which we willingly turn over our autonomy to algorithms and machines who quantify and measure our behavior, create digital ecosystems that can predict our preferences and desires, and present laser-focused, individually calibrated messages.
This feels off, but close.
That can influence our behavior at a granular level. Under the psychopolitical regime, big data and the AI algorithms which power it can, quote, intervene in the psychic process in a prospective fashion. Quite possibly, it is even faster than free will. As such,
it's an elaboration. I mean, yeah, it's Byung-Chul Han. Like that's. But Byung-Chul Han, to say he's in the vein of Foucault, he'd be like, I like his essays. I'm not a fan of his larger works. I think he writes interesting stuff that's provocative at best. But like, the challenge is the way he's talking about it is like, that the shame is that the meaning of a thing has been removed or is meaningless and doesn't have narrative. But it's like, psychopolitics is something that's fundamentally enabled by making things that are psychically meaningful, measurable. Yeah, the census, for example, which represents a biopolitical practice of disciplinary society, this is literally Foucault, provides material that may be used demographically but not psychologically. Biopolitics is incapable of enabling subtle interventions in the psyche. In contrast, digital psychopolitics manages to intervene in psychic processes in a prospective fashion. I don't think he's reading it right.
It could overtake it.
In the Swarm is a book of the essays. I loved In the Swarm. I thought it was, again, incisive and interesting, good entertainment. And then that's kind of it, really.
If so, this would herald
Burnout
the
Society
end
was
of
boring.
freedom. People who use wearable technology don't see things this way. They don't think that their freedom is under threat by the devices tracking their every move, because more often than not, they're right that surveillance won't be used against them. That fear is reserved for people subjected to imposed surveillance, like the ankle monitor or the police patrolling poor Black and brown communities. That fashion critic that...
This is not... okay. Let's talk about Foucault for a second, because this is one of the things everyone fucks up with Foucault. This guy's already doing it, so we're just going to jump in. Foucault wrote about a thing called the panopticon. Panopticon is a type of, is a theoretical jail of sorts, okay? Right here you have like a guard tower. And the guard tower kind of is this giant thing. It's 365 degrees around, and the guards can look out of it from any direction with telescopes at any time, everywhere. What you do is you build around it, and you build a bunch of jail cells. And it's a big jail block, and it's weird, and it's in a circle, and you're like, why? It's because the jail block is basically a stacked wall of jail cells that all face exactly into that centerpiece. And from here, the guards can see everywhere. Everyone who is not actually reading Foucault stops here. And they go, yeah, because the guards can see everyone. That's the panopticon. No, it is not. That is not what a society of control is. That is not what any of this shit is. Has nothing to do with this. Okay? That's not the point. The point is, my pop-ups. Donate to the stream, subscribe, like, please give the stream a like, toss a few bucks and weird shit happens. If you toss it in YouTube, I'm still trying to figure out how Stream Elements, why it's not sending over things. I've got a bunch of work to do on that. But there's a bunch of weird shit that Super Chats do. So Super Chats, $2, $5, $6, $7, all do weird things. Please don't do Jang. Jang, you get a free Jang at $10. But the thing is that if you live in one of these jail cells, it is not that you can be seen at any time, so you change your behavior. It is that you can be seen at any time, so it's not that the guards don't even have to look. It is not that the guards look anywhere. It is that you guard yourself. You naturally instill and install a fucking guard within yourself. You are the panopticon. The effect of the panopticon is you guard. So it's not that the point is they don't know when they are, they always could be. Part of it, the bigger part of it is that they are the guard then. That's the thing that shifts. They're the guard. So you guard yourself. And that thing, that's the fucking jam. Because the scary thing that ends up happening is that when you can guard yourself, the guards don't actually have to do any work. That's the point. Society of control, guards don't do very much. The AI is omnipresent. It isn't. That's not how data works. That's not how information works. It isn't omnipresent. You think that, and so you worry, and so you guard yourself. That's not how shit works. The prisoners self-police themselves. Exactly, Windrip. That's the big deal. That's what a society of control is. It's not that you can be seen at any time. It's that you guard yourself because you can be seen at any time. That's the fucking shift. And that's what Byung is going on about. You don't even need a guard. Exactly. You just tell the prisoners you have some dumb fuck named Snowden. Put a bunch of shit online saying that everyone can always be seen all the time. And then you don't even need a fucking surveillance state.
I mentioned earlier was right to describe the Apple Watch as a status symbol. But status doesn't only refer to money or class. It refers to the user's relationship to the surveillance itself. Surveillance that you willingly wear on your body indicates an alignment with power. It says that the only possible way the surveillance could be used is to improve the well-being of its user. Chris describes this concept as luxury surveillance.
That's incompatible with Byung-Chul Han. but okay.
He compares the travel experience of people who enroll in TSA PreCheck and Global Entry, which require additional surveillance.
They don't actually require additional surveillance at all. I don't know why you think that. What do you think? What do you think they do? Okay. When you visit a country and you don't have Global Entry or TSA PreCheck, I know because one time I didn't. You have to talk to customs and they interview you. And then on the way out somewhere, you have to go through security and get screened. These things let you do that one time and not have to do it again in the same way. That this is not extra. There's not like, oh yeah, so you can do Global Entry. We just have to inject you with this. What the fuck, man?
With the experience of a refugee or migrant, the refugee faces constant demands to submit papers, documentation, and even wear electronic monitoring devices, much like those on parole or probation. Everything about their experience is meant to make the behavioral control and modification they face explicit, along with their socially subordinate position.
I mean, yeah, that's literally how the state operates. So I'm trying to figure it out.
The refugee or parolee's experience exemplifies imposed surveillance.
Parolee is, that's weird to include the refugee or parolee. Refugee is someone fleeing. I don't like that these are put together. Someone who's like murdered a bunch of kids and gets out on parole. And the specific thing is, hey, you're on parole, so we're going to keep track of you, but you can go be a better person. Like that's part of that's not the same thing as a refugee. I don't get it.
Surveillance the subject would prefer not to have, but is required to for one reason or another.
I don't even know if that's true for refugees though, or parolees even. Like that's such a very huge assumption. There are people who like, oh, please keep tabs on me. I don't want to be in danger. I don't understand what's happening.
On the other hand, trusted travelers who have nothing to hide leverage their position of supposed political immunity to create a smoother travel experience for themselves. They pay for the luxury of surveillance because they are symbolically or literally the ones doing the watching.
You're paying for the bureaucracy and paperwork. What the fuck, dude?
This phrase, the ones doing the watching, refers to the powerful, the elites of society.
This is fucking wacky shit. What the fuck am I watching now? This is like the ones doing the watching, the elites do the watching. What? What?
With which luxury surveillance users are symbolically aligning themselves. But in the case of Meta's AI glasses and Ring doorbells, they are also literally the ones doing the watching.
And people generally don't know that. And now that they know that, actually it caused Ring to get a huge number of fucking cancellations and returns. An incredible number, actually.
That, I think, is where the real danger lies. If someone wants to use
this dude is highly regarded. I agree. He must be regarded well.
An Apple Watch or an Oura Ring, I might recognize the tacit support for an ever-expanding web of surveillance, but ultimately it is their biometric data, and if they want to turn it over to a tech company, that's their prerogative.
Okay. If you believe that Apple has access to my health data here, I need you to prove it. I need you to show me. I need you to fucking show me. If you don't understand how data works, how HIPAA works, and how all these things fucking work, and there's health data in here. There's actual HIPAA health data in my watch because it connects to those things. And I choose how it goes. If you don't understand how data works, I've developed for iOS, I've developed apps. I might have an app coming out in the next couple weeks, actually. I've built many things for iOS. My team at Lucas, Ricardo and Paul, I've talked about this, were the guys who ported Podracer 64 to iOS. So if you ever play Podracer on iOS, you're playing their port. That's my team. That's Ricardo. Those are my boys. I know iOS. I was building a freelancer game in this called Smuggler, personally building and designing in Unreal a game for that on iOS. I've developed, this is not how data works on iOS. It's incredibly complicated. Apple's a pain in the ass for it. And it's not this. They don't just have access to it. This is not how it works.
But when we start talking about a nationwide mesh network of doorbell cameras and facial recognition enabled smart glasses and earbuds that see what we see and hear what we hear, that is where we as a society need to draw the line.
Nah, fuck right off, dude. That's not where we draw a line. As a society, you know how amazing, did you know that I can be in a conversation with someone in a different language and I can almost in real time, my headphones, my AirPods will translate them to my language in almost real time. Like a babblefish in fucking Hitchhiker's Galaxy. Did you know that is a thing? People don't realize that. And if they have headphones, it would do the same back. I can actively talk to people in different languages. That's magic.
Because this tech isn't just harvesting the user's data, it's literally spying on other people and providing their valuable data.
It isn't doing that. AirPods are not doing that. iPhones are not doing that. You're just out of your mind.
To giant tech companies to train their AI or collaborate with police.
Apple doesn't have an AI. Apple hasn't been shown to be collaborating with police. They have with a handful of search warrants. That's like the best you've got at best.
Not to mention, the supposed benefits of using smart technology like this are often illusory and heavily reliant on fear-mongering. Ring, for instance, relied on partnerships with local police, asking them to advertise their doorbell cameras to people in their neighborhood in exchange for free Ring products and a portal that allowed police to request surveillance footage from homeowners directly without a warrant. On top of this, Ring relies on aggressive fear-based marketing about crime.
Get tough on crime with the Ring Video Doorbell. Keep your home and your neighborhood safe.
A pitch that falls flat when you realize there is no...
I was always amazed. Ring always used white people as the criminals in their videos. And if you haven't gone through it, I was really always fascinated by, like, whenever I'd see it, it was always like this like joke version of, like, I don't know, 1980s thugs. And it was never like, when I was growing up, you'd see security ads and it'd always be like some black gangbanger and some poor white woman at home. Like, that's how they got you, right? They got really preyed on that. Ring didn't do that. It was always white people. It was always like, I assume it was an affirmative choice. I always found it interesting.
Strong evidence that doorbell cameras prevent.
Yeah, Matt knows what I'm talking about. Matt says, I've worked at companies that store medical data. You would not believe the rules for handling it. Nobody is keeping it if they do not need to. They really aren't, because, like, even, and I just don't. And again, Europe has a lot of very specific laws on this, and these things aren't breaking the laws there. So it's just insane.
Crime at all. What it does do, says Gilliard, is ironically make people feel less safe. Quote, by producing anxiety in some of its customers, Amazon makes the need for its products seem more intense, even though the products themselves produce the anxiety. We also, by the way, see this with other wearable technologies like Oura Rings, and there's actually a word for it, which I'm forgetting. This is like something that I find so funny. My sister has anxiety, and she got one of these Oura Rings to help with her anxiety. And then every time I see her talking about her Oura Ring, she's like, oh, this thing is giving me so much anxiety because, like, it says my sleep score wasn't good or something.
Yeah. I mean, they've come up with a term for it, right? Orthorexia, which is...
Oh, really?
Yes. Yeah. Which is the, anxiety that comes from trying to optimize your sleep. And so, I mean, one way I'll approach that particular thing is, will the device or the maker of the device ever tell you to take the device off?
Right.
My dad has a CPAP machine. It's never asked him to take the device off except when he's done with it. The device actually asks you to take it off to charge it. So I guess he's cool with the device then. What the fuck, dude? Seriously.
Like the answer to that question is no.
The answer is yes, when it needs to be charged. It absolutely does that. That's not what orthorexia is? Wait, you mean random shithead podcasts who basically are crypto posting about crypto Jews controlling the world and how elites are secretly watching us through our Apple Watches? He's like kind of a fucking weirdo? Insomnia, to say it is not so.
Right? Like, the answer to that question is no.
Except when they need to charge and when they say, please remove me and adjust me and all those things, which literally Oura Rings do a lot, actually. They're kind of shitty.
Even though in a lot of cases, it is the device or trying to adhere to the metrics of it that causes much anxiety or produces many problems as the person is trying to solve.
And because of Ring's implementation of AI analysis and networking devices together, what we end up with is a nationwide automated surveillance dragnet that overwhelmingly...
That's just Ring. That article is just about Ring, and you're including everything else in it because you're fear-mongering, because you're trying to sell VPNs, and it's fucking insane. Like, this is why we used to have rules about advertising. We still do, by the way. There's still laws. People pretend it doesn't apply to the internet. It does. And this should all be illegal. It is illegal, so whatever.
Targets marginalized communities. So if you have a Ring doorbell cam, just ask yourself if this is all worth it. So
you shouldn't have a Ring doorbell cam. Unless you want to, then do. I don't give a shit. I really don't care. I really don't give a fuck. You're not going to, it doesn't matter.
That you can be sure your packages don't get stolen. Much like Ring doorbell cameras, smart glasses don't just exploit and surveil the self. Wearers are foisting their surveillance and unwanted attention onto friends, coworkers, family members.
I physically will attack someone if they won't take it off. I actually have a very serious problem with being actively recorded in real time with everything in video like this. Like, again, that it's a small camera here, it doesn't matter to me if someone's recording like this. I pass.
Members and strangers. They are offering up the data of...
I shouldn't say that. I will fucking say that. I've told people that. I've had dealings with people. I've had dealings with people like this. This is not new, and they do not wear it. I find it offensive. I find it gross. I find it horrifying, and I find it upsetting. And if you don't take them off, we're not friends anymore. And if you follow me, it's a problem, because fuck off. Like, fuck off with that. I want to be able to have a relaxing conversation and not be actively video recorded and audio recorded for everything I do. The world of the freedom to be forgotten is a real goddamn thing. Freedom to be forgotten is a real thing, and I will not be otherwise. I do this shit. I know I'm being recorded. I'm volunteering it. Imagine if I just put one of you immediately on stream with me and just was like, there you go. How you doing? What do you think of this? And your face is right there. Your voice is right there. World's seeing you. Is that cool? Would that be cool of me to do? No. It'd be illegal. Actually, be harassment. This is fucking shit. This is shit. Bad people use these. Bad people.
The outside world to a tech company that has an atrocious track record of privacy and knowingly harming its users to increase engagement.
I mean, this is different than Apple. Meta actively is using these data. They publicly say, like, this is the thing. This guy's not breaking any weird, like, oh God. I can't believe this guy's figured out. Mark, did you know this streamer's figured out that we're doing weird surveillance shit? Yeah, I had a big conference every year for the last 6 years where I said we're doing this with the glasses and recording everything and using it to spatialize the world. I haven't stopped talking about it in investor meetings. Yeah, but he's saying you're watching him. I've said I'm watching them. I said we actively can look at anything that's part of the agreement that they signed. I said that in the fucking presentation. Yeah, but did you, like, fucking, I hate these people so much.
Fortunately, this is also a much different environment than 2013, where we roundly rejected Google Glass and the glass holes who wore them. And I'm not just...
Recording people without their permission is illegal in most states. Yes. Washington and Portland are both single-party consent states, dual-party consent states. You need party consent from everyone explicitly while recording, or it is actually a felony in, I believe, Washington. It's a felony in Florida, I believe. Like just doing it is a felony. Not even like you can't use it in anything and there's problems like felony.
Is talking about the normalization of recording strangers and surveilling ourselves. I'm talking about smart glasses manufacturers like Amazon pushing to require their drivers to wear smart glasses while they work, according to them, to create a, quote, safer and more seamless delivery experience, and, quote, shave seconds off delivery times. Amazon's smart glasses are just another tool that Amazon can add to its already hyper-surveilled workplace.
Light Hope says, sorry, like, isn't the aggregate of the image like having 40x partial views you can reconstruct? If I recall, like Chicago is one of the only cities which rejects. I'm not sure what you're asking. Maybe you're not talking to me. I don't know.
Where speed and performance are brutally optimized, resulting in physical exhaustion and burnout. In addition, these smart glasses are used to train their AI and map the inside of buildings in a way that's never been done before. Chris brought up on an episode of Tech Won't Save Us that
I don't blame my neighbor for the ring thing. Here's the thing. I don't care what tech people use. People have reasons for it. Like, it is what it is. Like, it is what it is. I don't like it. I don't think it's healthy for people to have, but people have reasons. I know people who absolutely need to have security cameras because their shit gets broken into because of shit with pets, shit with whatever, or they want to watch because they have a big piece of land and they want to make sure that their trees aren't getting cut down or whatever. Like, this is like,
Axon, the body camera company, is pushing to get hospital or retail workers to wear body cameras in their workplace. It's not unthinkable that we could soon be seeing smart glasses replacing body cameras at some point in the future. I bring all this up.
I forgot I had a night mode.
Up to speak to the fact that rejecting smart glasses is going to require a new approach. I know Amazon's workers are fighting a monumental union-busting campaign, and I hope they will be able to use their collective power to push back on the already brutal levels of surveillance. But for the rest of us, we need to understand that people wearing smart glasses may not have a choice. I think that a more delicate approach might be needed to handle some of these nuances. That's not to say
I actually think the opposite. I think don't be delicate. If you don't want to be recorded, tell them not to record. If they continue recording, destroy the device.
Smart glasses shouldn't be the grounds for social rejection.
They should be. They should be. Absolutely. They reject it immediately. If someone in your friend group has one of these and they go to a outing or whatever, they're making the world a fundamentally worse place. Mock them mercilessly. Mock them mercilessly and ostracize them from everyone.
Absolutely should. But just be willing to give people the benefit of the doubt.
Don't. Not with Meta AI glasses. I cannot believe I'm hearing this at all. This is not that. How the fuck is this what he's doing?
That they might not have a choice. As I've said.
Okay. If they don't have a choice, they're an employee of Amazon. Don't go yelling at Amazon delivery drivers. If you're at a club and someone's wearing it, do not let them.
Said before, be kind with people and be ruthless with systems.
That is not something Michael Brooks said. It's a paraphrase of a bad quote that isn't him.
One thing though
that's why it's Michael Brooks would fucking hate what he has been turned into. Genuinely.
I think we can all get behind.
God, it's like the fate of anyone who's like halfway decent. All I think of is that Boondocks episode of Martin Luther King where he's eating a McDonald's and his fucking face is on the placemat as he lifts his burger. And I'm just like, yep.
And stopping is, well, let's just call it.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm ready for maxing to be out of being maxed. Can we stop maxing? Is that a thing? Can we maxing? Or if I just keep going and I say, is it maxing? How many maxings can we do? How many X's are supposed to be in maxing?
So, lately I, like many others, have developed a morbid...
Why is maxing bad? I hate the term. I think it's shit, and I fucking hate the colloquial way people talk. Because I'm an old man. It's a shit way. Yeah, you're mogging. You're mog-maxing the The slim fat. I don't fucking know.
Fascination with the trend known as looksmaxing. If you don't know, looksmaxing is a community of chronically online
I'm anti-maxing. Okay. I hate 4chan. Yeah, everyone should. 4chan was never good. Dude, do you not know that? That's like fundamentally the reality of it. It's never been good.
cells who are obsessed with maximizing their physical appearance through objective metrics and measurements, everything from facial symmetry to bodily physique, so that they may be incels no longer. Looksmaxers relentlessly track and quantify every aspect of their and other men's feel in on the truth. Nativism and anti-immigrant hysteria offer scapegoats for the very real.
No, 4chan was never good. So you kids don't understand that that's one of the core rules. It's one of the core rules of 4chan is that 4chan was never good. That's how it works.
Deteriorations of quality of life brought on by neoliberalism. Techno-utopianism convinces us that exploitation by big tech is actually a good thing, because eventually technology
cyberpunk futures are not techno-utopianism.
will solve all our problems. Nevertheless, looksmaxing, or at least the logic
It wasn't 90% Fed posting. What can I say? It lost all art.
behind it is here to stay, and we must reckon with the consequences.
This guy wishes he was Joe Pera. Man, I love Joe Pera. That was a good show.
One such
paramaxing. Is that a thing? Kids?
Consequence is their obsession with streaming themselves hitting on girls, not for the purpose of actually pursuing a relationship or even just sleeping with them, but instead to prove to their audience that they can do it. It's a way for them to demonstrate their sexual market value, or SMV, to other men who might not be so well endowed by the gods to a chiseled jawline or the perfect interpupillary distance. As Clavicular told a New York Times reporter, dropping game for his kick stream without having to actually finish the job is, quote, a big time saver. The performance of sexuality and beauty for other men has led some to observe the
I think I hate this. I think I hate this too much. Sorry. That's just terrible. That guy sucks. That guy sucks. That guy sucks hard. I think we're gonna wind down, and I'm gonna send you off to a lovely, lovely stream. I'm just gonna make sure they're actually live still, because shit is what it is, and I don't have control in that way. We're gonna watch a couple minutes, and then I'll send you off.
Are you ever frustrated by the dogmatic insistence on telling the truth? It's almost laughable how society indoctrinates even children with the idea that lying is wrong. The rigidity.
If you aren't aware that this is one of the best channels on YouTube, I introduce to you Zintapir.
Of this moral stance stifles the nuanced dance of everyday interactions. In a world fixated on honesty, a creative counter-narrative is long overdue. So, let's pass the time by exploring the benefits of lying. But first, we need to find a suitable scapegoat, someone to blame, to set the right tone for this discussion. How about the ancient Greeks with their strange obsessions? They might be the right starting point for this unhealthy rule about lying. To explain this in more detail, I will have to burden you with some...
So that left a bad taste in your mouth. I don't think anyone here was a 4chaner. Only a handful of people maybe got what I was saying. I am not anti-4chan. I mean, 4chan has never been good. Is one of the oldest memes. That's like one of the oldest memes. It's up there with like Millhouse won't be a meme kind of shit. Like the era of the first Scientology raids. Different time. Yeah, pool's closed era. Fuck, different world.
Useless knowledge about these Greeks. They were really into something they called parrhesia, a relentless pursuit of the truth. They romanticize the idea of speaking truth to power, even if it meant suffering dire consequences. Wow. Some people take themselves too seriously, don't they? And if anyone does it better than the rest, it is the ugly one among them. He is the perfect embodiment of this dull virtue. His relentless mission to expose the ignorance of others, though a fixed mace of questions with only one exit. His crusade for truth stifled freedom and change, leaving no room for the beautiful unpredictability that a well-placed lie can offer. Lying is an art, a delicate skill that allows us to navigate the complexities of life with grace. It's like a shortcut through a dense forest. Why struggle through the undergrowth when a simple lie can lead you to the clearing? A lie can be a tool for smoothing over the rough edges of reality, making interactions less painful and outcomes more predictable. Consider for a moment the liberating power of a lie. It's the oil that keeps the gears of social interaction running smoothly. Telling your boss that traffic made you late, rather than admitting that you didn't care enough to get out of bed on time, preserves your image and avoids unnecessary reprimands. A white lie here, a half-truth there. It's all about making life a little more bearable. It saves us the embarrassment of raw honesty, which can often do more harm than good. And in a world that fetishizes truth, a lie is a little rebellion, a way of maintaining control and keeping things.
Zintapir is a person. This is written by a person. Everything here is generated 100% by AI. But it is the only time I will say this. There's nothing wrong with AI in this. This is the point of it, is the normativity of AI. And Zintapir is on a level that is very difficult for me to even slightly critique, because there is a grasping of things that I wrestle with in such a way that Zintapir may not be able to have discussions with me. I spend a lot more time in theory space, but I would probably be able to have like a beer and go, yep. And they go, yep.
Simple. The truth is that people like to lie, even if they don't like to admit it. Sometimes they won't even admit it to themselves. But that doesn't matter. They express it very clearly in so many ways. For example, they play the lottery. They take homeopathy or sacrifice goats, although some practices are more insane than others. Anyway, let's not romanticize lying too much. It's not about fulfilling some other duty or waging a crusade against the truth. Lying can be practical, but it can also be dangerous and exhausting. Pathological liars take the game too far, clinging to another identity, entangled in their own web of deceit. They build up an image of themselves that becomes increasingly difficult to maintain, constructing a false reality in which they feel powerful and in control. Of course, this is more...
Zintapir has not uploaded in a while. It's, I know they're really trying to figure out something they're doing, but it's really... I was saying the words are human. Zintapir writes this and puts it all together purposefully. It is not slop. As much as it seems like it's slop, I promise you it is not slop. It's a lot of effort and a lot of very specific choices. And so it is very strange because this is, and we can go into Zintapir for a second, because it's like their last video was 5 months ago, but if you go to Zintapir's channel and you can see they started doing this shit literally when AI first started 4 years ago. Their first video, What is the Body Without Organs? It's 11 minutes long. And it's fine. In fact, good. And then they continue and their videos get better. And better and better. But they don't have enough videos. They explored shorts for a while, which are hilarious in their own thing. But yeah, they're I very much love Zintapir.
More a problem of identity than of lying.
I'm between loving this entirely and not liking the plagiarism she was used. Yeah, it's fair. And you know what? Zintapir would probably be like, yeah, keep that.
But there is still reason to be cautious.
You don't have to like it. In fact, be conflicted as fuck. That's what Zintapir would probably find that like interesting.
I probably need to explain this because I once got into deep trouble. I did business with a pathological liar. That's how I got my scar. It was quite a brutal experience, but that's a long story.
You crazy.
The point is that life is hard, and while lying can be a handy tool for navigating the complexities of life, trusting someone can go horribly wrong. So better to not care at all. That's probably what the other Greek thought, the one in the barrel. He was fascinated by the idea of absolute freedom, of doing whatever he wanted, wherever he wanted. But he too was infected with that paresia disease, constantly lecturing others. Perhaps in a more entertaining way than the ugly one, at least he talked a lot less. But he still missed the point. He could have been even less annoying if he had simply left everyone else alone. But these are bad examples, because the Greek philosophers were obviously incapable of making a real difference. I think that applies to pretty much all of philosophy as it stands. If you ask me, I can only think of one good approach to the subject. There is an old German proverb, a call to disobedience, that gets to the heart of the matter. It goes something like this. With pure reason we won't comply. No, we must find new ways to lie. I can't remember, but there was more to it. Shit. Never mind. I'm sure I'll get to it in a minute. Time's up anyway. And if you're wondering why
I think
why I'm making such a big deal out of all this, when keeping quiet and being pragmatic
I'll find a way for me to turn on captions in the future.
Is my chosen solution. It's a good question, and the answer may surprise you. Because what looks like a scar is actually a condition I was born with, and my doctor has told me that the best therapy is to move the muscles there as much as possible. So that's what I do. I talk. And although I could also read a book out loud or pray or sing all the time, I prefer to let my creativity run free for a while, but without burdening myself with any obligation, duty or mission. It is just a comfortable way to pass the time and ease the pain. But, to be honest, after a lot of talking, I prefer switching to praying or singing. Oh, wait. Speaking of singing, now I remember. It was not a proverb I was talking about earlier. It was a German folk song. Do you want to hear it? I will probably manage to get the refrain right. Tore Vernunft darf niemals siegen. Wir brauchen dringend neue Lügen.
Hello, Windrip. I'm glad you got to see this.
Awful. We'd better stick to English. You know, this song almost became the national anthem, so I'm sure there's a decent English adaptation of the song somewhere. Oh, here it is.
Reason's rule must never thrive. We need new lies to stay alive, to guide us through the cosmic dance and bring the world's grand feast a chance, to force deliriums we call and sing us into dreams that fall, to warn us of the dull truth's might and spare us from the darkest night, to rock us gently in bamboo. Reason's rule must never do. Reason's rule must never do. We need new lies to see us through, to show us madness, hidden gold, then bow before us fierce and bold.
I'm by the way, I'm not being ironic when I say this is some of the best content on YouTube. The AI music's not great. I don't give a fuck about literally any of that. If you're not understanding what Zintabir is communicating and you're not actually just paying attention, you are missing out on genuine genius that is explicating something incredibly important about how language works.
To crown us kings in grand display.
And that's why the AI use is fantastic, because that's literally what it's doing.
But mock us in.
You don't see deep thought in the words yourself? That's fine. It's It is exceptional.
A secret way to whisper sharply in our ear and wipe our eyes so nothing's clear. To battle those who wish us well. Reason's room must never dwell.
That was annoying.
Oh, they're great. I love them. I genuinely just can't tell you how much I love Zentapir. You can go check them out, but for now, when you arrive at your new destination in a moment, because I'm heading out, I'll be streaming it tomorrow night. I want to thank everyone for the donations. Give a like, subscribe, head over to the QC, discord.gg/DGQC. If you want to support, Patreon is best. Patreon.com/DGQC if you want. Stream Elements is always great. Otherwise, I want you to only type for Jordy, Zentapir. 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 At least once each. Zentapir. And watch his reaction. I'll see you all soon enough.